DHL and Pay Safeguard.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to a very happy broadcast crew. I am Leaderboard Smith, and joining me, as you can see, is Ark and Lethal. And we're, of course, bringing you the ESL Mobile Challenge for Brawl Stars today. Guys, how you doing?
Doing really good. Yeah, I'm feeling particularly like it's been a very good day so far, but I'm looking forward to seeing more exciting games. We've got plenty lined up today, and a bit of a grudge match game on today with many of these two teams. We saw many of these same matches last week.
Feeling absolutely fabulous right now. Absolutely fabulous. And do you know what's even better? We've got some incredible games lined up. Of course, we have 2 more weeks of action as well to follow through. So, yeah, look forward to it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we are basically on the repeat day. Let's get the schedule on your screen. The leaderboard first. We'll get to that because it has been incredible. AC Milan Clash, obviously, top of the pile. And we'll keep our eye on that one because they're playing each other today. It is a rematch again of last Playday. We're into Playday 5 here, and SK Game will be up against them. But big surprise package last week. Fantastic performance for them. And for Tribe, well, that's actually technically wrong. We'll get to that in a second. But EXO Free Agents, I think that's the surprise for everyone that they're down there in 5th right now.
Yeah, it's a rough time for EXO at the moment. They took a loss to Big last week, and they're going to be wanting to turn it around this time round. This week, they're going to have that grudge match on again today. Big is definitely performing really, really well for me right now, and they've got a solid chance of being in that top 4 at the moment. They keep on this way.
Yeah, I was going to say, in terms of leaderboard standings, there's a few surprises there. Normally you see Tribe and EXO, like, at least trying to battle out for one of those top 4 spots. But seeing them, joint 4th here, it's a little bit of a surprise. But what's most surprising is Na'Vi down there on 0 and 7. Now, I did speak to Augie earlier on today, and he did say that they're going to try and turn things around if possible, with a lot of elements, added into their gameplay and a lot more practice regimes, like going forward to try and claw their way back if they can. And I really hope they do, because Na'Vi is a really good team. But Noble, even though they're currently 7th, they've definitely, well, you could say they've shown a glimmer of hope here and there.
Absolutely, and Na'Vi, of course, down the bottom there, 0-7 for them. It's time for them to turn it around. When we are at the halfway point, guys, this is where things could turn around, so their fortune's certainly possible. We were talking about being in the top 4, of course, going through to those finals. Let's have a look at the schedule for today's games. As I do mention, it is a repeat of Playday 4, so if you joined us last Wednesday, it is going to be the same games, minus the 2 Tribe games. Now, they forfeited their first 2 matches today, which is why we're starting now at 8 p.m. as opposed to 2 hours ago. It does mean, of course, our first game of the day is Na'Vi versus Reply Totem, then into Clash versus Reply Totem, and, of course, the big one, SK Gaming up against AC Milan Clash. Following that, I think SK have back-to-back games as well. Yes, they do. It's a tough one for them tonight. Of course, Free Agents once again. And they get a repeat, of course, of their match against Big, which they lost. Now, if you didn't join us last week, guys, these matches went long. There was a lot of 3-2s last week. And not only 3-2s that went the distance to that final set. I'll start with Ark to begin with. Obviously, some big surprises, especially EXO Free Agents that we see right here against Big.
Yeah, it was a long stream last week for sure, and I think we might see one again. Big and EXO have been kind of going back and forth quite recently, and we've seen Big kind of like really take to the plate and bringing out some really interesting ideas, very aggressive play styles as well. And at the moment, it seems to be a bit of a struggle for EXO. They just had a bit of a roster change as well, so there's that to bear in mind in the background of things. But they're going to definitely want to turn that around this time round for sure. They do not want to get another loss again, kind of teetering that middle part of the bracket at the moment on the leaderboard. So they want to make sure that they are in that top 4 come the end of things.
Yeah, the caliber of matches we've got across the board tonight, we've been really blessed. Like you've already said, SK versus Clash, and EXO as well playing later on against SK again. And also seeing those top 2 gatekeepers to find out who's going to solidify the potential of that first place position, because seeding will be quite important for them later on down the line. But yeah, apart from that though, seeing Totem against Clash, you've got to remember that Totem put up a really good fight for them last time round.
Absolutely. Some absolute slobber knockers, I believe was your word last week,
Oh,
Harry.
yeah.
Some slobber knocker games. I don't really know what that means, but it sounds good. So I'm going to go with it anyway. Some absolute cracking games. So, Harry, you're going to be joining us in just a few moments, actually, after the next match. Myself and Ark will be taking this one away. So go enjoy the celebrations. Can't think what for.
I will.
Right. It's nice and quiet here in Germany. I don't know why. I don't know. But anyway, let's get on with the Brawl Stars action. Let's talk about that. So we're going to have our first game up. It is Na'Vi versus Reply Totem. And Na'Vi are absolutely searching for a win right now. MMA, BBGS, and Jason. And Ark, I've got to be honest, I feel sorry a little bit for the guys because A, the European competition is fierce. And B, these guys have been so close every time they've lost.
Yeah, I think the scorelines sometimes don't reflect exactly what we see in front of our eyes, but yeah, I agree. Navi had a great run of things in the ladder phase, and just struggling to find any kind of momentum right now in terms of getting that all-important win. Just coming a little bit short every time. They will have undoubtedly gone back to the drawing board, been scrimming tirelessly and playing their comps accordingly. So I'm expecting good things from them today. It's got to be really like now or never.
Absolutely, and of course their opponents, Reply Totem, have absolutely been stepping it up lately. Soydebress, Amari, and Maru really doing some work and turning their fortunes back around. You know, they are now, when you think of Tribe having those 2 default losses, we'll have to look at how that works the table out, because that is definitely going to put Reply Totem in with a big chance of being in that top 4.
Exactly that. At the moment, as of last week, it was EXO Free Agents, Reply Totem, Noble Elite, and Tribe Gaming all on 9 points in 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th place. So, this week is going to make a big impact on that leaderboard, and we're going to see a little bit of a separation, I feel, between some of those 4 teams.
Yeah, just in case you missed out, is Noble Elite have picked up a 3-0 win over Tribe, and Big will have picked up a 3-0 win over Tribe as well. So that's put Big in a really strong position in 3rd place right now. Noble Elite going to be knocking on that door, and Reply Totem, another team that are absolutely doing this. And this is a game that they're definitely going to be looking to win, because they're coming up against AC Milan Clash after this game. One that I hate to say they're going to be expecting to win, but they're probably hopeful in it at best, because Clash have been so strong right now. So I'll be very interested to see how they're going to do here. Na'Vi is definitely a team that is beatable right now. Formerly Zero Zone Russia coming into this is how they qualified. Then they got picked up by the Na'Vi organization, and honestly, it's probably quite a little bit of pressure on them, really. Natas Vincer, it's a big org out there in Russia.
Yeah, with that comes a lot of support, but at the moment, it doesn't seem to be kind of giving the team what they need to make these plays happen. They've got to really think things through slowly today and carefully consider their bans, carefully consider the maps and the meta and all those kinds of things to make sure they've got the maximum chance of coming out with a win. As again, they are the only team at the moment to not have a single win on the leaderboard, so they really do need to turn things around now. But they are certainly a team that are capable of doing just that.
Yeah, I bet they were wishing they could been one of the teams to have that default win. They're probably like, why couldn't they have been playing us today? Oh, can be frustrating, I know, but you got to bear with them. There's a few problems, obviously, which is why Tribe were unable to play today. I'd like to think maybe it was because there was a certain football match on, but I think there was more problems than just that.
Yeah, very well behind the scenes. But going back to what you mentioned about Reply Totem and Clash, one thing I will say about Reply Totem is they seem to be one of those teams which Clash have a real difficulty with, as well as SK is kind of one of those underdog teams that kind of gives a lot of the front runners a bit of a run for their money. So either way, I think the Reply Totem are going to be coming out with a really aggressive game today, so I'm looking forward to seeing kind of like how they're going to approach it, and how they're going to keep Navi suppressed, because ultimately that's going to be on their minds today as to how they are able to come out on top.
Yeah, so last time these guys obviously faced each other, Reply Totem, I think it was 3-1, wasn't it? They came out, so it was a pretty close game. As I'm going to try and have a quick peek at it. I'm trying to refresh my memory exactly how this one played out. If I recall, Reply Totem looked pretty strong in this game and actually kind of gave us a surprise, because they went in and gave Clash a bit of a run for their money. Yeah, 3-2 against AC Milan Clash as well after this one. So yeah, it's interesting how, obviously, we were talking last week, how the metas shook out effectively. They've had yet another 5 play days to get through this and figure out the best way. I think pretty much everyone's got the meta sorted out. Are we expecting any surprises yet? As far as I'm aware, there's no new brawlers allowed still. I'm trying to think about that. Maybe we're getting close to. Is it tomorrow? Because it'd be like 2 weeks, right? Normally.
Yeah, this is the thing. It's going to be on the edge for sure. Buzz could be on the cards. We'll check out in the background to see. But ultimately, that would be one brawler which could cause a bit of a problem. What I would say is that Primo's kind of come to a point now in this meta where it's a pretty common ban. And alongside that, we see a lot of poker bans as well. But in terms of the other tanks, we're seeing a bit more of a balance. We're seeing some definite places where Frank and Bull can come into the mix. And I think those sort of play styles do favor a lot of these teams that like to go in with those ideas and just bring them in at the right time, I think is key also to make sure that you're not going to be countered very quickly by a good B. But ultimately, yeah, I think the meta's in a really strong place for me at the moment, in a really pretty balanced place, actually, for the most part. Even brawlers like Max that had a really heavy hits are now kind of coming back slowly as teams start to experiment and say, well, yeah, they got enough, but they're not too bad. They're just kind of a bit more dependent on the game mode and map. So, but I would be expecting more Primo bans today. I'll be expecting more Poco bans also, and lots of this tank counters like Bs and Ms just to be on the safe side of things.
Yeah, we're just waiting for the bans to come through, which is why we're sat here right now discussing this. We should have probably kept Harry around. We dished him off so early. We should have probably kept him around, having a good chat. But yeah, obviously we're waiting to see what's going to happen here, which is why we're currently sat waiting for the guys. I can tell you the maps. I know the maps, but we don't know which pool we're going to. They're going to be different from last week, right? Yes, they are. So the play days are the same, but the map pool is different, which I'm happy about. You don't want to have a repeat, but it's going to be double swoosh starting things off. So we're going to be starting out on Gem Grab, which in itself has become a bit of a changer. Based on, obviously, the bans that have been going through, we've had a lot of Gene banned out, which has definitely been changing up Gem Grab in itself, because obviously that's the standard brawl that a lot of people go with. Max was kind of like untouched because of the changes, and then suddenly saw action in Playday 4, so suddenly Max is back in the cards again. Do we see things sort of settling back down to normal for here?
I think if that was Swoosh, I think you're right. I think Max was kind of in a good spot prior to the balancings, and now kind of has dropped off. It's still played, but just not really as, you know, a must-have in coordination with that Gene idea. I think we're seeing a lot of M's coming into the play for Double Swoosh and brawlers like Amber for the ability to break open a lot of those bushes. Tara, I would say, is a pretty stable diet as well. As a great brawler to turn the game on its head. If Gene is banned, then Tara can still kind of take on that kind of role. Brawl as well, Backyard Bowl was a much more open space map after that as well. So, I think these teams will be looking to try to find some coordination with the brawler bans and the maps to try and make the most of them. But different strategies cater to different ideas. You might want to go, and plan for the long term, or you might just kind of go for the short term and try and wrap things up quickly. Depends how these teams are feeling today.
Okay, well, we're still waiting for the teams to sort themselves out and get ready to go. Obviously, a little bit caught off guard by England's win as well, clearly. I'm not sure if that affects the Russians in any way, but either way, nonetheless, let's have a look at something from Navi.
Welcome to the ESL Mobile Open. Can you please introduce yourself and your team?
Hello, I'm Auge from MENA Brawl Stars, and I'm the coach for this team from the EECA region.
So I wanted to take things all the way back, and we can discuss how you started playing Brawl Stars. Now, obviously, the game hasn't been out for too long. So have you, like, from the beginning, were you playing it every day for a lot of hours, or was it like gradual?
Probably not so often, just ladder-wise. And then slowly I started to play with friends on small tourneys in the German scene. And later on, my journey kind of went pretty wild as I joined Pro Sports last year. And yeah, we made some success even on the European competitions. And from the beginning of this year, I have been the Brawl Stars coach for a Russian team, and lately we have been joining Natus Winker.
I mean, yeah, joining Navi is a huge step in all of your careers, I imagine. But just if we take it a tiny step back, you said that you transitioned into the pro side, but how did that happen? Did you seek out a team, or did they contact you to say, look, do you want to go pro? You're obviously really good at the game. So, how did that happen?
There's a play again button in the ladder, and I've been playing with one guy. I didn't know him, but back in the days, you didn't always have good teammates, and we kept on winning, so we pressed on play again, play again, play again. And later on, we found out that we both were German, and we've been looking for each other on Discord then, have been talking a little bit, and it was just fun to win some games. And yeah, like later on, we also exchanged some more details, became friends, and have been exciting on how to win games and how it's the best way to play different brawlers or team compositions.
That's so wholesome, and it happens so naturally as well. As you just met someone through the game, and then you guys just kept winning. So it's like, why don't we go pro? I like that. So, what would you say now? Fast forward to now. What is your team's biggest advantage, over your opponents? As you progress through the Mobile Open.
I think right now it's probably our org that's supporting us a lot. One side is probably the fan base that we now have. On the other hand, we also have now the connection of the region, the org, and ourselves. We have a big production team behind us to produce some insane content, I would say. That's not usual. I think only in European there's like SK that does as much or probably more of the monthly finals and tournaments. And that's really a huge support for us, because it's just like a big support for everything we do, and that's like a motivation for us to keep on going.
Well, that is the motivation they're going to absolutely need to keep on going right now, because it's tough times for Na'Vi. It's always the problem when you come into those sort of these round robin formats, these table formats, because there's always got to be a loser. And right now, it is unfortunately Na'Vi at the bottom of the table. And even if I was to look across their results, how things have gone, they've always been there and thereabouts. We do have the bans in, so okay, good stuff. So Stu and both going for the bell, and Primo being taken out. As you mentioned, double swoosh to start things off. Gem grab into backyard bowl and parallel plays, and then shooting star and nuts and bolts if we need it.
Yeah, for me, I think, no surprises with the bell, but one that I always seem in the back of my mind to forget. But a great brawler which can defend very well as a less riskier pick than a Piper. So I like the look of those bans too as well. Still in a really, really good place with the Gasser Hill star power. So it can be a really difficult brawler to really target your shots upon. Primo, that's the one that we kind of all saw coming. But no poker bans. Also no brawlers like Ems, which are kind of still sitting just outside of those bans, but still will be definitely very much playable in this respect. But no Poco, no Gene as well. So yeah, it's definitely going to be some usual suspects nonetheless. But I would say that these are pretty good bans for me.
Yeah, I think so as well. I mean, it's pretty standard what we've seen these days, right? It's especially when you think of it. So I would go with probably going to see a Gene, I would say, to start things off on double swoosh. Yeah. Probably a Ems to go along with it, maybe a Tara. We'll see whether one or the other probably. And then that's what we're going to have for a third. We're going to see someone throw in a bruiser in the mix to try and switch things up, or are we going to go standard range?
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing. I kind of feel like in these instances, it does favor the teams that kind of want to be daring and going with something which a team is not expecting. My go-to here would probably be Gene in mid, Ems on the side, and maybe like an Amber or maybe like a Tara, one of those two. As kind of a bit of a personal preference, but that would be my go-to. But at the same time, we are seeing some deviations here and there. We are seeing teams being a bit more, outlandish with their ideas. We saw Noble Elite, a few weeks back, playing some really interesting ideas on many of the different maps and modes. I would say they'll be the most common ideas, but I'm kind of looking forward to seeing something that could be a little bit different. We saw a little bit of Spike coming back with Curveball recently, not too much, but enough to make a bit of a notice for. So yeah, I would like to see something fresh and new, but more often than not, teams will play it safe, at least at the earliest stage, until they kind of get into the swing of things and get some sets up on the board, and then they can be a bit more experimental if they choose.
Yeah, so we'll see what they bring to the table. I love the maps and bands, but let's get our faces back on it because we're beautiful. Right?
I don't know. I think you're speaking for yourself there, D-Man.
I'm just in a happy place. I can't imagine why. I'm in such a happy place right now. I just can't wait to get this game started. We're actually 20 minutes run over already, so hopefully these guys are in a good place and ready to go as well. Certainly for, obviously, Reply Totem, we're going to be looking to get things going and get things motivated. They've got this game straight into an AC Milan Clash game. I just wonder how these guys approach these double headers when they have it like this, especially when, they're coming into it with a game that they've just confidently won last week, up against the game that they almost won last week as well. You know, it was 3-2 was the score, and it went to the final map of the set against AC Milan Clash. So they're going to be looking at this. They've got to be careful they don't overlook it, I guess, is what I'm saying. And, you know, 3-1 over Na'Vi last week. And for Na'Vi, you know, I was trying to get to it, but they have had a bit of a torrid time, you know. Playday 2 was 2 3-0s, quick swept aside by Tribe and Big in what was a really quick day. In the first one, you know, swept aside. We didn't take too much from it because it was against Clash and EXO Free Agents, so we're like, yeah, okay, they took those losses. But when they start taking losses all the way down the field, that's when the problem signs seem to have started to appear. You know, a 3-1 obviously last week to Reply Totem. They're going to be looking to try and get revenge on this. I know, obviously, sometimes they talk about the fact that obviously, you know, the CIS players, they're Italian players. So, you know, the world's not perfect. If we could all play on LAN environments, I would love it. But sometimes connection issues do occur, and you just have to deal with it. That is life, and I hope that's not been the case for them.
Yeah, I mean, you know, Reply Totem have had a really, really good week. They've been performing outside of this competition really, really well as well, and have just kind of kept the momentum going. So I do like how they are approaching things, and like how they are starting to gain some momentum, and, you know, taking less risks, I would say, but still maintaining that kind of core aggression. I think for Navi today, they've got to kind of put the past in the past and realize that there is still everything to play for. Still, they are fantastic players, fantastic team, and network behind them rooting for them. So I think that they really will do well as long as they don't let the past come into the present here. You know, they've got really unique brawler ideas also. They're coming with a lot of kind of like brawlers that we don't tend to see many teams deviate towards, like their Colts and their more long-ranged brawlers. And that was the thing that they kind of didn't really land a lot of them on last week. There was kind of instances where we saw them being outplayed for the first time really on those long-range brawlers. So I kind of feel like if they go back to that and just kind of like are in the moment today, then it will dwell but better for them. But definitely Reply Totem is a tough team to beat.
Well, we're still waiting for them to sort themselves out. So what we're going to do is, instead of listening to us sitting here for the entirety of the night, which it could well be, we're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, hopefully the matches will be ready to go. We'll see you in a few.
ESL Mobile Challenge is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Just a quick little break, just to get you guys up, just to keep you on your toes in chat. That's what we're trying to do right now. We're keeping ourselves on the toes, Ark, because we're waiting for these guys to get ready to go. Hopefully, since we have come back to the break, they are ready to go. So I'm excited to get some Brawl Stars action going, get it flowing tonight, because we do have 5 fantastic sets and series for you to play through. Of course, if you just joined us, don't know what the heck is going on, it is the ESL Mobile Challenge for Brawl Stars, $45,000 up for grabs. But they've got to get to the finals first, and the finals is the top 4 teams. Currently, that stands at the likes of AC Milan Clash at 7-0 at the top there, SK Gaming, and then it gets all very close. We have a number of teams in and around 4-4 mark, and that's actually, you know, if you think about it, with all of these mid-table teams, this is where Na'Vi could try and take some inspiration from it, maybe make that comeback charge.
Exactly that. It's one of those things where there are going to be obviously teams in that middle region which are going to, you know, move forwards. Some are going to drop down, and now we need to capitalize on that. But they're going to require consistency to do that, and also a level head and some out of the box ideas. At the moment, they just haven't been able to really utilize a lot of those, and just coming up to a lot of friction. This is a very, very competitive competition, and they are just going to need to just move along with the same pace as others. Well, they will get left behind, but I still think they've got plenty of chances to do that. They just got to have the right mentality and go in with that, the willing mentality, really, because we've seen great things from them in the past. Just at the moment, it's a rough ride.
Yeah, and if you just to keep you guys in the loop of what is going on, we're just waiting for the teams to get themselves sorted. It's going to be Na'Vi Reply Totem to start things off. Then we're going to go to Clash Reply Totem. Into the big one, SK Gaming versus AC Milan Clash. That is the monster game of the night, no doubt about it. The two Goliaths come head to head again. They did last week. Actually, they did twice last week, if I'm not mistaken, right? Because they, as you mentioned, they did it in another tournament that you were covering. I saw that it was SK that came out on top in that one, right? As opposed to Clash, which came out on top in obviously did last week for us. So it just goes to show these two teams are so even between them. And then, of course, I see you in chat, Kirst. I see you. It is going to be the EXO free agents with a double header, and they need to turn things around because they were sitting pretty in third until last week's playday. They're up against SK Gaming and Big, the team that they lost to last week in what was yet another close game. We had 1, 2, 3 3-2 matches last week, and all of them went the distance in the sets as well.
Yeah, seriously close games, and again, SK versus Clash, probably a lot of eyes on that one today. It's getting closer. There was a bit of a period where there was a bit of a wider score gap now, but now it really is coming to those 3-2s every single time, and that's the thing at the moment. Clash outperforming most of the teams at the moment. They're kind of like scoreline couldn't be better in that respect. SK are gonna definitely want to get revenge upon that one, as at the moment, more often than not, I would say SK are coming out on top in those interactions. But at the moment, Clash have just got that momentum behind them. They just don't look to be slowing down at any moment in this competition. Dropped a few sets, which we were surprised at recently. So they are showing a couple of signs now, which are kind of tarnishing a little bit on that perfect scoreline. But they are still just dominating the competition. So definitely SK are going to want to come out with a win on that matchup for sure.
Yeah, they're going to be on it, I feel, today. Today may be their day. We'll see. Because it was a fantastic game against Clash last week. But they've got to get past Reply Totem first. I can tell you the players have joined the lobby. Things are getting ready to go, so hopefully we'll have a match on your screens in just a few moments. So the players are getting in there. It's all right, guys. Only, what are we at? 25 minutes left. It's all good. It's all good. We had delays at the start, so it was fine because if you just missed it, Tribe forfeited their first 2 matches today, so they couldn't play tonight, which means Noble Elite and Big will get themselves some free wins, which I think anyone will take, that's for sure. It does actually put the table actually very interesting now that I think about it, because Clash on 7-0, right, with 21-5, 21 sets. They dropped for the first time. They were dropping sets last week. Finally ended up dropping 5 of them. SK Gaming 6-0-1. They are 20-6 in sets. And then behind them is Big 5-0, 3. Incredible stuff for them. 15 sets to 13, so they're just about breaking even. After that, it starts to slide, and it gets actually very close, in all fairness. EXO Free Agents, obviously, we were talking about. The fact is they are tied with Reply Totem right now, both on 3 and 4. After that, Noble Elite are 3 and 5 because they've been given a free win. Tribe are now on 3 and 6 because of those 2 losses they were given there. And Na'Vi on 0 and 7. So, you know, we're talking about top 4. The top 4 currently right now is 3 wins, 4 losses. So anyone could creep into that from the bottom.
And I think as well that'll be updated at the end of the stream, which would mean that I think Big will actually be in an even better spot. Reply Totem, well, Noble Elite will take the day off, obviously, because they've got to do more matches today, but they'll obviously be in a good spot as well. It's going to put a lot of emphasis on this matchup between Big and EXO Free Agents. There's another one of those 2 teams that are in that kind of like 4-piece there. So that really becomes a much more important game now as a result of that Tribe forfeit, and placing even more pressure upon you know, both teams in that respect to make sure that they come out on top today. As you rightly say, last week we saw Big with a victory, but EXO Free Agents are definitely going to be wanting to give them also a very good run for their money. Few roster changes, like I say, in the background going on as well. So there's you know, a lot of things happening for EXO Free Agents right now, but they're going to be coming out of the gate swinging, no doubt about it. But I'm very curious to see how today's going to finish, because I think we're going to see a very, very big difference on our leaderboard.
Yeah, I think it's, you know, the old roster changes. It's sort of that time of the year, isn't it, when people are sort of slowly getting towards, you know, the championships are looming in the distance. Is the World Championships. People are like, oh, should we change now? It's going to affect us here and there, but is this the right move? And that seems to be what's going on right now. Guys, I hate to tell you, we are going to go to another break because things are still not ready to go. I don't know what is going on in the background, but hopefully we will have the game on your screens as soon as we come back. I'll see you in a few.
ESL Mobile Challenge is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It is the ESL Mobile Challenge for Brawl Stars. I'm Lee Smith, and joining me is Ark for what is going to be in a match. I promise matches will happen now. I've been told things have been fixed. You don't need to listen to us. Well, you do need to listen to us. I'm sorry, we're not getting away from that. They still need to listen to us, don't they?
Yeah, I mean, you're still going to have our voices, but you will no longer see our faces, and that will come as a surprise and a pleasant one of that for most. Yeah, I'm really keen to see going to Double Swoosh, our first map for today. Gem Grab, of course, being the game mode. Kind of curious to see, like with those bans, how that will come into play. From memory, is Double Bell, Stu and El Primo, I believe. So, I wouldn't say necessarily, Stu is the most go-to brawler here. It can be a real pest if pushed up on the left-hand side or right-hand side lane. So definitely one that might rule out some opportunities. But Bell being here banned is a big one, of course, El Primo. But yeah, so we're going to see, yeah. Oh, actually, interesting from Reply Totem. That's pretty deviated away from what we were expecting the most with the Sandy and the Rosa, but pretty standard stuff from Navi.
Yep. It is Reply Totem that start off strong, get the wipe. All three down. And they will collect themselves the 4 gems. Well, he will get the 4th gem in a moment. Just going to chill because he doesn't need to go for it yet. Got it all in his bag. So Rubik is playing for Na'Vi. MMA and BBGS in there. So there's been a change there. Or is that just a name switch, just using just like Jetten likes to use Goten? Who knows? But
I believe it's a change simply because I think that was one of the reasons with the delay was getting the player with the invite system. So I think they've had a little bit of a switch up, which could be a good thing for them, to be fair. Ultimately, again, with no losses, with no wins, sorry, on the board, definitely looking to get one today. But at the moment, they are only Reply to only 1 gem away from countdown right now, and that's definitely not what they want to find themselves in. And already, it's just MMA at the moment on his own.
Sorry to press. I don't know how he lived there. Still managed to get the kills in. They're trying to chase down Mari. Sorry to press is just going to try and box their ears. Finally will go down, but it doesn't matter. The damage is done. Reply Totem pick themselves up the first game of the set. And a solid start for them.
And a pretty comfortable one from the look of things. I did like some of the ideas they rolled out with. Rose is definitely a brawler which we haven't seen too much. Last year, all the time, all we saw was really Rosa and Double Swoosh to go to. This year, a bit different, mainly because of brawlers like Amber, who can break up in a lot of what she really thrives on for her healing abilities. But ultimately, yeah, I didn't really see any of that value from MMA in that game, utilizing that really. It kind of had a bit of a bush break, but really kind of only served to cause themselves more problems in the end. And yeah, Soil Brezza was honestly a big thorn in their side.
Absolutely. So what are we going to change up there? Obviously, dominating Soil Brezza on the side there with the Rosa, keeping them at bay. We were talking about the gene picks in there, but maybe we're going to see a Bruiser come out from Na'Vi to try and clutch that. But honestly, every time that happens, they generally switch away from it and counter it. With the M's in there, they're certainly working well.
Yeah, I would say that the dropping out the Amber, I would say, and bringing in an Ems would be a better shout, just simply because it kind of covers a lot of other possibilities. She's got really good range, as long as you're very cautious on how you approach that Rose pick, if Totem decides to bring it back in, which they might. I mean, ultimately, yeah, they're going to do that. So I wonder whether we can see Amber swapping lanes this time around. BBG's with the Tara taking on the Rosa here. Support from beyond will help a lot, but I do worry here as, again, Soy's at maximum value. I was surprised that actually Soy went down there. I thought that he might have been in a really good spot, and actually Mari going to pick up the scraps there. But MMA is struggling on this right side. Now gets the takedown, but so low in HP, can't really contest Mari in the mid or push up in his lane.
Oh, that's a great pull, though, from Rubik. Managing to work that. That's going to give them a gem start here. Soidebressa comes in to collect 1. The respawn's already coming back out, so Maru's back on his feet, and it's going to be MMA to try and get some of those gems on the max there. Rubik also switching across. Mari is going to push bin once again on that respawn. MMA, though, picking up another kill on Mari. Seems to be slowly working for him here.
Yeah, but they've broken the bush on their side of the map, which is going to mean that ultimately Roop will not be able to take any kind of cover or have any unpredictability on his pulls. He's going to have to do that from, I assume, the middle here, but now to take down the left-hand side. There's a lot of gems in the pocket for Navi. This match looking very, very different, but Mario going to get the takedown and continue the pressure on this right-hand side for Totem.
Pressure. Maru goes down. Maru coming around the side. Oh, got to be working into those flames. The pull comes in once again. Maru in all sorts of trouble. And this has got to be Navi's game. They have dominated the control, and it's all come from the magic hands of Rubik.
Really, really nicely done as well. And I gotta say, a little bit of a slip for Totem to go too much on the aggressive there. They just kind of brought the gems to them. BBGs now has to defend well with a nice black hole
Mari
there. Getting pitched.
Oh, he's got them all!
My word, that's disastrous. Disastrous for Navi, but hold on. Just saw we go down, that'll reset things, but yeah, crack Sancho. Oh, the pull back in for Mari. Rubik coming in clutch. Maru, though, is still going. Oh, no!
What is happening? The comebacks back and forward. This time, Maru is away. There's nothing Navi can do with it. They almost tied the set, but this is going to be a 1-0 start for Reply Totem. They can't chase this one down. Soiderbresser gets dealt with Rubik, and unfortunately, that's going to put pate to things. Maru, in the end, will be the savior for Reply Totem. Oh, disaster for Navi. You know, we were talking about the fact they're sitting at the bottom of the table, 0-7, have had some close games. That right there is the epitome. That literally tells the story in itself.
And this is the thing, you got to stay composed in those moments there, and kind of communication so key, especially now since the balance changes. Respawning in gem grab is now much more troublesome. You have no ammo, you have to replenish it as you go, and this is why we're seeing a lot of these turnarounds occurring. But even more reason why that needs to be on-point communication there as to where people are going to go. Going into a corner and just getting trapped like that is going to lead to throwing the game, and that's what happened.
Yeah, not a great start for Navi. So they find themselves 1-0 down. We're going to move on to the next map, which will be Backyard Bowl. So going into the Brawl Ball era. If you just joined us, I will forgive you because there has been quite a lot going on today. Stu, Bell, and Primo, the bans are from both sides. From Navi, it was Stu and Bell. From Reply Totem, it was Bell and Primo. So obviously blind bans, so which is why you get the double ban in there. And Reply Totem picking themselves up a win here is great because obviously they're chasing down Big, who themselves have been given a gifted a free win today against Tribe. Noble Elite also gifted that win. So a win here is vital for Reply Totem to keep within the top 4.
Yeah, it's going to really help them remain in that kind of running there. And, on the other side of things, Navi really need a win just to get themselves off the mark. That's the thing now is, if they take a loss today, it's going to really be a tough one for them, and one that's going to make it ever more bleak to really have any kind of comeback here. So we saw a glimmer in gem grab that may have spurred on some activity and some hope for them. They're going to have to really look to turn things around in Backyard Bowl, a larger map, a wider map, and really one that I would say caters more to their kind of play style with the long range brawlers. So they've got a chance in that respect for sure. I think we may even see the Colt pick coming in, but I'm not sure. I mean, Jason's their main Colt, but they do like range as a general. Oh, it's actually parallel place.
Okay. I mean, that is the third set. They maybe just decided to skip straight to it and ignore Backyard Bowl, but okay, we'll see what's going to happen with that one. But either way, it is going to be Navi with a strong start.
Yeah, I like the Ruffs pick here. I mean, the field promotion will go a long way in terms of the HP buff. But yeah, like you say, I'm not sure whether they are supposed to be playing this map. We'll find out very shortly. Either way, pull from Rubik will pull in Soiderbresser. Maru placing a lot of pressure on this left-hand side. And it's going to go down as a result of 2 versus 1, but not before taking down MMA of his own on the left, and a supply drop there for Rubik.
Well, at the moment, zone's being locked in pretty well. So Navi got their 50%. Rubik once again landing another great shot. We saw how good his magic hands were before, so maybe try and get one of those big pulls, but well, Mari does it first. BBG's being picked off there on the jetty. Now Maru on the amber, pushing forward, getting aggressive on them, trying to get the burn down, as Soiderbresser also tries to get a couple of shots in from the side, but nothing really coming from it. But they are pretty much just trading blow for blow, and ironically, with Reply Totem with that 1% extra, currently holding the lead. However, still plenty of time in this one out.
Sometimes 1% is all it takes. I think I like the positioning so far from Navi here, just pushing up in a nice pull, a really important one as well from Rubik, who's again a really monstrous level of HP right now as a result of that rough star power. Now the assault then goes to focus attention on the top right-hand side, and Totem very much on the back foot here in terms of defense. The rough sandbags will actually not be the greatest counter to the Jessie, but one which would have hopefully dampened some of the shots from the Gene. But now Totem are starting to collect themselves and will go on the offense.
Yeah, we'll see whether it gets back in there. Soydebressa getting picked off. Now the pressure is on them. 56%. Na'Vi looking good here to try and drive forward. They're going to get themselves some good percentage off the back of this. Na'Vi pushing in. BBG and Rubik with MMA holding a really nice strong hold in the middle there. Working out well in the end. They will try and push down, but BBG is still holding on strong. Maru pushes in, but Rubik deals with him. And Na'Vi are looking great here in the first map on Hot Zone.
Let's see here. A bit of a glimmer still there for Totem, but time ticking, 25 seconds. Now they're going to have to really push this and push it hard. And yeah, Soydebressa not happy about the situation at all, taking shots as well. And much better from Navi as they look to be in a really good spot right now.
Absolutely. Soydebressa getting picked off. Na'Vi looking to have this one in the bag. 10 seconds to go. Nothing Totem could do about that. So Na'Vi start strong here on, well, what was a surprise map for you and I. It is going to count. It did go into parallel plays. Don't worry, we will be going to Backyard Brawl at some point. Backyard Bowl, I should say, on Brawl Ball. Mixing it all up there. Yeah, that happened.
Yeah. So the players are hosting their own lobby, so like they went to the they got a bit ahead of themselves. But either way you look at it, though, I mean, it's gonna be counted, and we're just gonna swap things around a little bit. So Navi now in a much better place, I'm sure, with their heads and going into things. I always say that parallel plays for me as a map and game mode which really does cater to teams with them on the back foot. More often than not, I see turnarounds happening on this map, on this mode, more than any other, really. So, but they're going to have to hold on to it. At the moment, Totem now have a chance to respond to what they've seen and how they had to go up against things. I wouldn't be at all surprised to see some adaptations on their side rather than Navi's, but definitely, yeah, Navi looking better, much better.
Yeah, I mean, I assume Reply Totem knew what map they were about to play and didn't pick for it. Like, the other one would be like, hang on a minute, this ain't right. What the? Yeah. We've come in with the wrong brawlers and all sorts. But yeah, I guess we'll get it going anyway. But the bans, if you just joined us, as I see Horizon has, it's Stu and Bell for Na'Vi, and Bell and Primo for Reply Totem. Reply Totem picking themselves up the first game here so far, their first set, I should say, on Gem Grab, on the double swoosh. We should be on Backyard Bowl, but I feel we're going to be on parallel plays once again on Hot Zone to play out the rest of this set. And then, of course, we'll switch back to Brawl Ball.
Yeah, we're just going to swap those ones around and see things out and see whether Navi can hold on to their current lead enough to gain a step back. If they do, then that could be really interesting, and it'll be a definite opportunity that they're going to have to capitalize on. Reply Totem are a very aggressive team, but ultimately, they tend to go the long distance as well. So Navi's going to have to prepare for that and not take anything for granted also. But they just need to make sure that they can get this next game in the bag. And that'll kind of reset their brains. If they sort of go on a bit of a losing streak now, it'd be a very bad time to do so. That's all I can say for that.
I mean, they had Jess, so it is a brawl that's done very well on this map. I think back to last week. I believe it was it Clash that played this one last week? It was either Clash or SK that definitely played parallel plays last week, and I distinctly remember the Jess doing incredibly well. So Jessie definitely is a strong, but actually to the point, I believe, isn't Clash that normally ban Jessie? When parallel plays is about, I think it is.
I think it is Clash, yeah. Jessie's a very underrated pick, actually. One that really thrives on parallel plays as well. But I mean, there's also a lot of other brawlers which I feel like might come out here. Mortis primarily being one, which is a great one just to bring back the momentum of the team and get them back onto a defensive position. You can just kind of dash in and just stay there really, and then be a bit of a pest and just dash around the zone whilst not really having to go on the aggressive, but just be there and capping points for your team. But Gene, I think, will be probably one that we'll see consistently throughout this kind of series. We saw Sprout actually coming back a little bit into parallel plays, and one that gets some really amazing results. So I kind of wonder whether any of these two teams might deviate towards that Brawler, because I think it works really, really well here, actually.
Well, we're just waiting for the players to figure out what set and where they are and who they are, in fact. But there we go. If they figured it out, guys, let's get it on your screens. We are back once again. And any changes? Let's have a look. We've still got Jesse over there. So the Ruff's in now for Maru as well.
Yeah, Ruffs is a really, really solid choice here, but you've obviously got to stay on your feet. The more that you are, hunkered down with your teammates, and both sides are running the air superiority star power. So, yeah, no damage when the supply drops come in that respect. Maru just hunkering down with Maru, Rubik hunkering down with MMA, and the Jesse's just going at trying to get in their turret as quickly as possible. I said BBG is probably doing the better job so far of not feeding those supers, and that might be something that Navi could have to their favor right now. As at the moment, I would say that yeah, Soiled Breast is maybe overextending just a little bit on this left-hand side.
Absolutely. BBG's just having a little peek and immediately met with the aggressor, but he does manage to survive, gets himself back. He can just get into the cover, or so close, getting chased out. This is Reply Totem going aggressive. They're surrounded now. So they've got a really good push coming in here, but they can't manage to work it out. They do manage to get the sandbags down. Now Soy Depressor wants to go aggressive, but maybe gone a little too deep, and MMA should find him here, and he will manage to force the difference, and MMA's off. MMA's going for the back zone. They are completely locked in here. You can see Rubik's going to get the pull on Tamari. Oh, will finally pick it up, but MMA snuck in there, got himself the kill, and he's holding that zone down, and Navi are looking solid here in the second game of this set.
Great sandbags from Murray. Did get taken down at the end for it, but I did like the fast thumbs to the draw that he had. Missed ball from Rubik, and one that was not missed by Maru on the top right there as well. And that will help out Reply Totem gain back some control here. But Soiled Breast is getting a lot of pressure from this left-hand side from Rubik, and therefore has to be retreating here. But it is going to be Navi with a decent lead, about 20%. So Reply Totem do need to respond with some aggression here. We are seeing just that from both Maru and Mario on this right-hand side now. I wonder how many shots until Sawyer's away from his turret, but there is a miss there, and that's not going to help Totem at all get back into the mix.
Soiled Breast are doing a great job at dodging the fire, but not really landing it at the moment. He's been fairly inaccurate. Now he's going to get pulled in. Does manage to get his turret down, though, which blocks out the damage beautifully, and that's turned the game on its head. Reply Totem now in full control, locking down. They can't chase down MMA at the moment. Morris looking to do that, but the respawns are back out, and you can see they've got to stop BBGs because this is the difference. They can go in there for the percentage. Soiled Breast is going to lock off Rubik as he tries to make his approach, but the problem is they've got to clear the zone.
I felt Soy may have redeemed himself with that turret, but still that deficit is there, but it's just slowly narrowing gap. Let's see what can happen here. Mari's going to be capping on this bottom zone. That's key here. Soy Depressor is on a heavy fire as well. It's going to be a very, very close one. Currently it's with Navi, but will anything change? I don't think it's going to. Oh, that is going to be it. Navi should surely take it then by 2%.
Close. No doubt about it. 99 to 97% there. And Navi will lock themselves up the set and tie things up at 1 apiece as we now move on to Backyard Bowl. Well, we assume we do.
Yeah, right. It should be. It should be. I think if it was to go to the bounty mode, then it would probably ask to be put back to the set 2, possibly just simply because it wouldn't be. It might not necessarily go that far. I mean, ultimately now that Navi have brought back the set, I mean, then it's probably going to be okay if they do, to be fair. But definitely the win that Navi needed for sure. Again, this is a team which haven't got a win on the leaderboard yet, so they're definitely in a much better place than they were looking like they were going to be going over into hot zone. Reply Totem do have a tendency of responding with aggression, so that's the thing. And if they do, I kind of feel like the best play for Navi is to kind of just allow that aggression, but respond equally as aggressive, but make sure that the aggression is coming towards them first. It's very easy when that is the case to be able to capitalize sometimes. So Reply Totem have a tendency sometimes to overextend, and I think that if Navi go in with that right kind of playstyle mentality to put that into consideration, then that could go in their favor here. But either way you look at it, definitely in a better spot than they were going out of Gem Grab.
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll see what they're going to bring to the table here. Obviously, we're moving on to Brawl Ball. So with Primo banned, just going to get that out there because obviously we've seen a couple of Primos these days. Where are we going with this one? I mean, Jean's, I think, going to be a staple diet, I think, throughout this. I don't expect that to change. But we could see some Franks coming into the picture here. But at the moment, no. Crow will be the story of the day. Even a cheeky Max coming out from Maru.
Yeah, interesting. I think Max can be really effective, especially in Brawl Ball. Having additional speed to be able to go on a really, really aggressive tear goes a long way. But ultimately, I do like the roughs combined with the Gene here for Navi. And as time goes on, again, that's going to come more and more into play. Not having the roughs on the side of Reply Totem might actually go against them, especially if Navi can stay on their feet here. The BBG's going in super aggressively and forces Maru back and allows time to come back as well to receive even more heals and HP buff. Rubik with a nice pull also. Navi are looking a lot better. They've broken up the left-hand side, so they're going to have a lot of ability to get these shots going through. And Reply Totem might consider just breaking up here and just taking a left and right side lane. Mario says no, gives the speed, and that's actually not bad. It's forced Navi really quite far back now.
Yeah, they're forced to go behind one block, keep themselves in there tight as you like. And I'm just wondering if Soydebress is going to pull the trigger and go diving in there. There's the pull that I was looking for. Rubik gets dragged out of there, completely removes their wall breaker. BBG will go diving in around the back there, but he's going straight into Soydebress, and Maru does manage to get himself one down. MMA's going to get around the back, and Soydebress has to leap in. Nothing he can do about that. Back and forward they go, and Soydebress takes one for the team there, effectively defending it. Rubik gets the magic hand in. MMA takes him down. Maru doing what he can just to delay things, and Reply Totem at the moment, they're relay racing on the spawns to keep themselves in the game.
I get the feeling that MMA...
It's got to be gold, surely.
It's sure, could be not back with the gadget there. Nice pickup as well. Totem almost actually defended that. But I think that MMA Russia got the wrong, or at least he felt like he was running the other star power there. He's running superiority. I think for a moment there, he threw out an aggressive stance to maybe try and break the boxes with the air superiority as opposed to field promotion. I don't know. But either way, I mean, it led to a goal. But Reply Totem are going very aggressive on this right-hand side. The pass through to Maori. And then, what a shot! Magic hand to pull it through as well. Pitch perfect from Totem in the final seconds, going into overtime.
That was a move right there. I tell you what, that was like a hurricane header coming straight at you, and nothing they could do about it. Now, of course, into overtime. Maru looking to squeeze in on the ball there. It's going to be all about that big magic hand once again from Maru to pull somebody out of position, looking for the pass, looking for the shot. Just going straight down the middle, makes it work. MMA got dealt with, and Reply Totem picked themselves up the first game in the set.
They just pop off sometimes. They almost like a team, Reply Totem, that perform better under pressure than they do any other time. This is something that I think he was going for the breaking of the boxes actually from MMA. We didn't quite see it there, but you can see where the supply drop landed, which is like a bit of an odd choice for me. Maybe it was supposed to be something which he was trying to use to deter Reply Totem to make them think that was the case, but that was the pull and a fantastic one at that. And then honestly, having that speed towards the overtime stages, this is why Max is still really viable as a choice. Definitely not as strong for sure, but definitely a brawler choice that people should not underestimate too much.
Speed is of an essence. It seems to have worked out very well there for Reply Totem. And honestly, if you think about it, with 10 seconds to go, that fantastic goal they scored with the pull, get the shot and then pull afterwards. It's a skill, it's an art form, and it was fully planned as well. And you love to see it. Nothing they could do about it. Probably starting to think, don't worry, guys, I've got the line covered off. No, yoink, off you go. So great work from that. But the build up for Na'Vi was certainly very good. The build up of the attack, they just got caught in the break.
Yeah, I felt like they were playing much better. They just dropped the ball again, no pun intended, just towards the end, and then that's where Reply Totem are dangerous because they get a taste for it. You've really got to make sure that you're covering all angles towards the later stages of a game, because that's what they'll try to really make their plays happen a lot of the time if they're behind. So, but Navi did have a lot of the control for the majority of the game. especially in the early part of the game, because getting that early goal can put pressure on an opposition and force them to make a couple of mistakes, which they would maybe potentially otherwise not have done so. I think the way they're playing is better, but again, they've got to make sure that they are playing from start to finish. We saw in parallel places how close that went down to the wire as well. So they are getting wins, but some of those wins are, kind of quite close at the same time. And just in those moments there, there's little moments where they drop the ball a little bit. It's not a team to do it to. Reply Totem will capitalize massively.
Yeah, it is, unfortunately, though, the story for Na'Vi. That's just how it goes for Na'Vi. Let's see if they can turn their fortunes around in a second. Let's talk about brawler changes, brawler choices. Obviously, you could possibly bring a thrower in. You could bring a bruiser in. Let's see what they've done as we get the game underway. It is going to be... Oh, no, we are going to have a little change for MMA. An 8-bit also for Maori's. So Soydebress also bringing out the Sprout as well. So quite a few changes.
Yeah, I mean, Sprout here can be really, really good. MMA running Overgrowth, and I think Soy is as well. We'll find out when it goes into a bush. But it definitely is a good choice of brawler, one that can struggle a little bit on the defense. But you can see Soy there utilizing that super already and just gets another takedown on the left-hand side. A team wipe entirely in favor of Reply Totem now. And just, this is a great place for them to hold. They can put down the damage booster, which will definitely benefit Soydebress on the left. And go for another team wipe. This is a really calculated and well played position for Reply Totem now. But they just got to make this goal happen.
Forcing them back. Mari putting the pressure down. You can see Sprout lobbing the bombs over the top. Rubik goes down. Where's the ball? They need the ball. But you can see the Overgrowth blocking it off at the moment. Mari just waiting for it to clear out. Will finally get it cleared. No! The Overgrowth thrown back in there. And nothing Mari can do in the end. Will give it away. And BBG's, he's going to use his super try and bounce out, get that ball clear.
BBG's did really well. In fact, that's a cracking defense from Navi there to make sure that they got the pull on at the right time, because they were ultimately going to break the cover, which was the only thing stopping the ball from going in. So it had to be definitely, methodically calculated, communicated. I think they did very, very well under the circumstances, but they are not out of the woods yet. MMA, they just used a garden mulcher, I think, on the last remaining bush tile that he was really able to use. Mari can probably be slowed here if BBG's needed. There is another slow. Oh,
it's bubbling! It's bubbling!
I don't think I've ever seen that mechanic happen with the Sprout wall. I've never seen the ball stuck between a single tile. That was quite amazing.
Wow. I thought it was going to bounce off the Sprout wall, over the line, but it just didn't happen. Just sits there stagnant on the line. It's still Reply Totem, though, that have themselves the lead, and it doesn't look like this is going to change. Once again, Soydebress are pumping in the damage. Maru around the side is going to get surely picked off there. No, 5 hit points finally goes down. Maru gets the pull in as well. He gets taken down. Na'Vi, you've got 10 seconds to go for it. BBG, do you have your super ready to go? Because you've got to launch now. MMA needs to get that pass in ASAP. Not going to happen. Reply Totem will take this one at the moment. But now they're going to be forced back. Where's Soydebress to go with this one? Oh, he's getting picked off. BBG's does go down. Maru's on nothing. Soydebress, he's going to try and shoot around the side. Has he got the strength? Yo, BBG on the line. And now Na'Vi surely will go up the other end and score. The respawn's come in, but this has got to be Na'Vi's.
Oh, they are holding on for dear life right now. If they don't win this, they will feel like they were definitely shortchanged for sure. Reply Totem, though, I do like the way they are positioned. Barry as well is going to have the range to his disposal here, and the pressure is definitely all on now as MMA goes down. BBG is just surviving on Rubik. Had to pop a lamp blower just to stay in the mix with 600 HP. Soydebress shoots and scores in the left-hand side corner. And that has got to end in a sour taste for Navi.
Finally, it bobbles in that corner. I mean, with the Overgrowth bouncing it, I was a little unsure for a second there. Look at this. You can see so close. Mari gets denied. The Overgrowth comes in here. What? How is that not going to go over the line?
The reason being is because it came off actually one of the Navi players. I think it came off BBG's, so he was the last person to touch the ball, and therefore it won't be able to cross over the line even if it's there. But if that had come off, one of the Reply Totem players, then it would have done. But really, really close. I did like as well going into overtime that MMA focused primarily onto the damage booster, because that was going to cause a problem for sure. Just before the boxes went down, when he was able to be protected, it meant that there was going to be less speed, and that kind of increased their chances. But again, you know, this is the same recurring story that we're seeing in these moments where, you know, Navi have got really good things going right now. They're getting goals, they're doing great defenses, but every now and again, it's that little small narrow margin where they just are not able to maintain it.
Absolutely fantastic games, but once again, it's Na'Vi that come off worse, and they're going to be feeling it, right? I mean, it sucks.
Yeah.
It sucks. They just defended so well, and yet here they are, 2-1 down again.
I mean, some of that does come into play in terms of the comp. Again, Sprout is one of those brawlers which is a really, difficult one to defend with. I think that, to be fair, Navi did very, very well under the circumstances to defend as well as they did. But, these are the decisions that you've got to make. Do you want to go with that kind of idea for control and the downside risk that you might then find yourselves in a more compromised position on the defense? Or do you want to go with something for more range? And that was the kind of idea which we saw reply to them having the best of both worlds. With the 8-bit, your downside is going to be your movement speed, but ultimately you're going to have more range. And the damage booster can go a long, long way combined with the Sprout. I just think that at the moment, sometimes Navi's choices of brawlers might be affecting the outcome more so than the skill. And that's their problem for me personally. What I'm seeing is that Reply Totem are just making better choices.
Well, we're going to be going on to Shooting Star with bounties, so obviously that's going to be a tough one in itself. When did we last play this? Let's have a look. I know we saw it at the start of the last play day, but did we play it any time after that? I think it was probably like one of the later maps maybe. No, it looks like it was just once last week, which was the Noble Elite Tribe game, so the first game of the day last week. Let's get it on your screens here as we get into Shooting Star and see who comes out. Nani coming out as expected.
Yeah, actually, you know what? I mean, we say that, but ultimately we have seen a little bit of deviation away from it recently. We saw Noble Elite and we were playing the Leon pick here, much to my surprise. Also some Max and Pam ideas. This is definitely the traditional approach. As the nice takedown from MMA onto Maori will tie things up. Blue Star in favor of Reply Totem. But the meta has shifted a little bit. It's still definitely a strong comp, but with some balance changes to the last hurrah gadget for Tick and also for Nani and Peep. We are seeing a little bit of an opportunity for other ideas to shine, but this is definitely going to be the go-to, I would say, for this matchup, as Maori, taking down, nice pickup. Navi are looking really, really good right now with a healthy lead.
Yeah, Soydebress getting punished there, really well boxed in by Rubik on the tick there, just laying that minefield down, forcing him further forward into BBGs, and obviously giving himself the shots that he needed. We were talking about Soydebress not landing the shots earlier on. He needs to get going here against BBGs. They know exactly where he is. Goes for Rubik and the homemade recipe. Actually, in the end, I think it was Maori that got the kill there, but definitely landed that shot on him. Rubik also getting hit off. Oh, just missing the slightest margin, but time is against them now. 30 seconds. They've got to get quite a few kills here. 12-5 down.
Oh, great pickup from Soy and another pickup onto Rubik, but the last hurrah on the jump. Soy got so much value until he found the tick mine upon his landing. Ticket coming in, taken care by BBGs. And another one on the left from Maori. They can still have a turnaround here for Reply Totem, but now Navi are in a really, really good spot. They're going to hold on 10 seconds, and this is where we've seen them falter a little bit. So can they make something of this? It looks like as long as the pages connect with both players. Oh, that was very, very close. But BBGs at the end coming in for good measure. I did worry that Pete was going to connect with both players, and it was a little bit on edge. But Navi held on really well being back in that spawn area.
So once again, they start strong. Let's see if they can hold strong. It was really all about this start here. They managed to get the points in early. You can see Mari getting picked off. 9-3 was the opener, and then obviously 12-5. The comeback sort of came through from Reply Totem. You thought maybe, just maybe, but there, the great little bomb on knowing exactly where Soydebress was going to land.
Yeah, it was very, very, very close, I gotta say. I feel like in Reply Totem, if they just been a bit more patient and maybe kind of made that push a little bit sooner, may have been able to turn that spawn trap into their favor. I think Navi had just about enough time to be able to kind of stay composed enough in the positionings that they were in at the time that they were in them to be able to make that work. But definitely a close one. Definitely a close one. And there's still some brawler ideas which could be experimented with. I'm just not overly convinced we'll see it. Shooting Star's a bit of a stubborn one in terms of the meta.
Well, they're going to try and chase themselves in for that blue star once again. Mari's looking to navigate his way in and will finally collect that. Rubik tried as he would to get the bombs down, but now it's down to Reply Totem to try and be passive. Oh, Mari, he's going to eat himself one there, and a second one almost certainly. So Rubik doing a great job of continuing to lob the damage over while MMA continues to duel on the left side with Mari. And Soyderbresser and BBG on the right-hand side. Oh, homemade recipe. I think that wasn't to Soyderbresser, but it wasn't enough to get the kill. But BBGs will find Mari, and that's going to be the blue star transferring to Na'Vi.
Yeah, so we're seeing that last hurrah being nerfed. You know, it's not the whole amount of the percentage of damage now you take as 50% as opposed to 100. So BBG's capitalizing on that really nicely with those snipes connecting very, very well. And, you know, this is, again, great. I mean, if Na'Vi get this game in the bag, they'll be really, really happy to be able to take this all the way. But right now, Reply Totem just need a kill here or there, and it's a different story. And we're going to put out the return to center as a sign of caution. And that's going to be able to push back Soyderbresser on the left-hand side. Oh, good connecting shots. Bring him down to 400 peep. Going for the pickup. No super to hand. And that's going to be a takedown.
Yeah, they're going to try and get him down there. 10-1. Well, 40 seconds and counting. This is going to have to be some serious comeback here for Reply Totem, or we're going to a fifth and final set. At the moment, Mari forced away. Soyderbresser's going to land some big shots here, but instantly eats himself a whole heck of trouble. And that will be Na'Vi locking this one down. 18-1, stacked out. Soyderbresser coming in, trying everything he can, straight into the face of BBGs, and instantly eats the bombs from Rubik there. The tick doing damage. 20-1 domination from Na'Vi this time around. You talked about it, or is it all about the brawler picks? Well, they go toe for toe with the same brawlers and they come out on top.
Yeah, and brawlers, like you know, I was mentioning earlier, they like the range approach, and I don't know why they're not kind of utilizing that as much, because that is their strength for me. Like, when I watch them play, they bring out some brawler ideas which you don't tend to see too often, like the Colts and a lot of Pipers in places, you know, in heists where some others would maybe steer away from. And I think this is where they thrive, and I want to see more of this from them, because ultimately you can see just how dominant they can be in these matchups sometimes if they just kind of, like, you know, go back to their roots. And you know, to get a healthy lead like that in Bounty to win the game with is a real great achievement. And now, you know, are they going to fall short again? I hope not. I hope we see them continue this and get up. It will spur on hopefully more from them. But yeah, they're able to continue on so far. Reply Totem had the pressure, but you know, at the moment, Na'Vi got the perseverance.
Well, it does mean we move on once again. Obviously, this time it is going to be nuts and bolts into Siege to finish things off. Just a refresher for you. Stu, Bell, and Primo are banned out. So obviously, going into a Siege mode, Bell can obviously often be quite strong here. What are we expecting this time around? As you talked about, if Na'Vi get the right brawler choices, it works out very well for them.
Yeah, I mean, nuts and bolts, I really like the map first and foremost. I think that it's one that doesn't necessarily cater as well to kind of Lou on defense as others. So still a really viable brawler, but just one that kind of can't really get the bot into that kind of pinnacle corner that you really want. Still be used. I'm kind of curious to see whether we'll see it, but one that I feel caters a lot to BB, caters a lot of throwers, and we've seen already Sprout as a great, you know, brawler to have, being utilized by both teams. Personally, I prefer Barley. You get a bit of choice there between the gadgets, but Sprout obviously can cycle a lot of supers of the back of theirs. So I actually kind of like Rico here myself, but I think that I'm kind of in the minority in that sense. Bell would definitely have been a nice one to play here. And one that we're not going to see as a result of those bans. So again, I think, and Stu as well, I feel like the bans, like, I mean, Bell's kind of like applicable anyway as is Primo, but Stu here would have thrived. So I kind of feel like that may have been a brawler choice, you know, specific to not just the Brawl map, but also to the Siege map. Whatever these you know, players choose to play, one thing's for sure is the brawlers like Carl, for example, can get a really good early lead to the first bolt. I think that's got to be taken into serious consideration, and sometimes speed is a good way of going about that. Or if you're not going to have speed or any way to close the gap quickly in that opening seconds, you've got to have some support network there to be able to put the pressure on to get that first bolt.
Well, we'll see what they come to the table with here. We are going to go for, okay, Colette's coming out there, okay. And as expected, we do get a double Barley, because that's kind of like we almost expected. They're both bringing the Sprout out. Let's see, Maru That's not going to work out very well. Okay, trying to get in their faces, but not really being able to do a great deal. Trying to close the gap. Damage and just getting absolutely kept out of here. The Bolt lead is, though, going over to Reply Totem already.
Jack is a bit of a weird one for me. I mean, she can thrive here for sure. I think she's underrated, but I feel like at the moment, Navi did a good job of shutting it down, and it's going to be MMA on his own. This is, again, the reason why I love Barley here is for that ability to have, choice between healing and slowdown, and MMA clearly going for the slowest. Soy comes in with the aggression, the swings, connecting nicely. There's a lot of damage actually there, considering that it was only really one player for Totem going on the aggressive there. So yeah, I've got to say, Navi are going to have to gain some bolts here. They got 3, but MMA missed that one there. Was a bit overly cautious, and 2 going to be picked up from Maru. Gotta feel like at the moment Totem might be on for another push here.
Yeah, 10 seconds. They should be able to get the Bolt back. That's going to tie things up. That's exactly perfect. They get the 4th, the 5th, and it's going to be Reply Totem indeed on another push. It's going to be a level 5 siege bot coming out there. Maru will be able to take down MMA. And now what are they going to do? 57% already down on that first one. Mario almost certainly going to be sitting on that super to just toss it straight on there. Does a good job at deflecting with the overgrowth, just forcing the bot to go the long way around. But now he's going to get in close enough. The damage going down. While this is all happening, don't forget they're picking up the bolts as well. That's going to continue in Reply Totem's favor.
Yeah, BBG's had to go forwards there really and leave the defense in the capable hands of Rubik and MMA. 1 bolt bank there, 2 in the middle though. They're going to take down Mari really, or the Jackie there. The Jackie's actually working out really well. Counter Crush is such a great star power at the moment, and the tankiness is definitely helping a lot in terms of Totem's ability to have control. That is, though, going to be a 3rd and final push. The thumbs down from Rubik say it all. It's going to be a match point in favor of Reply Totem, and Navi are going to have to go back to the drawing board, and not much time to write on it, because this one could be over swiftly. No possible way that they can get the damage that they need now, and that is it.
Yeah, so interesting choices from Reply Totem, but making it work. Almost the mirror, but obviously just a couple of changes, and more than anything, executed well. I actually did expect the Sprout from both sides. I was kind of surprised by that, because obviously the overgrowth, certainly on Siege, can be huge, and we saw already from Na'Vi, that game could have been over a lot earlier if it wasn't for the overgrowth.
Yeah, as well, the the ability to cycle that with the back of the gadget as well. The transplant gadget we tend to see more often than not than the garden mulcher. I prefer the garden mulcher myself. It gives you some healing and the ability to come back under pressure. But when you've got back-to-back supers, in the nature which they are with Sprout, to be able to redivert the bot, it can go such a long way. I think Barley for me is also a really key component, or at least a thrower, because ultimately you can stay back for the push that way. You can still get damage by lobbing over the lake and such, but being able to still and be in control for the next round, such a key component to have really if you don't want to fully commit.
The question is, with the double thrower setup, do we see a bruiser maybe coming in here to try and get in their faces, and obviously someone quick, someone that can jump on them and cause them problems? That's where the mind games really come in. This is where the players earn their money, and the coaches sort of step in as well to try and give a little bit of calmness to them. But as you say, match point for Reply Totem. This would be a real kicker for Na'Vi if they were to go down once again in another match that they've taken the distance.
Yeah, absolutely. I've got to say as well, Mortis wouldn't be a bad idea. We have seen Mortis being utilized well in Siege. Those sort of days of him being a meme here are kind of long gone. Gene for Maori, no. Bruce, I think the Frank would have been a great shout as well. I got to say that I fully agree with you on that one. But one that's not going to be utilized here. Ems was kind of brought in, I guess, just on the off chance that Reply Totem would have maybe gone with that same idea. Definitely, though, much better start for Navi, getting some takedowns and bolts, more importantly, with a tie. Now, that might not go in their favor. It really depends on how this next stage plays out, because ultimately, they might even want to kind of give the kind of first push to Reply Totem. It really greatly depends on how close this is in terms of bolts.
Absolutely. It does seem that Rubik thrives on Gene. It seems to be a much better brawler for him at the moment. It's one that he's done well on so far, and this is going to be currently bolt advantage going to Na'Vi unless Reply Totem could do something about it. Still plenty of time, though, to collect them up.
They're not going to do it. They're being smart. They're going to wait for the tie. They're being very smart about this. Yeah. I think this is the way to go ultimately as well. It's very tactical. We might go in their favor. Let's see what happens here. Everyone's going to leave it to be the same scoreline, so it will be a Navi push. And that was pushed out and forced in by Totem, who are now going to start collecting bolts. My goodness me, that was smart, but will it pay off?
Well, this is almost the clash tactic. We've seen them doing it so many times. We'll see whether it works out for Reply Turn. They're going to stop this one dead in its tracks before it can do too much damage. 74% and counting. Here comes the big hit, though. You can see BBG trying to throw everything at it. 43, 25% overall, 2017, and now they're gone. Now they're wiped. Now the bolt's getting collected. 20 seconds to go here. Reply Totem should have a huge bolt lead coming into this final push.
Ultimately, it's a push that they can fully commit to. There's no reason to need to, gain mid-control again. Let's see what happens. Murray just going to throw down some fire to start with. I've got to say, Navi are going to have to defend with their lives right now. They've got the lead, but there's a level 13 coming in, and again, no reason not to fully commit. A pull from Murray is really important as well. That's going to deflate things even more. So BBG's really low. I think Totem are going to fully commit here in a big, big way.
I mean, I think the bot's just going to do it for it. The magic hand from Rubik's going to try and slow things down. 10 seconds and counted. It's already passed. It is Reply Totem that will take down Na'Vi 3-2. You hate to see it happen again, but it puts Na'Vi onto 0-8 now. They're so close every time. I really feel for these guys right now, but it is Reply Totem that are going to benefit from this one.
They forced the hand. This is why I always worry when I see a tied score, because it comes down to which team is the more astute to that fact. And we saw Reply Totem stubborn to pick up the bolts. If you don't pick up any bolts, no more will spawn, and therefore you can kind of choose where the rounds will go if you're in that position to allow the round to be a defense. More often than not, if you're in a good amount of bolts in the bag, it's better to defend in the second round and push for the third. And that's what they did. It was a very, very smart play from Totem.
Well, a tight start, no doubt about it, Reply Totem, but they have a much tougher challenge ahead of them now. The next game will be up against AC Milan Clash versus Reply Totem. We'll see you after the break.
Welcome to the ESL Mobile Open. Can you please introduce yourself and your team?
Hi, thank you. Well, I'm Enzo. I'm the coach of Reply Totem.
So your adventure within Brawl Stars, how did it start? So, when did you start playing the game and how often would you play?
I always played Supercell games, so I transitioned from Clash of Clans to Clash Royale, and then when we knew that Brawl Stars was going to be released, we all sort of moved to Brawl Stars. And I guess I started playing when it was released, maybe a bit later. So in 2017, I think.
So what would you say your team's biggest advantage is over your opponents?
I think all of my players started playing quite early, but in general, even if they didn't, they play a lot. So for sure, like playing a lot and being always on the meta and keeping their skill level is one of our strengths.
So I wanted to talk to you about going into, the pro scene. So obviously you're a casual gamer. You started playing Brawl Stars as soon as it came out because you're very aware of all the Supercell games and you enjoy playing all of them. But when did the jump happen from, casual Brawl Stars player, to pro and to coaching for you?
So, well, I started playing randomly. And then since I'm a very competitive person, I always try to go pro in all the games I played in some way, I guess. I was a pusher of like high caps, which is not really pro, but I always try to be competitive. And then when I think I reach a good level, I try to join some basic teams. But at the time, the esports scene was really underdeveloped. So there wasn't a lot of people playing. It was just like a few of us. And it was really hard to get into it. But I think right now it's much easier because once you get sort of like your level, there are many more teams. You can just like join one of the lower tier ones, and then you start developing your skills and try and reach the top. And for like the transition to coach, I just like found out I didn't have any more time to play, and I still wanted to play competitive, so I just moved to a role that required a little less time, but was still challenging for me.
ESL Mobile Challenge is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
Hello everyone, welcome to the ESL Mobile Challenge. I am Lethal. Joining me is Ark for another cracking series, I'm sure. But next match now, Ark, is going to be Clash versus Reply Totem. Now, Clash, they've been doing really well, let's be honest. They haven't had a single loss, so they're pretty much laughing at this point in time. But Reply Totem, they just had a 5-setter, and you could go to another one, considering their last series was pretty much in the same boat.
Yeah, I mean, Clash are the team to be right now, aren't they? They're just absolutely flying through this. But I got to say, I do feel like Reply Totem have got a shot at this. Of course, the AC Milan Clash roster being Lenan, Chaos, and Gie. As Yoshi has joined the team, but is not on the roster for today. Yoshi did leave EXO and has joined Clash in the backside of things. But yeah, Lenan, Chaos, and Gie will be the lineup for today. And again, you know, we saw the AC Milan Clash continue their win streak last week. However, it was a really, really close one. You know, Reply Totem did get 2 sets out of the 5, taking to a 3-2. So I've got a good feeling about today, Lethal. That's all I'm saying.
I certainly do indeed. Let's have a look at Reply Totem. You know RD, mate, I always do. Is Razor, Mori, and Maru, an incredible squad here, Ark. And like we mentioned over the last couple of weeks, I said it right at the very beginning, how these consistencies are going to work out for them. But we haven't really seen much of that. They've been ironing out a lot of their mistakes here and there and absolutely everywhere. And it's nice to see that the amount of time they put into game, the amount of grinding they've done, it's really paying off. It's just about hitting that next plateau. And they're so close as well, considering they're giving SK and Clash a run for their money. And like I said before as well, last time they played against Clash, it went all the way to 5 sets. Will it happen again? And will it work in their favour this time? We'll have to see.
Yeah, will history repeat itself? But the bans are in, and interesting bans, actually. Again, that's Jessie ban that we keep seeing from Clash, along with the Jean, the Bell, and Primo for Reply Totem as well. I like the bans. I feel like, yeah, definitely the Jessie one sticks out to me as an interesting choice from Clash, with one that's consistent nonetheless. And also the maps and modes as well.
Yeah, like you said, the Jessie ban is definitely debatable in a lot of ways, and it's great to see something so off meta, because it's either something they don't like recently, they've not enjoyed playing against, or it could be something they know about Totem, but we absolutely don't, so we'll have to see. And one thing that crops up there, they do have Super Stadium Brawl Ball as their full set. Clash is just absolutely ridiculous at the mode, no matter what map it is. I did speak to them recently as well, and they did say they gave me a little bit more information about that mode, unlike SK Gaming with Siege, where they just said, yeah, we enjoy it. So, you know, if you enjoy something, you'll be the best in Europe at it. That seems to be how it works for SK Gaming. But in terms of AC Milan Clash, there's a lot of thought process going on in terms of how they work around Brawl Ball, no matter which map it is, and it's just remarkable how in depth they go, sorry, to the detail, how well they go into it going forward. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see how it's going to pan out this time round. It's only recently they played. It will go to 5 sets again. But I want to know your predictions, Ark. Do you reckon that Totem may be able to take it this time round?
I do. I actually do. I mean, if we had the, you know, this conversation earlier, I would have said the same thing. I feel like of all the teams at the moment, they're in a really good shot of doing it. I think them and EXO as well. I feel like they're two teams that, like, you know, they just tend to struggle against. I'm not sure. I kind of always wondered, like, you know, what is it, you know, that they struggle with? But yeah, I think maybe it's just like the aggression, and maybe just that's something which they're so used to themselves that maybe they struggle against. Reply Totem, they looked so good last week, and they almost did it. And I feel like it could be their week. Again, we saw them beat Navi last week, which was a nice way to warm up things going into that 3-2. And they've just done exactly the same this time round. So I don't know. I mean, it will be a huge story if they do. And I'm always someone that gravitates towards stories rather than taking any sides here. So I would like to see some, get some nitty gritty going on.
Absolutely. You know, I love a good storyline, love a good story. And this could be it. Like, you know, this could be one of them, absolutely. The fact that we're starting the second half of the season and we're seeing Totem versus Clash, and we're seeing SK versus Clash, you know, it's just absolutely ridiculous, and I absolutely love it at the exact same time. So it's just a matter of it's going to be a repeat or not, or maybe Clash will go, hey, you're not having 2 sets this time, you're going straight down to 0 where you should be, or Totem go, oh no, we want a piece of it, we want to try and get a little bit up on a leaderboard and give you your first loss. There's a lot to take into account here, as Clash, with how far ahead they are into the season, they're going to be thinking more about their seed, because they've almost guaranteed their spot. Almost. Just a couple more wins will be, you know, basically insurance, you could say, leading up to this moment. But I want to see Totem be able to prove us wrong with the fact that, yeah, sure, a lot of us may side Clash winning this like 70-30, 80-20, considering the circumstances and the reputation of Clash. But you never know how things could turn around here.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I'm just going to put it out there. You know, what if Reply Totem do get the win, and then what if, you know, SK are able to get the win as well? Like, that could really shake up some things. I don't necessarily think that's going to happen, but I mean, it's, you know, you can't rule out the possibilities here. I think that you know, Reply Totem have a really strong aggressive play style, and they've had a chance to warm up as well already, which is always a good thing. You know, there's those first few games, sometimes we notice that, you know, there's a couple of more mistakes than you'd expect to see in the later stages. So you know, if I'm Reply Totem now, I've got to take that same winning idea forwards into this first set, come out really strong, and yeah, get Clash on the back foot early.
Well, there's going to be no mucking around here, no more chatter from us, apart from the casting, of course. But let's get straight into the games, going to the second match of the day. First game, first set between these two Titans. And let's see what Totem can do in comparison to their last series. They did lose out 3-2 in their last engagement, but let's see if things go a little bit differently this time round for Totem, as already Clash have had a great start.
Yeah, a really solid start. And bring that Piper as well as a bold pick I quite like, actually. The penny, though, we have seen from Reply Totem recently, and I don't underestimate it. I mean, I wasn't really sold on it at first until I saw just how effective it could be. It's obviously one of those things which you got to get down early, which Sword Oppressor has, really, with just a 20% in it at the moment. And there's that turret coming into play now and giving a lot more area control. Look at that, connecting with our Chaos and then the follow-up there. So, you know, this is something we've not really seen any teams experimenting with. But one thing that I've got to say, I think it's a very underrated thing to have. Gear is going to focus on it now. But already, you know, Sword Oppressor's got the next one lined up.
Oh, that's a little bit of a shame there. Totem managed to outslay Clash over his last 30 seconds, but just got to the objective a little bit too late here. But Brazen managed to take down Guille there, and Chaos now just having a little bit of a duel with Mori. Just doing running around Rosie, just trying to dance his way back and forth to see if he can get a shot off, but at the same time make them waste their ammunition if possible. But Mori just being extremely aggressive here. They managed to get out of there somehow, some way, but Chaos now pushed all the way back up. Mori has recovered, they can push on a little bit further. Brazier does take down Guille once again. Maru's on 122 HP. Mori is just barely staying alive himself, and Lenan managed to take down one, not the other, and Maru is still alive.
I see Simbi in the chat saying, why do they keep bringing in Penny, SMH? Well, because it works. I've never seen them actually lose a game with it. So it's definitely a concern for Clash. They're focusing on taking it down and looking at the scoreline at the moment. You know, this is a rare thing to see Clash not being in control in Hot Zone. Ultimately, Maru can just hold the mid, Cycle get to his next super. Chaos can connect with a little bit, but not the full amount. Sword Oppressor coming back now, and this is exactly what Reply Totem had to do early on. Coming up with some exciting ideas, some new, fresh things that Clash maybe weren't expecting. Very aggressive as well. What a great start for Totem.
Very impressed. You know what? Even the objective efficiency for the Totem could have been a lot better in terms of not hesitating as much to go for the objective. Like, you know, slay for the kills as you're pushing it. And they still managed to win by a large margin. It was quite surprising to say the least. And I think what the main thing about that game that we've seen in comparison to before is the fact that the players on Totem are valuing their deaths a lot more in comparison. They're trying to survive to their best of their ability. And sometimes it's the battle of survival rather than just doing the most amount of damage. So you can distract enough to let your teammates give you the support that you desire later on in the game. It's just great stuff from Totem.
Yeah, really, really strong start. For me, I think the Piper pick wasn't really working out for Clash, to be completely honest. I feel like, you know, if Reply Totem are going to bring in this Penny idea again, you kind of need to have something which is going to allow you to really focus on that turret and getting it down and close the gap on it, or break the cover a lot. I gotta say, I just like that pick. And I don't like the Brawler at all. I'm the first to say that. I think that Brawler is not a good Brawler. But if it works, it works. And I think that it's been something which has been so unseen in the EU meta for such a long time that kind of people just kind of don't maybe scrum up against it that often, maybe don't prepare for it that often. So when it is there, it's like, oh yeah, actually this is kind of still strong. And in Hot Zone especially, it can do a lot of the work for you. I think Surge here is a really good shout. And that could be one which might be a consideration for Clash. I feel like Lou here, you kind of have to bring in at this point because it's ultimately just very, very good at area denial and you know, locking down that side lane as well. So the Amber is still a really good shout, don't get me wrong. I just feel like Clash are going to need to change something up. I don't see Totem deviating away from that Penny pick.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very difficult. I like how you say that as well. It's the fact that with the Brawler itself, you're like, yeah, it's all right still. It's all right, especially, you know, considering the composition. And, you know, you weren't right, though. Absolutely. You know, it's just a little bit of a surprise pick. But, you know, if it works in their favour, they've obviously clearly practiced it in scrims in the past. And they're not already pushed all the way in. Even did some damage to Mori as well. Mori just barely able to stay alive. But a great flank from him, having to try and pull Chaos back from the objective. But Chaos isn't falling for it. He's going to sit back and make sure he can get as much percentile as possible with that Rosa. And Gia just gets mopped at the floor straight away as he's pushing towards the objectives. But Mori is still there, just doing so much work. That one flank, that one move he did has made all the difference so far. And it takes a Lenan straight afterwards.
Mari is absolutely tapping. The problem's going to be with Chaos, but this is the perfect strategy from Clash. Exactly what I said they had to do. They had to come in with something tanky, something beefy, something to close the gap on the turret and really focus on that. But I don't know whether this is going to be enough right now. I mean, again, Totem are slightly behind here, but seem to be playing this perfect. Mari is so focused on Guille because that is really the key to keeping Chaos in the mix here. Dancing around him as his shots are relatively slow in comparison. And he's doing so much work. It needed to do rightly so for these takedowns, but it is working. Totem are closing the gap, and Clash are going to really have to just keep on that zone now. And now it's just going to have to dance around this turret whilst remaining in the zone to keep this game alive, really.
Oh, that was very difficult for Clash. They went as a wolf pack, but the problem was Totem had all the angles covered. It's just a matter of prioritization for Clash. They did succeed, but now they're on the back foot once again. Only an 8% difference between both of these Titans now. And Chaos in that left lane, trying to get the flank one with the Rosa. Will he be able to succeed as Maru is so weak? Does manage to back away, and look how much health Chaos is on. But in the meantime, two players are already down for Totem. Lenan takes out the final one. This could be game here, and it will be a tied set. Depending on the circumstances or what Totem are going to do at the very last second, they will not be able to. But that's now going to be a tied set now with Clash coming back.
That was a crucial final play. Honestly, Totem were behind, but I just felt like they had a bit of an edge going on because they were just utilizing what they did have so well. And it was only that final play, really, I think it was from Lenan, that really cleared up things and gave Clash the edge there, because that was definitely not going to be going their way. Despite doing those changes, which I suggested would be a good way to go in with, it almost wasn't enough, and that's really quite scary when you think about it, really. But we are all tied up then, and Clash are going to have to continue those ideas. And again, I just don't see Totem getting away from the penny pick. Now would be a good time to do so and to not be stubborn in that respect, because you might be able to get the edge by going in with that idea. But I don't know, it's kind of working.
I know what you mean, yeah. Change is probably required at this point, considering the circumstances they are in. And Lenan with that Mortis, like, Jesus, he was ridiculous, wasn't he? Even straight off the bat, getting those 2 kills and taking down Mori. But, respect to Mori as well. Like, that one crucial flank he made earlier on when he was in that 1v3 scenario, he succeeded, and also just had great map presence overall. But that was the last game. Let's get back into last game of this first set, as the trader's already come out, as Lenan's going to try and push in a little bit more with that Stu. And Chaos is coming to play as well, just keeping Maru back, made him down to just under 1600 HP. Now he's actually just over 800, just trying to recover if he can, but just not giving him that choice or that chance, you could say, to be able to make that first move. But as I said that though, Brazier does take down one, and you can see Mori just down below on that south side, trying to be a real pain in the backside. Will he be able to take down Chaos? No, he does not, but they do get the objective.
I really like this coming from Clash. I think that if they are going to be able to bring it back, this is the comps to do so with. Chaos is a fantastic sprout, and I think Lenan doing a smart thing here, just kind of matching this new idea. All going in there. There you see the combination between the Lu and the Penny. Lenan was just frozen on the spot, which allowed the Penny to focus on him, the turret that is, and then you see how just that takedown can just cycle in accordingly there. And Reply Totem now are really getting their feet stuck into the soil there. Chaos is going to have to continue this pressure as the main control brawler for the team. But again, that turret is going to be now shooting on less actual area space, and that's going to be a bad thing for Clash.
Yeah, certainly is indeed. It's Gia and Chaos both in the objective, whilst Lenan in that left lane just trying to do wonders if possible, going in some great flanks here, doing a fair amount of damage and just being a real pain in the backside, as Chaos has taken down Brazier, and now Clash has overtaken the lead. Mori in that left lane trying to go for that crucial flank on the south side like he had done before. He's managed to get one, does get traded out, and only 5% is required for Clash. Is going to keep Brazier and Maru back, and Clash will take the first set with a pretty nice comeback.
Very nice indeed. Very close, got to say. The Penny not being there at the end definitely made a big difference for me as well. And I think, like, the aggressiveness of the comp was better and more control based from them. And it definitely paid them dividends. They really thought through the situation. They could see the same stubbornness with Totem's pick for the Penny, and they had to kind of, like, learn from how, because Mario was playing a fantastic Stu in the lead up to that matchup. And if that's the case, I think that is a good call. You just kind of match that idea and then focus on that person. And Clash are a team who adapt. That's the thing about how they play. They're not afraid to make changes and make the right ones at the right time. So definitely good adaptations from them, and that's what gave them the win.
Absolutely. Down into your opponent, that's it. Job done, really. Just got to work your way around it, and then it's all good. You could have adaptation, but if you're not too sure how to counter that adaptation once you know what they're up to and what you're doing, that's where it's going to cause some issues. But the good thing is they have that fantastic balance, don't they? They can adapt, but also got some creative ideas in order to try and retaliate in a numerous amount of ways, rather than just going to, certain basic compositions, but does counter things from time and time again. So it's just a pleasure to see once again from Clash. But we are going to go to a second set now, as Totem almost had it. Didn't really, did they, in all fairness? It was a little bit of a shame. It could have been a dream start, but yeah, Clash are looking very, very solid now. So can Totem come back? That's going to be the next question.
Yep, warmed up now as well, so that's also something to consider. Again, that first game, always we tend to see like the team that's kind of most warmed up will take a set at the beginning, but they got the game, not the set. So Clash now going into high star in a great spot, safe zone, which is again just to remind ourselves of the bans too, just to check because Bell it would be always really dominant here, one that I think was banned as well. So. Rightly so. Let me just revise them as well. Jean, Jesse, Bell, and El Primo. Yeah. So, my go-to here is always Bell in the mid. I think you get so much value from that, but ultimately with that out of the mix, some variation there. Jesse here would have been great as well. So I think a lot of these bans were catered primarily around this, and Jean is just kind of more outside of heist, but one that covers a lot of bases. I think it's still going to open the doors up to some ideas. Ultimately, the Colette being one of those, which is probably the most utilized, I would say. Byron Colette is coming back a little bit. It kind of shifted out, and now it's coming back. And sometimes even 8-bit as well. And, actually Max for Clash and Colt. I like that. And look at Totem bringing in the Penny again. And this is actually a good map for it as well. So, it's just interesting to see that Totem really are staying firm with this idea that Penny is the new meta in EU. And I kind of reluctantly would sway towards agreeing for the most part. But I think that Clash are getting much more tuned in and savvy to it. And are going to focus on that as a takedown. And you see Gear opening up that left-hand side immediately, because that would have been a great place to put a turret.
So it would be indeed. Lenar on 72 HP. Brazier will clean them up though. Overstayed his welcome just a tad in that left lane, but it's completely understandable from the position he was in and what he was up to. Chaos will get taken down as well in that right lane. And now this could be a chance for Maru just to be a real nuisance here, just get as much map presence as possible. But I love that from Lenar, just waiting for Chaos just to push up just slightly on spawn onto that left side, just to give him a little bit of leadway, which he does manage to finish him off. Brazier pops in, says hello to the safe, says goodbye straight afterwards, takes down quite a few percentile to give them a little bit more leadway. And now Clash need to try and find 33% in order to catch up.
Yeah, it's a really, really good start. Let's see now as Clash are in a much better position to get some damage on. Gear's got super as well, and that could be a great thing to open up the map. Yeah, there you go, just to kind of see where everyone is and have there be any secrets or good amount of damage. But I do like the return from Reply Totem. Again, that Penny turret is doing a lot of work now. Coming into play here, Lenan has to get it taken down on the right-hand side. Maru's super low here as well. A nice pickup from Maru with the homemade recipe. And now coming through the mid, a chance for Totem then to get a ton of damage.
And Gia taking down that Colette. It was so important just to delay those pushes ever so slightly. Brace is going to come straight back and thinking about pushing towards that left lane and then just trying to entertain Lenar a little bit as well as Chaos. Chaos has taken so much damage from all three players from multiple angles, and Gear's just trying to stay alive with that cut. If he takes out Maru, that will be huge. Even though it's a trade, that's enough to try and keep him at bay now. But look at this, Totem are up by 7%. A push needs to come in from Clash, and the push does come in, and Lenar's also just doing some extra damage to the safe, just in case they come in with that Colette super. 10 seconds left, 15% to find. Maru is super weak, as Maru and Brazier are going to try and push in here. If he does the super and do extra damage for Mori, that could be okay. And he literally, I think he just missed it barely, no?
A lot of body blocking going on. It's going to be very close either way you look at it. I mean, a lot of hate for Penny in the chat, by the way, in the stream chat. But, I mean, guys, if it's so bad, how is it this close? That's my response. I mean, I think there's better picks. I do. But I do think that ultimately it's very hard to play up against a team like Clash and have the scorelines be as close as they are. Penny is a viable brawler here. It's just not the go-to in the current meta. It's just cutting it just a little bit short for them at the moment. As you know, a team like Clash are quite quick to it and quick to shut it down. But I feel like just like one more Colette super there really from Totem would have really made a difference. So close in that last one. So close.
I don't think he hit it in time. I think you saw that as well. When I saw Brazier actually fire a few shots at the save, because that was like his guarantee to make sure he secured that game. So if he gets 2 or 3 shots, that's fine. That should be enough for the Colette super to then take out, was it like 12 or 13%, which is more than doable there. Yeah, what a shame. What a shame indeed, because they would have been up by 5 or 6% if they actually managed to do that. That is just absolutely unreal. But never mind though, it doesn't matter. They've still got a couple more games to bring this back in the set if they would like to. And of course, if they want to, I'm sure they want to indeed. As Totem were looking so good right at the very start of the series, It's going to, you know, swing some roundabouts now for Clash, as Clash are looking pretty good. And you talk about the penny pick time and time again. And it's, you know, not working out as great as you'd think. But, yeah, we'll have to see how things go in a second as we will go into the second game of set number 2. And you can tell that Clash are going to be looking to try and close out this second set, if they can, of course.
Yeah, and actually now Gear's not going to be running the Colt, and that was I actually felt like it's a good choice from Clash going into that last game. Oh, nice space shift there from None. Couldn't see whether it hit. Regardless, I think it might have saved him, but kind of too close to really cool. Nice start from Soy going in for the early damage, and Chaos now is going to be really struggling with this 3 versus 1. Good early aggressive start from Totem, taking control of the mid, and a lot of pressure now on Clash, especially if Mara gets a super in this position, puts down a turret. That could be the perfect place to have it, and Clash will really struggle to get out. Really, Lenan is a saving grace in that respect, having that speed to utilize to be able to push back like this aggressively. So it is probably a great thing for them to have right now in terms of the comp.
Certainly is indeed. Clash by, well, could say they're down by 16%, still very early in this game. Lenar's pushing in towards that right lane, just trying to be a little bit sneaky as he's pulled all the way back to the center now to regroup with the rest of the pack, as Chaos still looking to try and find some extra shots in to then push into the safe, which he does manage to do. Now they're up by a quite larger amount now, 16% in comparison. Now, actually, even more, just continuing to pile on the pressure. But at the same time, Maru gets taken down by Lenan, and Brazer and Mori are just trying to save their skins in that right side. But the push needs to occur. It's already down to 24%. And you can see here, Arc, but they're looking to try and finish it. And will they be able to? 4% left. But don't get it done, but we'll be able to get it in range. He should be able to here, especially with that final shot. And he does. Clash very clean fashion in comparison to that first game, and we'll be up 2-0 in the series already.
Yeah, the Max that they know and love is really, you know, helping them out so much in those instances to just apply that same aggressive style that we're so used to seeing from Clash. Again, I kind of worried for Max. I felt like that she was just going to kind of drop off, but now just coming back so strong, and that was really the thing, because I felt like Totem had a great positioning at the beginning stages of that match. And then, you know, as quickly as that, you know, Clash were able to regain that mid control, and then with the help of a lot of healing as well from Guille, nothing that Totem could really do about it.
Well, it's a common saying, isn't it? You know, especially with Clash, you give them an inch, you know, pretty much giving them a mile at that point, and that's what they did. You give them mid control, and that's it. See you later. Goodbye to your safe. And it was a little bit different because even in the first game, Clash didn't have control, but they always got countered by it quite often. And you saw Totem always doing little things to waste enough time to let their team support them enough straight afterwards. And we didn't really see much of that at all. I think they were just a bit uncertain with their decision makings. And you could tell individually there was moves they wanted to make, but in terms of being in sync and coordinating with it, with your small talk and your comms, I think they were just a little bit shaky in terms of their, you know, next decision as a team as a whole, not just like from an individual standpoint. But a little bit of a shame there. We will be going into the third set. The only problem is we do have Super Stadium Brawl Ball as the fourth set, so it's definitely going to be, you know, in the back of their minds leading up to that point if they even do win this third set. But we'll have to see. You know, we've seen some weird things in the past, but Totem not looking so great. But hopefully they'll be able to, you know, could start a reverse sweep, they could not, but Clash are looking damn good.
Yeah, I kind of feel like, you know, they've played that penny pick too much almost now. Like, Clash is kind of like, it's less of a shock pick now. You can see it kind of was working very well at the start. Now it's kind of diminishing down. So I don't think it's a bad pick to have, but you've got to like kind of switch things up. Clash are a team that really, you have to keep up to their same pace in that respect and kind of keep them guessing. When they're guessing, you can kind of maybe have the upper hand. When they know what you're going to be doing because you're stubborn with your picks, then that's an advantage that's going to go very much in Clash's favor. And right now it's showing. Going to Snake Prairie, though, I've got to say it is a map which may cater more towards Reply Totem, just in the unpredictability of it. But look at this, triple tank for AC Milan Clash, no heals at all, just the natural ability of the healing from Rosa here. But look at this, we are seeing such a early pinch, and look at that super had to be earned so quickly. Mari trying to dash away but can't go anywhere. Now this respawn is going to be brutal. We saw this already with that Frank pick in the spawn and how much it can do wonders for a team, and Clash have come out with that very idea in mind.
Depending on what your opponents have selected, this composition is just absolute filth. I think we saw this last time against SK Gaming as well, didn't we? And it wasn't really something we expected them to be able to win, considering how well SK can adapt around it. But they still couldn't, even though when they knew it was coming, they still couldn't counter it. So, you know, my next question is going to be, if SK can't, well, what are Totem going to do here? You know, this is going to be very, very difficult and a tough run for them. For their sake, I hope they did watch that match and watch that game in particular. As you can see, they making a slow comeback here. They're only down by 6 stars. And don't forget as well, Clash do have that blue star to their name. It's going to be Chaos they're looking for with the 5 stars. And it's going to do absolute wonders if they take them down. But Giez to Mori will take him out. It's going to be like, no, you're not coming anywhere near me. And they now need to wait for him to regroup to pile on the pressure, because you need a huge amount of DPS and a lot of prioritization depending on the circumstances of where your team's actually positioned in terms of support.
Mari, they're just trying to break things up, and I've got to say that the comp here could be one to turn it around. Having Tara against triple tank is a key one to have with that black portal, and Soy to press with the mines, but there's a good solid takedown from Lenan. The range, though, at the disposal of Totem for the takedown. Can they get 4 stars? I just can't see how they will. Clash will be able to go really far back on the defense. It's going to be a very clutch play if they can make it happen. Lenan is not going to be enough. They need to get 2, and Chaos is so tanky. Yeah, it's not going to be even close.
I was a little bit worried towards the left lane, but when I realised the opponent's the opposite way around, I thought they actually took them down to get the blue star and it was going to be 26 all no wins. I was like, oh, okay, that's fine. Literally, it was getting so hectic at the time, so I was more focused on the right lane. But yeah, great stuff. Anyway, I'm not going to lie, I do like seeing that composition because let's be honest, it's not a common composition. We've only seen it on this map and we've only seen it by Clash, and we've only seen it used once, and that was against SK Gaming. And they did struggle to counter it. You know, they did try to figure out some ways around it, but it just wasn't enough, and Totem tried to do the exact same thing. You could see, like you mentioned earlier on, right at the very start of the game, Clash were looking for the spawn kills. If they can get it, they can try and abuse it as much as they can with the hit points they have and the lack of ammunition they have, and they can just let things spiral out of control. But certainly it just wasn't enough. They saw one of the players were actually able to stay alive long enough to keep a couple of them at bay, and then things by then was pretty much a stalemate. But what was the point was the fact that Clash did have the lead, and a big enough lead in order to let them come to them every single time and make that first and vital mistake.
And this is what Clash do. They come out with something at the early stage of the set that's kind of unexpected, and then they'll change back to something that's more expected, or you know, make an adaptation of some kind. But in that first opening game, it says so much about like how the mind games can take their toll on a team, and Totem just were not expecting it. They actually had, in all fairness, a pretty decent chance to turn it around. They got a lot of the right-hand side of the map just completely open, so they knew it was safe. And you know, brawlers like Tara as well as Bo, if you get the pinch on with Bo and get the mines in the right place, then that can really have a bit of area denial. But the Bo wasn't really utilized as much as I would like to have seen. And you know, because ultimately you get a triple stuck with Tara there, and then you know, you really are in a big world of trouble. Clash are going to play the same comp again, which is very interesting to see. And I think this is actually going to even things out, having the Rosa from Mari. But they've got to be very careful to not get pushed back into this spawn area. Not having Piper now is going to help if they do, in all fairness. And already Mari with the pickup here is putting Clash on the back for early on. Double stuck from Mari. This is the thing. Having the Tara, I've got to say, it's got to be an advantage here for Totem.
Certainly is indeed, and what a start that Totem have had so far. 9-0. Of course, the blue star with him as well. And how are Clash going to respond to this? As you can see, Maru is trying to sit all the way back as well, perfectly understandably, but Maru's been trapped into the right lane. It's going to be a 2v1 scenario for him. Maru tries to push it up as well. Maybe able to take him down if he can, but oh my god, they've taken so much damage. Maru's actually managed to clean him up, but Gia takes down Brazier, so they have caught up ever so slightly. And actually, no, to be fair, the scoreline's pretty much the same as how things begun earlier on in the process. So Chaos and Lenan trying to push into that left lane. Mari is going to actually find Chaos in that left side. That engagement's going to take a while, so we'll move into the center. As you can see, Brazier does manage to take another player down, and Gia is still alive. Just Mori and Gia left. You can see Gia just trying to get away, but it's going to have his teeth, and he will be able to, as Lenan was able to support him straight afterwards.
I gotta say, the way that Clash have closed the gap is very admirable here. I mean, this is the comp where when you're behind, it's very hard to bring it back into your favor, and they have been creeping up. Now there's only 4 stars in it, and you know, one final push if Lenan goes in and has that Stomper gadget as well to hand. They gotta be careful of Mario though. That Tara is such a strong counter to this. But here they go, they're making the play, the unfriendly Butcher's gadget pop, but there's the double Tara stuck on the right-hand side, and then Guille is going to be taking a ton of heavy fire. Will this turn around? I don't know. I don't think it will. Totem will take a set, and Clash are going to have to change something, because that just did not work the second time.
They certainly will have to, indeed. I think Clash were just hoping that they'll just, you know, stick with the picks, assuming that they're not going to go triple tank anymore.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, actually, yeah, they did. So that was literally a straight up, oh, they've done us here. Like, you know, it's like simple concepts, really. It's like normally, like, you know, your first train of thought was, oh, they'll probably, you know, switch up anyway. But that's the problem you see, especially on a map like this. With these, like, different variety of compositions working, there's a lot of mind games involved, and it's pretty much guesswork at that point. Shall we just assume that they're going to stick with the same comp, hoping that we actually make the change to counter it? Or should we make the assumption that we're going to counter it and then they're just going to change to something else, knowing that there's so much involved, and it's very, very annoying. And then when you've got to play in a matchup where you're at like a 40-60 disadvantage or 30-70 disadvantage, it can be a real pain, because it's going to be in the back of your mind throughout the entire course of the game, where they're like, oh, we should have just gone back to the other composition like we normally do and time again. But at least Totem brought it back. This is going to be the second match point now for the Knights of Clash, and we're going to see what they can do differently here, Ark.
They're bringing in a tick, and that worries me a lot. I'm not going to lie. They're going to have to break open the map very, very quickly, or at least, you know, have some of it broken up for them, because Chaos is going to be in the dark for a lot of this game, but the tick head now earned very, very quickly. It's definitely going to be a bit of a saving grace here. He's able to use that and sort of like be able to gain some idea of where people are. He's going to be a bit of a scout for Clash as they earn their supers off the back of that super totem, which now has a bit of a cooldown as well. It will disintegrate over time. I think it's 20 seconds over time now. So a nice, more balanced gadget from the bow, but it will be feeding the supers in the meantime. 1-star lead in favor of Clash with the blue star as well. But this is looking a little bit more familiar than some of the combos we've been seeing so far.
Yeah, we're slowly going to normality, but Gear's been caught with his trousers down in that right lane. Mari will find him. Mori's taken a little bit of damage, but with that Rose, he's going to be able to get away quite safely, considering the hit points he's going to be having to deal with inside of Gear. As Gear's now, all three of them actually, just in a wolf pack in that left lane. Right for the opportunity to push on all the way forward, but they've actually taken a fair amount of damage making this push, and I feel like they can't really engage. They need to delay it by at least around 5-10 seconds before they can force out that initial push once again. Will they be able to, as we are going to crack on in Gear to take down Brazier, and Mari's still in the center, but Mori's still above him with the Rosa, does use the super. Mori takes out one, takes down two. That is going to be absolutely huge for Totem, and now they're up by 5 stars of Chaos. Will get cleaned up, and now up by 7.
Yeah, the tick for me, I'm not overly convinced on. I kind of see the idea of it, but ultimately, let's see what happens here. Gear has got his super, as has Lenan, shutting down the left-hand side with the mines. Tickhead coming in, but taken care of pretty swiftly. Soy very weak here, and surely, the slowdown's going to affect Lenan's ability to be able to utilize his shots into the mid there. The suck from Gear is going to connect, though. It's going to be 11-13, but then extended back in favor of Totem, 16-11, and they will survive on.
Yeah, it was definitely a lot about compositions in that matchup entirely. Like, you know, like you said with the tick as well. The problem with the tick is the fact that you can't be as aggressive as you'd like to be when you're making those initial pushes. If you're, you know, ahead, that's fine, because then you can set yourself up. You can use the tick to try and figure out exactly where they're going to be coming from, just throwing those attacks out constantly every few seconds just to find out what information you can gather before that engagement happens. But in the end, when they got that one initial kill on Gear, that was it. They literally just pulled all the way back and just waited for them to make the first mistake once again. It's very hit and miss, that map. We know it can be like, especially on Bounty, but nevertheless, you know, like we said earlier, no matter what's going to happen, it's set for now. It's Super Stadium. It's going to be Brawl Ball. So Clash, hopefully they can sort themselves out again, and it probably will be a third, maybe in the fourth match point. We don't know. We have to find out in a second.
Possibly, yeah. I mean, they do like their Brawl Ball. They are very, very aggressive and very fast to the mark in Brawl Ball. They like to get it wrapped up very quickly. We've seen time and time again going into this game mode where, you know, the score is one thing, and then very, very quickly after it becomes another. So they like to utilize a lot of the brawlers which cater really well to the game mode, like Max and Stu and others, and Mortis, and just kind of super aggressive and brawlers that can quickly close the gap. So I wouldn't be surprised to see a couple of those ideas that are not banned here. Again, you know, Jesse, Bell, and Primo, and there was one more as well, and I'll just double check that.
Gene, I think.
Yeah, Gene was about. That's actually quite a big brawler here in terms of making a difference as well, because that would have been really good to have in terms of the defensive. But no, I wouldn't be surprised. Roses, we've already seen already, and Snake Furry could come out of the mix here. Some throwers for sure. You know, Sprout and Barley would fare pretty well here, as well as maybe BBs and other kind of brawlers that have a bit of speed whilst having and remaining a bit of tankiness too. I wouldn't be surprised to see a Poco and kind of double tank idea either, as Clash, might. Whatever Clash do going into this matchup, I feel like it's going to be a similar idea to what we saw in Snake Prairie. Something that's kind of like unexpected to kind of like get that early lead.
Something where you look at a composition and think, why have they done that? Basically, so, what if you do? Oh, okay, we can see why you're doing it now. It's going to be one of those kind of moments. But yeah, you never know. Like, absolutely, 100%. We don't know what they're going to come out with. We've seen it a couple of times now on that map in particular. You just said on Snake Prairie, against SK, against Totem. Sadly, it didn't work this time round. We were able to cater it and counter it and whatnot. Totem actually managed to adapt to it, which is fantastic stuff from them. And this is what we like to see. So Totem are going to be feeling a lot better about themselves now in terms of like trying to bring this back 3-2 if possible. On a set like this, on a mode like this, I'm not sure. It's very difficult to comprehend. It's very hard to bet against Clash on Super Stadium Brawl, but we'll have to see, as like I said before, how the composition is going to work out to start with. Is it going to be anything a bit weird, anything a bit dodgy? But we are going to start things off with set number 4, with game number 1.
Actually, nothing too crazy from Clash. Pretty straightforward. I do like the B pick here. I actually think the Nita here is coming back slowly, kind of dropped off a little bit in terms of the meta, but I did be sort of playing around last night with things, and Nita's in not a bad spot for me at the moment in terms of the bear. And if you throw it in the right place, it can put a lot of pressure onto Ems and others. And with the respawn, especially now, that's been the big turning point for me as to why Nita's bear now is coming back a little bit more. If you can't really have that firepower coming in from the respawn to take care of it, it can pose a problem here. Guille as well loves to get those Barley Supers in a really aggressive way, so watch out for that if Clash regain this control and maintain it, and now you're going to get a load of that last call value in. Actually, no, because they got the team wipe. Guille's going to hold on to that, and that is a smart move. Clash are putting one on the board very early on.
Clean, very clean there.
Very.
Weren't too bad, was it? And now Clash are up 1-0, looking to try and take this first game to get them to another match point, of course. And now Guille just in that left lane, just trying to cause a little bit of havoc. Not before Brazier causes more havoc on the side of Clash. As they have a nice, clean goal once again. And this is just back and forth. That wasn't the response or retaliation I was expecting in the slightest from Totem, but good stuff indeed. Yeah,
the shot from Clash just kind of clipped the wall on the way through as well. I think there was a slowdown in play as well at the moment of time, so that could help explain why. But this is better as Chaos trying to establish the right hand side. But look at the bear coming in now, and Chaos is low, so he wants to be able to get the support from Lenan, which he does. Let's see what happens here. As healing tonic going out from Guille, or herbal tonic is the technical name for it. But I've always kind of started calling it healing tonic along the way. But Chaos is going to struggle because Soy can use these walls to a good avail on the defensive side. Lenan taking a shot there as well from Mari. Or Soy's going to win the 1v1. There's the shot, and that's the one they tried to make before the last goal. And what a quick turnaround of the pass through to Soy. Can he pick up the ball? I think he should have committed to that, and maybe he may have stayed alive. That was too close to call. There was 2 bottles there, and I'm not sure whether he would have got it off before the second landed.
Yeah, I couldn't tell if there was one left. If there was only one, then he would have survived 2 ticks of damage, and then he should have been fine. So yeah, you're right. It would have been very, very tight indeed, as Chaos and Guille just trying to survive for dear life here. Lenan comes out with respawn immunity, but that's it. It's going to be overtime now, and they're on the back foot here. As Brazier trying to stay alive, and he actually doesn't. As Mori now, last person left standing, just using that barley just to make sure they keep their distance, but they're not going to have any of that at all here, because they're going to push all the way up so far, as Chaos looking to try and do a bit of damage onto Brazier in that right lane. Lenar now into centre, just trying to back away just a tad, or Guille just going to push towards that left-hand side. But Mori just doing a good job, just going to keep him at bay with that barley, making sure they keep their distance as well. Lenar does get the first initial kill onto Maru, but it should be it really, and that's a nice super shot there from Lenar to take that goal, take that game, take that win in that first game of the set. So it was a little bit close there. I'm not going to lie, Totem responded really well after that first goal. But yeah, after winning to overtime, that was pretty much done.
Yeah, Clash were very composed in overtime, as you'd expect from a team like them, and that's how you got to be. At the same time, on the other side, Reply System just weren't really connecting with the shots that they needed to, despite having big, heavy hitters like B. That's a big factor in overtime, and I wasn't really feeling like Mario was really connecting with a lot of those shots. And very quickly, as soon as Clash had that moment to shine, they did that, and they move on to match point now.
They certainly do indeed. This is the 3rd match point. Could be the 4th. Could be a 5th lane one if it goes to 5 sets. We don't know at this point in time. And yeah, I think Totem did really put up like a great fight. Don't get me wrong, like considering the circumstances of that first goal, because that was, you know, it looked very bleak for Totem, very bleak indeed. But they responded very well, like I already mentioned earlier. And the other potential goal you were talking about before, when the Barley, you know, attacked the actual ball at the line, pretty much. You know, I think if he absorbs at least. You could absorb 2 ticks of damage anyway, no matter what. It's just a matter of would you have been able to get that shot off after the second tick and be at the angle. I think the question would have been maybe there was a good chance, but at the same time, it's debatable depending on who can get on the line. So is it like worth taking the death for that risk? It's very debatable, of course, but we are going to go into the second game of set number 4. This is the 3rd match point for Clash, and already what a very good start. As I was talking, they've already scored the first goal. Can't be bad.
This is what Clash do. Yeah, in those opening seconds, you got to keep your eye on them because, yeah, they like to go for the early goals in the matches. They don't like to hesitate or wait around, and it can apply so much pressure. If Lenan finds the spot here and finds the right opening, we see what he can do as well from this position with a super. He's looking to get a takedown, and 1 is all it will take, especially if Gia can pick up this right-hand side lane. I feel like this is going a good way as Gia goes in with the last call. Can Lenan find the gap? Ooh. Oh, saved the line, but Gia is still in position here. Oh, I think So's going to get it out. Wow.
As if he got away with that. That was ridiculous. You could see he smelled it at that point. He was just ready to try and score it from that distance. And rightly so, you know, he would have done. He was very, very close. It's a little bit of a shame there. But, you know, whoever it was on the line, it actually managed to push it away as well. Got away with murder. That was just incredible stuff. It was Gear just back in that right lane once again, creating havoc here for Brazer. Brazer's taken a fair amount of damage, but Gear's still continuing on to pile on the pressure. But Brazer's like, no, I'll just be proactive and go somewhere else. So he actually took down Lenan in that process. Brazer's still managed to stay alive back in the left lane, keeping Chaos at bay. And it's still very, very close indeed, considering the circumstances of the first goal.
Yeah, and Mario has super now. That's going to put a lot of pressure on Guille and forcing him back and return one at that. I think that's probably the smart thing to do under the circumstances. Lenan needs to make something of this situation here, past the Warner shot. Yeah, but the actual player already went down. It's a chance for Lenan to make the shot, Mario off the line. I feel like Clash could have been a bit more patient there, maybe, but at the same time, though, they are making their positioning count and working well together. The Bruce Bear, there was going to be a problem on that left-hand side, but Guille on the right goes down, and that would have been a great shot on goal had he stayed alive. But again, Clash are in the lead in terms of goals. This is a map where, you know, you can apply a ton of pressure and make the spawn trap happen. So Clash just have to buy their time. 15 seconds to remain, and I cannot see how Totem can get out of this one.
Oh, I don't think I do either. Chaos has taken down another player. Gear gets taken down more. He actually managed to stop him in the end and actually don't score it. But yeah, let's be real. 5 seconds left. It looks like it's going to be okay. Clash is going to be just fine. And you can see Fairbrace just trying to score into his own goal. Absolutely typical. He knew that his team was pretty much done at that point. Not enough time left. But well done on the side of Clash. You know, took a few match points, but we got there in the end.
Yeah, and they still remain undefeated for now. They've still got SK today to play. But my goodness me, I mean, who is, if anyone, going to be able to take down Clash right now? They are just looking unstoppable.
I know, it's just disgusting, some of the stuff they do. It's just ridiculous. It makes you sick sometimes. It's that good. And, you know, it's just great to see, isn't it? It really, really is a real pleasure to watch every single time. And I like the cheeky super shots they try and pull off sometimes, just to be a little bit more unorthodox, but it also forces your opponents to sit back because you're not too sure when they're going to do it, how they're going to do it, and at what angles. So there's that little bit of passiveness which adds to the elements to your opponents, which they don't want to do. They want to try and be as aggro as possible to keep you on your feet and then to push you on your side at all times. But that gives you so much map possession to make your opponents think that, you know, that could happen at any time, and you have to try and reposition yourself consistently, which can be a real pain in the backside.
Yeah, absolutely, and just, you know, just consistency, just being able to just keep players, you know, thinking and on their toes. And but again, up next they're going to have a big battle on their hands against ESL Gaming. I cannot wait for that one.
Yeah, it's going to be absolutely incredible. A right belter in this next match. Like Ark rightly said, it is going to be SK Gaming versus AC Milan Clash once again. So make sure you stay tuned, as we'll be back in just a few moments.
ESL Mobile Challenge is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the ESL Mobile Challenge. I am Lethal. Joining me is D-Man back in the hot seat, and we've got another cracker once again, D-Man. We cast this before, we have the absolute privilege to do it again. It will be AC Milan's Clash versus SK Gaming.
Yeah, 3-2 last week. Clash took it then. Sorry for spoilers, but yeah, that's how it worked out. That's why they're sitting at the top of the table right now. 8-0 as well for Clash now. Lene, IKS and Guille. Some magnificent performance once again. Just pushed a little bit by Reply Totem there, but once again holding out solid.
Yeah, they certainly did indeed. Both these teams, very little hesitation, very quick thinking, quick-minded, great game sense, great initiative, great improvisation and adaptation overall, and how quick they actually react on the mark. There's so much about both of these teams. It's very, very hard to separate them both, as we are going to switch to SK Gaming. As you know, the gang already with Skyrix, Jettin and Semantic. Every single one of these players, not just SK in general, but with Clash as well, individually skilled they're down to a T, and definitely hitting that top of the skill plateau. There's such great players overall, and very excited to see the outcome of this one, because as you rightly said, D-Man, like Clash did come out on top in an absolute belter of a series. I think it went to 3-2 in favour of Clash, but how is SK going to get some redemption here? We'll have to see.
Yeah, very interested to see how the bans are going to roll out, because if you remember last week, obviously Semantic on your screen there, Skyrix on your screen there, was basically banned out. They banned his search. That's like how they go for it. This time, it's allowed through. So the Amber and M's banned out. M's is starting to become a big thing. They banned Amber last week as well, SK did. And this time it's Gene and Sprout. Oh, that's really interesting. Sprout's played a big part in it last week, so they went for the Sprout instead of the Surge.
Yeah, Skyrix he's going to be a bit happy about that, D-Man, isn't he, considering the circumstances of the last ban phase, like you spoke about before in their last series. But just going into it, dry season that we're going to start off with, double swoosh, nuts and bolts, split and hot potato. No brawl ball mode for Clash, which is a little bit of a shame for them, but Siege is there for nuts and bolts from SK Gaming. We'll talk about their record before, where literally almost undefeated. They are easily one of the best teams in the world, and that no matter what map it is, you know, rain, day or shine. But yeah, we'll have to see what difference is going to be made here for SK Gaming. They didn't come out on top this time round, but will they give AC Milan Clashes their first L of the season?
It also means that Jesse's available later on as well. Obviously a big part of Hot Zone if we get there. That was the fourth map. Of course, the big if we get there. So we'll see how this one plays out. So it's going to be very interesting. It was, like I say, 3-2 last week. You know, these are the top teams in Europe. There's no doubt about it. No meat and bones about this one. You know, SK Clash, this is the game that everybody always watches and everybody keeps their eye on. And these guys have played each other so many times that they really know each other in and out. So, honestly, you know, it was 3-2 last week. It could have gone either way. You know, SK or Clash. It was Clash that took it in the end. So I'm very interested. Obviously, we're starting out on the Bounty. We just saw Clash on Bounty just a second ago. Yeah, granted, it was on Snake Prairie, obviously, which suits the Brawler style, which they came out with, the full Brawler style. This time on Dry Season, we'll see whether they stick to the same. I suspect that may have been almost a mind game in preparation for this game. We'll see.
Do you know what? You're right, they must get so fed up of playing against each other. They probably know each other better than themselves at this point. It's just that ridiculous. But that's where all the mind games comes in, all the strategic elements there. So it's very exciting to see what is going to explode in this matchup. But welcome if you just joined us. This is the third series of the day out of 5. It is going to be SK Gaming versus AC Milan's Clash in the first game, first set.
Utterly forgot that Primo was available. So it's going to be a double tick, double bell. But it's going to be a Carl and a Primo switching things out here. So Lene on the Carl to see if it can work. I mean, it's ballsy, obviously, for Semantic. It's going to have to really pick his moment, in which case to dive in. But if they can force them back, and obviously that's a big if, you know, it does happen now and again that teams will get slowly forced further back and further back, then a big Primo elbow could certainly be massive. Semantic, obviously, The thing for Semantic, if you notice, is actually walking purposely over the tick bombs there to get that super charged up. So he's obviously based on taking damage now. It was a change that came in 2 weeks ago. So that's what Semantic's setting up at the moment, trying to clear things out and set it up that Jet and Skyrix can get the damage down.
Yeah, you're absolutely right about the Primo ban. Do you know what? I almost completely forgot because we're so used to it. I'm just used to him being banned every single time without fail, as we are going to still continue with this first game, as no kills on either side as of yet. Just literally just prime precision here, just waiting for that one opening, that one exploit to then take advantage of and then push all the way in. It's just a matter of how and when, with 35 seconds left, which does mean that by the look of things, SK Gaming are the ones who are going to have to make this initial push, but will they succeed? That's going to be another question which will be answered momentarily. With 25 seconds left now, looking to try and get some excess damage before making this engagement, but nothing as of yet.
He's going. Semantic's trying to move. He's looking for the elbow, goes in between them, tries to split the difference, but gets put down instantly. Skyrix does get himself 1-for-1 there. Now, if he can come out on top against the Gia here, Jetten's trying to come through. Not going to happen. Clash will take this one.
Oh, that was very close. If it did take him down, and he had 2 stars at the time, but he had the blue star, so it would have been tied, but they would have won the whole thing in the end. So that would have been very, very close indeed. And you can see they're really nitpicking at every tiny little mistake each other are making. But even then, it's not really mistakes. It's just, you know, just trying to fault as much as possible until that final engagement occurs. And you can see there that SK Gaming thought they selected the right time and the right push. They didn't. That elbow drop did not come into play as well as they would like. They was able to survive. And that was pretty much it there. So very simple, nonetheless. It was just more like a game of chess rather than, you know, some kind of any % speed run to try and get the most stars possible.
Yeah, great read from Guille as well. Obviously, he saw it. It was obviously on the tick. So he started to head right, just sort of almost baiting it out, expecting the elbow drop to come, and immediately left. He knew he got the speed to get out of the way of it. It left him plumb centered in the middle of nowhere. Obviously, gave Clash the game. So I think we'll probably see the Primo change here. Maybe see the Pipers coming out. I don't know whether they're going to switch that out. Maybe they're probably going to keep the tick and the bell in there. So we'll see what he brings to the table this time.
Well, you make a very valid point because you've got to prep for Primo very early, literally in a split-second chance. As soon as you know there's going to be an indication of him pushing in, then that's it. You've got to go straight away, or that's it. You're going to take a huge chunk of damage. But maybe if he used it a bit earlier on, he would have been a bit more unorthodox with the final engagement a little bit earlier than necessary. But because they knew time was running out, it was just a matter of time, and they were more than prepared for that in the slightest. So we'll see what happens and see what SK can do this time round. We'll see, you know, like you rightly mentioned, a slightly different composition. We'll have to wait and find out.
Yeah, I mean, they may even go with the nanny as well. Obviously, there is quite a bit of coverage, which is why we're seeing the tick sort of so strong in there. Obviously, with Sprout banned out, they're going for the thrower. The tick makes absolute sense. So I'm always certain that tick of the bell will stay the same. Let's see if he brings the Primo out. Let's see what's going to happen. The game's ready to go. Let's get it on your screens. And it is going to be a change. I didn't quite catch what it was before. It's going to be a Ruffs for Chaos, so that's changing out. And all right, Skyrix.
A little bit of a difference in comparison to what we've seen before, but Jetten is still on that right side with the tick and just trying to do a little bit of damage onto Bell there. But Skyrix now just making sure he can keep the rest of the players at bay in that left-hand side. So SK Gaming do have the blue stars, so at least this time round Clash are the ones who need to make that initial push if it gets that far. But knowing SK Gaming, they want to try and, you know, not end it a little bit sooner than necessary, but Clash will want to try and force this engagement out a little bit earlier than required. So excited to see what Clash are going to do and what they plan to do in terms of making this bout work for them. But it's going to be very, very tough, but still plenty of time.
Yeah, it's going to be tricky though, because when they do go for the push, Ruffs has obviously got the sandbags to throw down and cover off. He instead is looking to go aggressive here. Try and get around the side there. Not working out for him at the moment. There it is. Clash that are starting to push the pace a little bit. They need to, of course, because Semantic has that blue star, which is the sole difference. It's a very passive game, an unusual game for Clash and SK. Obviously, you know, both know each other's strengths and weaknesses, so both being very cautious about this one.
Yeah, for certainly.
Skyrix going for it.
Yeah, he pushed in. Yeah, we got the trade in the end. So wasn't a huge amount, but at least it's enough to keep SK at bay, because still though they've not got that blue star for the side of Clash, and they need to force this out. 20 seconds left, and so Skyrix, we know he likes that surge. We're waiting for him to switch to it at some point. now 15 seconds left. This is the crucial point. This is the time where we're going to see how Clash are going to engage. Skyrix on that left-hand side, waiting for, you can see there, Chaos to push on up. But he's actually switched to the left lane, does take him out there, and already Lenan's taking a huge amount of damage. He gets cleaned up. Gears, the last one left standing. And SK Gaming tie things up in this set.
Yeah, that was a very tight game. Could have either gone either way easily. It was just a case of who landed the shot first. If you look at some of these engagements, very, very tight. Semantic gets in first and honestly was almost gifted the blue star there. Skyrix trading with Anan. That's a simple trade. And then again, we see the push here. Now, Jeton and Skyrix gang up on Chaos, and then they just kind of push it. You know, Clash, they were forced to chase it, right? So they have to push through those tick bombs, and that's where the damage really starts to come from.
Certainly does indeed, and it's just funny how Skyrix, it gets the surge, they win. It's just coming a little bit of a coincidence, but yeah, you're right there. You know, with that early blue star as well, it makes, makes enough difference in a lot of games, but at this level, it makes a massive difference in comparison. The fact that you're constantly being pushed by consistent attacks time after time, and then there's time in that ammunition wisely, so they've got enough to, refrain from having to pull the way back and have to use too much of their ammo later on. It's just a lot of things that actually take into account here. So I think, again, the compositions aren't going to change too much. You might see one difference considering the circumstances, and what you rightly said earlier on, we normally do see a Nani, we've seen, a Bell or whatever, etc, etc. But I want to see if there's going to be anything different this time round, because there isn't really too much they can switch from.
Well, I mean, if you got to think out the composition, obviously we know Lene loves to bring out the Mortis, but I'm not really sure this is kind of like fitting for it. It is going to be the Ruffs change for Skyrix this time around, and the Carl's back actually for Lene, so they weren't very happy with the Ruffs, and whereas Skyrix thought, yeah, that's a great idea, but that's going to be picked off straight away, and the blue star going to Clash. Pressure on SK.
So basically, I'm going to take your idea and I'm going to try and make it better. Will he be able to, though? We'll have to see soon enough. And Clash, very, very good start from them. The blue star, the first kill as well. Probably the earliest kill we've had over the course of the last 3 games. And Skyrix now in that left lane, see if it can do any excess damage onto Chaos, as Chaos looking to push on up ever so slightly to try and fix a little bit more damage, but he doesn't at this moment in time. Is Semantic trying to find those crucial shots. Once he gets 1 or 2, that's going to be the code word to go straight in here. No holds barred. Skyrix still taking a lot of damage. He's trying to find an opening here to push towards that left lane. And this is going to be it. He has recovered and can make the initial push in that front line, but Guille is just trying to keep him back, and Lenard's also trying to do the exact same, but will take a fair amount before he actually does push on up. But Semantic's actually changed it and is on the front line himself there. But what are you about to do? Chaos gets 1. Semantic gets Lenar in the process. Semantic has to pull all the way back, and now there's only 40 seconds left.
Yeah, they really needed to get the kill down there, but Skyrix in the end got picked off by Lenaz. He tries to push around the side here. Now they're going to focus on him. He will go in. He's going to go aggressive. He gets Skyrix down again. So it's a 1-for-1 trade, and that will suit Clash perfectly because it just keeps them at default position with just 15 seconds to go. The Noah SK need all 3 alive to push, and look at Jet, and he doesn't really have the hit points. Semantic is zoned out perfectly by Guille there. Not a lot they can do about this one. They have the blue star. They just need to get themselves 1 kill. Not going to happen. Clash will take the first set.
Certainly will do indeed. 16-7 in the end. You saw Semantic trying to do everything he could with that bell, but just not enough to turn the tides there. It was very based on fundamentals and mechanics, considering what they had to play through there, and it was just great to see that Clash were able to come out on top, even though SK had that, tried to force out an early advantage, but after Clash getting that first kill and the initial blue star, it was just a matter of time. But yeah, their defensive setup is so good.
Absolutely. And it was really just the couple of picks early on that sort of turned the tail, and it often is the case between these 2 teams because things are just so tight. They're both very evenly matched in terms of skills. So when it comes to, the difference, it's simply about that 1-2 kills. And it was that 1 kill right at the start. We're talking about the Ruffs coming in, the 1 kill, the blue star switching sides, and that was it. It put SK under pressure. They had to try and push it. Every time they pushed it, Clash punished them.
It certainly did indeed at this level between these two Titans. It's every second is decisive rather than just one of the kills, etc. And we are going to go into the second set, which I'm looking forward to find out exactly what is going to be happening in this next one. So double swoosh, look forward to see how these two pan out between the two. Clash already with that early lead. They looks very promising, but it's very, very hard to, kind of tell exactly who's got a, upper hand in terms of mechanics, because Bounty can be a little bit of a coin flip, but considering that map as well, especially in the circumstances, when you're on the back foot, it's very, very tough to try and bring it back. Like, your percentile chances drop down to 40 or 30 if you don't get that blue star. Even without any kills, it can make a massive difference. It can be a bit of a pain in the backside. So we'll see what SK can do to respond.
Now, Double Swoosh, they actually played it last week, and I wish for the life of me I could remember who came out on top, because obviously it ended up, going back and forth, but I can't find details on it. And obviously we broadcast it ourselves, but the old brain don't work that well. So there was, honestly, last week there was so many long games that I cannot remember who came out on top on this map. Can you remember?
I was trying to think from the top of my head, but I'm not gonna lie to you, I don't think I do, because like you said, we had so many game 4s and game 5s, set 4s and set 5s that day. It's like it just never happened. It just went on and on. It was just ridiculous, to say the least. But we are going to head into set number 2 in the first game. Clash currently up 1-0 in the series, and we're going to see if SK can tie things up.
Well, let's see. It's pretty much identical between the two, just the crow being the difference over on the right here. Somewhat surprised that both didn't go with the Gene. Skyrix going to go around the side. The M's working well. Not that well, though. It does get picked off, and in the end, the Stew of Semantic does manage to get himself the kill. I was about to say the Gene, but Gene was obviously banned, which is why they didn't go with it.
Lenar and Chaos in that right lane, looking to see if they can find an opening, but Skyrix is just keeping his distance. Pushed up quite heavily here. Will he be able to take down Chaos? They're both on very similar HP. Chaos is the one who comes out in top in that right lane, but Chaos is still making the push. Isn't the push on Semantic here? Semantics has to pull all the way back, and look at that, 116 HP, D-Man.
Got away with it, yeah. It's the Sandy, of course, by the way, not the Ems, as I pointed out there, that Skyrix is trying to rock, and it's going to be aggressive stuff here, trying to push in, but they still can't get even the point down. They were trying to get Lenan's point. You can see what they're working towards. Skyrix will finally find it. They do have themselves the gem lead, but look at their hit points, it's so low! Guille finds one, that's jetting down. Semantic will quickly pick up the gems, though. 9 gems and counting, but he's all alone at the moment. They know where he is. They're trying to hunt him out there. Guille's going for it. Chaos is biding his time, waiting for his moment to try and squeeze in this one. Guille's certainly going to step in around the side, but the coverage is good, and Semantic is well protected at the moment.
Oh, Chaos on 3 occasions now has actually managed to stay alive when he was around 100 HP. Just the absolute second there, and he does get the countdown. But remember, Clash still only need 2 more gems, and they can stay around this center. So at some point, SK Gaming are going to have to try and grab this last gem or keep it back if they can. And you can see Gear just pushing up really aggressively, as well as Chaos and Lenave almost to push on up, and now they've reset the timer, have actually taken him down, and this could be their moment now to push all the way back.
And I love it, Lenan, not too greedy, just picks up the 5, walks away and says, thank you very much, that's all we need. And he is long gone. Semantic's trying to chase him down. Guille goes around the side, but instead he will be away. Really well executed by Clash. You said it yourself, it was 10-8. They knew they didn't need to panic. They didn't need to chase him down because they knew they had the spawn point. So therefore they get the 2 gems, they even things up. SK then try and answer the call. I think the timer went down to about 4 as well. But like you say, well poised, because they knew that gem was going to come. They knew that they didn't need to worry about time. Here you go, 5, 6, 5. There's the gem. 3. He picks it up on 3. So they tried to force him away from it. They tried to beat him away from it. Didn't happen. And in the end, it just bounces back on them. It costs them in the end. So really well executed by Curse. By Curse. It's because I'm looking at chat, Curse. Damn it. Damn it. He always gets in my brain. By Clash.
Damn you, Curse. But no, just talk about overall, it was very, very tough for them, even for SK, even on the back foot, mate. Like, you saw it with Clash. They were just, held their position so well. They were literally statues, of course not statues, because the way they were dodging as projectiles was just absolute madness. But how much support they were giving each other was just fantastic. How they stood their ground with such confidence, and it's very tough against a team like SK to do that. It's just remarkable. And I love how, of course, they didn't take all the gems. They just took a fair few and said, "See you later. We're not greedy. We're just going to take enough to not waste too much time and pull straight back." Because by then it was almost a team wipe, and they didn't need to do any more further damage. Just a nice, passive, structured defense. We're just going to keep it up, and they didn't have enough time anyway. So very well thought out from Clash. So much confidence there. All three of them had it, and so much small talk was involved in their comms in order to make the magic happen there. And already you can see Lenan does actually get that first gem. So does SK, but get the one straight afterwards, and we can see who's going to come out. His first engagement, it will be Semantic.
So interesting, they've kept the compositions the same. They just switched positions. So we got Jeton over on the right side now and Skyrix on the left there. So the Sandy versus Tara, that seems to be working. So obviously feeling, you know what, I just feel that maybe you're going to have more luck against IKEOS. It was obviously IKEOS on the Crow that was working well on the right side that forced the problems down. But Semantic getting himself the first 4 gems. You can see Lenan comes back in and collects the 2 that had just spawned, make that 3 now, as Semantic can't afford to challenge. Will go out quickly. They know the side's going to spawn. If you're unaware of what's happening here, obviously in terms of gems, they do spawn evenly now. The north and south gems. Semantic quickly dashing out. That was backed up nicely by Guille going down. Lenan will try and push in, but he's going to steal away the gem as well. Lenan would have wanted that one. Now Skyrix has got to be careful. Will be able to just about get away from that one. Hit point spawn. Semantic's going to risk it for a biscuit. He wants to go for it. Doesn't risk it too much. Lenan will get himself the gem away. And now this is a very tight game.
Even though Chaos was taken down there, I love what he does. He's one of those players who absolutely values his life to the very, very last second. And that's what you normally see in the difference between the skill barriers nowadays in Brawl Stars. The fact that, they value your death a lot more in comparison to just throwing it away. Sometimes, of course, it is important to throw it away on occasions, depending on the circumstances. But Chaos, if you watch him from the left lane again, even though he's very weak on a number of occasions, you can see where the cannon does started. So that's going to be very, very important now. But I'll go back to that topic later on. His Jet is now just trying to stay alive in that right lane. Gear is now just pushing in from the right side. I'm not sure he'll be able to do too much with 6 seconds left remaining, and the Nun also pushing it on to try and see if it can stay alive in the center. Will it be able to? 112 HP, but you can see on the other side as well, the other players were so weak, but SK Game really had the 10 gems in that bottom left corner, so they're going to be okay.
And this is what we talked about, right? This is what we were talking about. The smallest adjustments made. Simply switch the lanes. Skyrix over there, Jeton over there. And interesting for me is that Clash let it happen. They didn't try and switch back themselves and say, you know what, I dominated on this brawler versus this brawler or this matchup. So they let it happen, and it cost them because they really didn't have control of the mid. Lenan managed to get in and out a couple of times, but once we saw that little duel play out, the 2 stews in the middle, went SK's way, and then that game just that smallest of margins, and it is the finest of margins between these 2 teams that are making the difference.
Yeah, it's like I said, every second counts. It can definitely waver who could win, the game overall. But, speaking of games, we are going to go to another game 3 in the second set. Are we surprised? Absolutely not. Don't be surprised if we see 15 games out of 5 sets between these 2 teams. Absolutely incredible stuff. The more games, the merrier really here, as we're going to go into the last game of set number 2. It is all tied up. And in terms of series score, I know Clash are up 1-0 after winning the first set if you're just joining us at home. So we can see if Clash can retaliate once again. But good response from SK Gaming once again. But, I'll talk about, how these teams, some of these players overall do value their life a lot more in comparison to what you see from some of the other teams. But players like Chaos is just a prime example of it. Just, being able to do that, you can waste so much more time and actually be able to delay the push enough to get enough support from the rest of your team. It just works absolute wonders. And sometimes it's very heavily underestimated.
Yeah, just to remind you guys of the bans that came through. SK banned out Amber and Ems. Clash banned out Jean and Sprout. And Clash picked up the first set on Bounty. Now we are on Gem Grab, tied at 1 apiece.
Certainly are indeed. Let's see if SK Gaming can equalise here in terms of the series scoreline, or Clash will just go ahead here with that 2-0 lead. And already Semantic with the first gem, but Clash do get one of their own. So a little bit more passive in comparison as Semantic cheekily gets the second one as well. But I think Chaos is waiting for Semantic or Jetten to make this initial push, but he has to be super, super aware and needs to be very careful. So you could get taken down. He's already taken a huge chunk of damage.
Interesting that the crow comes out from Jetten here, and it's something that obviously worked out well. Meanwhile, Lenan obviously comes out, switches up, and brings out the Surge, definitely changing things up here. So pulling away that Stew that had been running. Jetten's going aggressive, jumps in onto Chaos, should be enough to come out on top, but has to back away. Meanwhile, on the left side, the left lane, Skyrix goes down to Guille. And Semantic has to respect that, has to back away, and that's going to give the gem advantage to Clash.
Again, Chaos just staying alive with 10% health on list every single time without fail. The rest of the push is coming in. Skyrix does take down Gear, but Chaos once again takes down Jetten. Chaos has just been doing absolute wonders here, trying to stay up in that right lane. Down to 380. Can you see what I mean now, D-Man? This is just absolute madness.
Oh, that was very tight. Semantic's got to be careful here because Lenan's looking to go hunting, it seems. As Guille sneaks around the side, Skyrix should see him. Oh, he threw the pull. He thought he was behind the hay bale. Didn't work out. Instead, does still manage to come out on top with the kill. And more importantly, Jetten wins out on the right-hand side. That's going to give him the gem advantage. They should get the next spawning gem as well. Jetten will get Chaos down. There's the spawning gem, so it gives him a 2-gem advantage. Now, Lenae's going to go looking for it, but look at Skyrix, look at Jetten. They want to get Lenae down. They're trying to push for it. Not going to happen. So they're going to allow Clash to have this gem. Semantic has to play this one very, very carefully now. 9-9, and it's going to be all on the next gem, which Clash will get.
And they can't just pull back either. They need to keep this map control and decide where SK are going to go. So the countdown has started for Clash. Guille is really, really weak, but so is Jetten. Will he be able to clear out Jetten? Semantic actually pushed in. Will he be able to finish him off? It's 7 seconds left, but he's actually body blocking him as he's pulled all the way back. 3 seconds left, and he does get cleaned up, but it doesn't matter. I don't think he would have been able to catch him up on the north side as Clash now win the series 2-0, and still got a few more sets yet, but Clash are looking very, very promising.
You got to love the fact they bring the Surge out and use it against SK. And it was just that little teleport that he had on the Surge that got him that final gem. It gave him the gem lead. You can see that Semantic, he knew he had to go for it. He knew he had to commit. He had to get in, get that 10th gem, equalize the gems. But just keep your eye on it. No, we're not going to get to see it. Okay, we're not going to get to see it without the smallest little play that happened on the gem spawner. It was absolutely magnificent. Just flashed across, went for the shots, didn't matter, dipped in, dipped out, gone. Thank you very much. You can pick the next gem up. You're still going to be 2 behind. Brilliant play.
And you saw that as well right at the very end. Chaos was body blocking, and Gear did the exact same thing just to add extra insurance, just to make sure that win was absolutely in the bag. So Clash now up 2-0. It's been heartbreaking for SK because they've taken it to a game 3 every single time. I know it's only been 2 sets, but it feels like a lot more considering what we've been through so far, and especially the players, of course. And it's just very exciting to see if Clash, if they close this out 3-0, it will be definitely a big shock.
Yeah, massive, massive shock. So where we go next? We're going into Nuts and Bolts. Okay, this is Clash ground. This is Clash's ground. So are we going to see a 3-0? SK are going to have to go for the reverse sweep here. This is going to be mega.
Do you know what? I think SK Gaming could, because like I said before, SK, Siege is one of their strongest modes. So if it's a way, to make that start, then now's the time, isn't it? Because Clash don't seem to be all, too good. They lose to a lot of teams on this mode, no matter what map it is. Siege is just complete opposite end of the spectrum. So like you rightly said, if, in terms of reverse sweep to happen or occur, or to at least make a start on it, then this is definitely the set for them.
Absolutely. I mean, this is where they're going to do it, right? They've had crazy, I'm not going to say luck, but skill in winning on Siege. But the thing is, Clash are so strong in Siege as well. Nuts and Bolts is the map we played last time out. And I'm pretty sure SK did win it. And I'm talking last week, played a 4. I'm pretty sure that was where it took us to 2-2 all square. And we ended up on Super Stadium where Clash won it. We're not going to go to Super Stadium today, though, in this series at least. So, yeah, very interesting. No, actually, you know what? I'd say that's a problem for Clash. No Brawl Ball at all. That's generally their strongest mode, and they don't have it in this series.
Yeah, if it gets that far, we do have split hot zone, and then we do have as the final set, it will be hot potato high. Sorry, go on.
I say that, and they've just won bounty and gem grab. So like, while I say it's their strongest map, they are 2-0 up. We should put that across.
I'm allowed to give one, it's fine. It's just fine. But yeah, you're right there. If I did have Brawl Ball, it'd be taking the mickey a little bit, because they'll be like, oh, okay, that's a nice set to finish up on, or depending on what set it's going to be on, like 3, 4, or 5. But certainly they don't get it. But do you know what? 2-0 up anyway without Brawl Ball, they can't really complain. But SK have taken them to the wire every single time. And even in terms of the slaying power, they've literally traded each other more than go 1 for 0 or 2 for 1 in a lot of these engagements. It's very, very difficult to comprehend like how great both these teams' mechanics are.
Absolutely. And we'll get to see how it is. Obviously, it's going to be a very tricky game, no doubt about it. SK Gaming, they've got just about everything out there. So, we've seen everything from SK in Siege mode. We've seen, obviously, the Surge coming out. We've seen full Brawler comps, Bruiser comps, sorry. We've seen, obviously, the throwers. I really don't know what these guys are going to come out. That's obviously probably why we got the delay as well at the moment, because they're trying to figure out, like, the mind games going on right now between the teams, between the coaches, is going to be on next level. Let's see what they bring to the table. Linane bringing out the Mortis. Love to see it. The Primos, of course, in there as well. Brilliant stuff.
Yeah, I shouldn't be surprised, really. But yeah, the Mortis, a huge amount of damage. But will anyone actually be able to capitalize? I don't think they will. Skyrix and Jetten were so weak, but no one was able to clean up those kills. No one was actually in range to be able to finish that up. And there we have it. The third Siege bot will go to Clash, heading down south. And let's see how well SK defend it.
Freeze down, and it just slowed everything down there. For me, honestly, while SK have got this magnificent record on here, like Clash, I've always been very impressed with Clash on Siege. More importantly is how they generally come out on the final bot. They always generally seem to have control of the mid area. Oh, it's a full-on Primo brawl going on the right here. Semantic and Guille punch back and forward. Oh, just one little whiff, but it doesn't matter while that's been happening. The rest of SK have come in and cleaned up.
Oh, Semantic, just one jab would have definitely done him in there, but Semantic does manage to stay alive. Lance is going to go straight in, though, as he doesn't take down Skyrix here. So a little bit of a shame for him, but level 8 Siege but will come into play for SK Gaming. Don't forget, though, Clash do have 4 bolts to their name with a 2-bolt lead, but we need to keep this map control and try and keep this bot back the best of their ability. So already taking a little bit of damage thanks to Jetten on the right-hand side, as it's now just dwindled down to just 75%. So not bad so far, as they're going to continue to clean this bot nicely, down to 66%, but still have that 2-bolt lead. And this is going to be so vital here. Either SK try and cushion the blow, or Clash now just try and walk away with it. But look at this, so SK just looking phenomenal here in these dying moments.
Yeah, dominating mid control there. Both Guille and Lenan unable to get and close the gap. That's been the real problem, is that they've been and read the situation well. Jetten's even going to come out on top of that. They realise the situation. They realise it's a done deal. It will be SK Gaming taking the first game.
Certainly will be indeed. That was brilliant stuff there from SK Gaming to claw their way back. Of course, the first spot doesn't make a huge amount of difference, but it's all about the last couple ones, depending on if one of your team actually try and baits out enough bolts to, go for the last one and then all jump in it from there. It's a lot of different scenarios you can put yourselves in, but SK Gaming clawed back nicely there, even though Clash had that 2-bolt lead even after the second bot. But SK Gaming just prioritize some of their opponents so well. Great coordination there, and it just shows why SK Gaming are one of the best at Siege.
Absolutely dominated this one. We'll see what adjustments they will make to it. I don't know whether they're going to change things around. I certainly don't expect to see the same comp coming out from Clash, that's for sure, because they definitely need to make some adjustments there. Obviously, there's a whole pool of options available to them outside of the bans. There's nothing too much that should worry them. They are still, of course, chasing match points. So, two set difference. They have full control. The Lu certainly worked out well for both of them, so I expect the Lu to probably stay there. The question is, what do they bring with it? Do they bring out the Rico? Do they bring out maybe a Barley to go in there? Something like a thrower to get in there? I don't expect Lenan to bring the Mortis out. The Mortis almost certainly will change this time around.
Yeah, we saw the first couple of times. I didn't really check him out towards the later stages of the game, but yeah, the first couple of times we were like, it's debatable with some of the plays. But then again, at the same time, first time round, yeah, sure, he was taken down, but he did a huge amount of damage to 2 of the players, but no one was in range in order to clean them up, which is a little bit of a shame. But the second attack, yeah, it was definitely debatable, but it's just a little bit of a shame, really. You know, I think I was hoping to get a little bit more support a bit faster than it required in order to try and do that. But I think because both players realised that Lenar was going to push him very aggressively, all they need to do is just spread out a little bit and then make sure they're able to clean him up without being in range of their opponents, and then it's going to be just fine indeed. So Gear and Semantic just going for a little brawl themselves on that left lane, but Gear does back away, not before Skyrix does clean him up nicely, but Chaos does actually take down Jeton in the meantime. But you can see there as well, Clash do get the first spot on the board.
Yep. It's okay. I mean, the double primos, it's fine. And, you know, Skyrix bringing out what he's known for, which is all well and good. The freeze, of course, working wonderful. That's why losing there. You know, with Sprout banned out, basically, it loses almost the next go-to. No overgrowth, nothing to redirect. Okay, freeze the bot in his place. Okay, Semantic going looking for this one. Got the backup of Skyrix. Skyrix, oh, almost getting taught out. I tell you what, the Stu for Lanai is working wonderful. Chaos also takes down Jet, and this is looking great for Clash. The turnaround should be enough here. Semantic is going to turn it back on its heels, though. Gets the elbow drop in there, but the freeze comes down, and there's nothing he can do about that, as Clash will lock this out once again.
He was able to grab that bolt back as well, which is brilliant stuff. And now a level 9 Siege bot is going to be heading the way of SK. They had great defense last time round. Let's see if things will change this time round. Semantic doing a fair amount of damage as it is, just trying to keep a couple of players back as well, whilst the rest of his teammates try and defend this bot to the best of their ability. But look at it dwindle, already down to 45%. Do manage to delay things a little bit further, but now it's down to 40. So how are things going to change here? This last bot is going to be absolutely crucial, with SK Gaming desperately trying to collect these bolts and trying to make something happen. But Chaos and Gear just still in the center, keeping Jet and Semantic back. But Gear taking down Semantic will be huge.
It is huge, but Jet needs to do something fast here. The rest of his team now respawn him, and he's going to get picked off. And this is 100% going Clash's way. They answer in kind. And we're going to be tying up this set at 1 apiece and taking it to match point for Clash.
Yeah, quite a surprise there, in all fairness. You know, it's not often you see SK not get a single bot. They were planning to try and go for that last one with, you know, a decent bolt lead, but they just couldn't do it, as Clash were just a lot more prepared and a lot more aware of what SK were planning to do the entire time, which is fantastic stuff. And now we can say officially that Clash are on match point, but not this early. We didn't expect this at all.
No, not a 3-0. A 3-0 would surprise a lot of people here, no doubt about it, especially after SK's performance in the week as well. Obviously, we saw last week the Clash did come out on top, but SK were pretty strong during the week outside of the ESL Mobile Challenge. But yeah, overall, some big changes going to come through. Do SK throw the kitchen sink? Do they do big changes? Do they totally sweep across the board? I mean, they've got to keep the Lou. I think that the Lou's got to stay there. Skyrix went to his tried and tested Surge. That didn't work. So I really question. I mean, I don't know about a Frank. I'm not sure about a Frank. I'm trying to think of like what they could bring to the table. The Primo battle, while it's fun to watch, I don't feel it's gaining either of them any. Well, I mean, it's fine for Clash. They don't care. They've got a pocket pick, so they're enough to go with. Let's have a look what they bring to the table, though. Let's see what they change out this time around.
So they will do indeed. SK Gaming massively on the back foot. It is going to be match point for Clash. Semantic's already taken down Gear, so that's going to give him a lot of leadway. Semantic takes down both with the support of Skyrix. So Chaos is like, yeah, I'm going to be, you know, not attacking too much. I'm going to back away for now, wait for the rest of the gang to rejoin for the rest of the pack. Gear already
I really
pushed all
like
the way
this
back
Sandy,
here.
though. I really like this Sandy because it's buying Semantic time to move about undercover. Obviously, it's buying him all the time under that sandstorm to sort of really pick it up. There's the freeze coming through once again, but yeah, definitely the Scar exchange here onto the Sandy is a great pick, I feel. Let's see what it can work, though, because they don't get any damage done on the first push. Or Semantic's waiting for Kie patiently, but Kie's aware.
He certainly is indeed. A lot more aware than he anticipated. And Clash are up by 2 bolts so far as Skyrixers take down one. Semantic takes down another as Chaos is the last person left standing once again on 434 HP. Will be trying to recuperate while the rest of his team support him if they can. They got some great angles, but can they be able to make something out of this? Jeton takes down Lenar and Semantic takes down Gia again. A level 7 siege, but now coming the way of Clash once more. But remember, Clash still have a 2-bolt lead. It's just a matter of they can regain map control after this defense.
Yeah, they're going to get the bot through, and this will get the damage down. So that's important for them right now because they also equal on the bolts. I do feel that Sandy from Semantic is absolutely paying dividends because it's buying them that mid control that they lacked in the first 2 games, despite the fact they came out on top in one of them at the moment. This is looking like a much, much stronger set from SK.
It certainly is indeed, and this is why they are known for being one of the best in the world at this game mode in particular. As you can see a completely different style of play from SK Gaming, a lot better support, a lot more baiting, switching in comparison to the previous game. Everything just worked in their favor down to an absolute T, and Semantic has just been doing absolute work with that Primo. Again, another kill on the board against Chaos. He's literally just been lighting up the kill feed the whole entire team. Absolutely, the entire time, absolute madness. I would love to have known his KD after that series, but fantastic stuff from SK. We did mention before in that set that if this is a way to start reverse sweep, this is the time to do it, and I would have been gobsmacked if they actually lost to Clash in that game, just in particular. But nice stuff from SK. Let's see what happens in these next 2 sets.
I mean, you kind of got to start the reverse sweep or you lose 3-0.
That's true.
So, I mean, it is definitely the time to do it. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. Yeah, and obviously with the changeover, I really love that Sandy change. That obviously paid off dividends. More importantly, it just bought the time for Semantic on the Primo to get around it. Like, he was struggling to get near people because obviously he's coming in basically invisible. He's suddenly like, surprise! The surprise Primo factor absolutely working wonders. So, moving on, we're going obviously over to the hot zone. It's going to be split. And this was this the final map last week? No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't. That was in a different series. That was the Curse Free Agent. Curse Free Agent. Good God. How do I get that wrong every time? It's like stuck in my brain somehow. Living up there rent-free at the moment. But it was the SK versus EXO Free Agents game that they played on. So, split, honestly, I mean, with Surge enabled, or we're almost certainly going to see Surge at some point for SK on here. Don't forget that Jesse's also available. Jesse on Hot Zone can be very, very strong. So maybe even that paired with the Roughs.
To be fair, we do cast a lot of games, so it's, it's very easily done to try and forget one of the results. And yeah, our memories are good, but sometimes it does, some of this isn't the best, Ali, because I was just trying to remember from the top of my head as well. It's one of those games where it's going to annoy me now because I'm just so annoyed at myself. I can't actually what happened, obviously beforehand when they last played against each other in terms of what map that could have been. But yeah, very excited to see what SK can do. I think you're right about in terms of Skyrix bringing out that Surge again. I'd be surprised if he doesn't. Sometimes some of these brawlers doesn't work in their favor in terms of compositions, but he just utilizes it really, really well in most compositions, and it's just incredible to see. Don't get me wrong, like SK Gaming have a wide variety pool in terms of what brawlers they're going to use to the absolute maximum, but of course that's where with Surge he just clearly excels. We've seen it time and time again, and I want them to take it to a set 5. I want to see the full 15 games again like we pretty much almost had last time round. So very excited to see if Clash can close this out, but if not, wouldn't be too much of a surprise here because now SK's got a little bit of momentum heading their way. Absolutely,
it seems to be going their way. Let's see whether they can carry that flow through though as we move into the hot zone. As I was saying, like in terms of setups, I'm fully expecting certainly a Jesse, possibly from both sides. Definitely a Ruffs in there, maybe from both sides. Actually, might see Stew both sides as well. But then again, Ruffs. Okay, so if they're going with the Ruffs, going with the Stew, get the Jesse in there. We want Skyrix to be on a Surge at some point. That might just be the smallest of differences from them. And then you watch they'll pull out the Frank Primo sort of combo or something like that, because don't forget Poco is also not bad, so it's totally a doable comp that could come out.
No, do you know what? You're right. I don't think we've actually seen Poco today yet. Also, I didn't watch everything from the first series, but I assume we haven't. But in terms of Adlo, it's a little bit of a surprise, really. You know, like you rightly said, we do normally see that Poco double tank come into play quite a few times. We've not seen it a lot like since the patch. But then again, let's be real here, D-Man. Poco was banned a huge amount during the first couple of weeks, which is why we barely ever saw him. But now it's not banned. We still don't see him, so we don't get the chance to have what we want to see here. As you were talking about the surge earlier with Skyrix, there it is, and you see Semantic as well with the tick just to be a bit of a pain in the backside in that left zone. And Jetton's already got that first initial kill onto Guille, who's rocking the Primo right now.
Of course, I completely forgot about the Rico on this map. That's obviously almost a staple diet, I would say there. Well, the Nate has managed to get Skyrix down, so Skyrix going to be the sacrificial lamb, effectively, while Semantic is going to be throwing them through. So now they managed to get those wall breaks through. That's what they're looking for, to try and clear out as much as they can and try and bomb them down. Guille just doing what he can to mitigate as much damage as he can, as Jet will go one-on-one, mano-a-mano with Lenane. Lenane will come through and take control. It has been locked out by SK, and SK are looking to do the same on the other side, as Skyrix will come out on top in his duel.
But will he be able to get away with his life? It doesn't look like it, as Gear is left on 408 HP. And of all people, Semantic does actually clean them both up there. Quite a surprise, to say the least. And I'm not going to lie, Jetton with that Rico, earlier on his ricochet with the shots was just remarkable, but his aim in terms of his projectile usage and prediction is just even better here. As now Lenan down onto 912 HP, 16 HP, he will be able to clean up there nicely to regain that right zone. There's only 10% left now nearly for SK.
Absolutely, SK got this one in the bag. So first game going their way. It's a great start for that reverse sweep. It's looking golden so far. Definitely made the changes, made it work, and both teams looking at this in a similar fashion. Obviously, I expect to see the Rico pretty much stay in there. Whether we see the Primo change, I don't know. Primo really fits quite well on this map. Just simply a case of maybe playing it differently. Now the tick honestly was the difference. So I just wonder whether Clash are going to bring a thrower out next time around.
Yeah, I'll be very curious as well, because sadly, for the side of Clash, they had to be a little bit more over-aggressive, had to overextend on a few occasions just because of that tick, which is a real nuisance indeed. But, you know, at the end of the day, that's Semantic's job, and he managed to do it very, very well, just making sure that he keeps him out of that zone and inflicts as much damage as possible to give his two teammates leadway to make the push every single time, and just, you know, just worked wonders here. So makes you wonder, will he stick with the tick, will he not, because he reckons they might do it, so he might go for a counter. There's a lot of different options here.
Yeah, absolutely. This is where it really could make your money, effectively, because obviously Clash really want to stop this dead in its tracks. They don't want to keep dragging this one out for SK Game, and they want to put the pressure on SK. SK are going to play next to free agents after this game as well in a back-to-back, so they want to keep the pressure on them and maybe upset them a little going into that game so they can really try and solidify their top spot. Don't forget, at the moment, Clash unbeaten at the top of the table, 8-0. Fantastic start for them here in what is honestly solidifying their position. Obviously, we're talking about the top four going through, so SK and Clash are kind of guaranteed. So this is, I say guaranteed, they are at the moment. Yeah, I would say so. They're pretty much guaranteed. They'd have to really mess up to not make it through the top four at this stage.
Yeah, some miracles will have to happen or occur at some point if that's the case. But I think it doesn't really matter anymore. Like, of course, both these teams aren't going to be playing to their full potential in this series, because they full well know that they both will qualify, considering how well they've been playing. As long as they keep up with these consistent W's across the board against the other teams, it's just against each other, really, and that's about it. And the reason why seeding doesn't matter, because you've seen the leaderboard so far in terms of standings, it's just an absolute mess. It's just all over the place. Teams you don't expect to be time with each other, like seeing Na'Vi at the bottom, you wouldn't expect that in the slightest. There's so many little things here. So it got to a point where it did mean something, but now it really don't. It really don't at all, because either way, it's pretty much pick your poison at this point in time. As now we're going to start off to see exactly how Clash can maybe retaliate and push it to a match point, but SK are going to do the absolute best to make sure that don't happen.
Semantic trying to get in their faces. Does pull out the Rico as well. So Guille does switch over, gets that tick out there. Skyrix, so, just trying to avoid that, but this is a great start from SK already. Jetton once again dominating his side, and all the coverage going away on Clash's left side now. And Skyrix just going to have to try and come in and prevent this one, and he will do just that.
So he will indeed. Guille Rocket Mat tick this time round, but the structure in the center is going to
There
give
we go.
a
That opens
massive
it up.
passage for both these teams to decide how they want to push on up, and a little bit less room now for Guille's tick. And you can see Skyrix now and Jeton on that right zone, just trying to stay alive as Chaos did take down Semantic there. And Skyrix still trying to stay alive. He needs to be careful about Rico, as he knows, with the ricochet. And he seems like he's going to be okay to push on with Semantic into that left zone, but taking way too damage again and hasn't really inflicted enough. Jeton in the right lane trying to push on up. Chaos takes down Semantic there. Skyrix is so weak. Will he be able to finish up? Yes, he does. Chaos gets two there. Two very important kills to maybe be the decider in this matchup.
So close between these two teams at the moment as Semantic once again, but Skyrix is getting it done at the moment. It's working out well for him. Didn't expect the Gale to come through, but it's certainly working wonders for him at the moment, so keeping us guessing as well. But 90 to 86, a close one. Lene really wants to step onto that hot zone, but unable to get close enough. Doesn't have the hit points. And now Semantic will just jump in, hold the point. Should be enough to jump around. Uses that super to keep himself alive. And SK will even up the series to a piece.
I shouldn't even be surprised. I don't know why I was even talking about match point back when it was 2-0 to Clash, because we just underestimated SK just a little bit, and now we've seen them absolutely rocking their socks off, just pushing on up, absolute fire in their belly, and that third set win is definitely giving the momentum to push on through into this fifth set. And a little bit worried for Clash now, but don't get me wrong, they put up a much better effort this time round. They adapted a lot better as well. The composition was slightly better too, as an added bonus. But still, though, that could have been anyone's guess in that last game.
Yeah, very tight and very interesting change. Bringing out the Gale there, Semantic. It's a brawl that we don't see too much of, certainly here in the ESL Mobile Challenge. Certainly viable, as you can see there. And I feel like they were kind of expecting all the wall breaking this time around in that mid lane. It was just why they were expecting it, saying, okay, thank you. You've broken it away. That opens up my brawler perfectly. And off he went, started to fire off there. And, you know, we saw what obviously the Primos thought. Can't speak. The Primo was there to do, was simply to jump in, hold the zone for as long as he can stay alive, die, come back, do the same again. Absolutely working well. But here we go, 2 apiece, tied up once again. This is what we're talking about. There is no Brawl Ball. This time around, it is Heist. Brawl Ball, I feel, would have favored Clash. Heist, I really don't know who this is going to favor. Obviously, if we were to look at the bans, just to remind you guys, Bell is not banned. Could be a big one here on Heist, of course. Amber, Ems, Jean, and Sprout are the ones banned out, which does open up the, possibles of Bell, Byron, probably Piper, Bell, almost certainly in there. Really interested to see how this one's going to play out.
Yeah, how can you not be entertained from this series? That's the real question. You know, SK fans are going to be loving life right now in the chat to see if they can do, well, maybe even secure this reverse sweep. They're looking very solid from what we've noticed so far. Clash, there's still elements of them where they've been able to adapt very well and very sharply, and individually they managed to pick things up a little bit, but you see them with SK Gaming oozing of confidence in that engagement in comparison to before. Very excited to see how this turns out. Like you rightly said, Brawl Ball's not in this time round because it probably would have been 3-2, but now we're going to see if SK Gaming can give them a taste of their own medicine. Now we're going to go to set number 5, and it's going to be the final set between these two.
Oh, have they read into this? Whoa. I mean, the Colette, Primo, and Bull into the Barley, Ruffs, and Rico. So, I mean, if they can get on them, SK, this is theirs. This is there if they can get on them. But the question is, can they close the gap there? Jeton's going to get close enough. In goes Colette trying to do the work. And, Colette on a Heist is pretty standard stuff, really. So we kind of expected that. But I didn't expect the Bull. Look at Jeton. Jeton's gone completely around the back of them. Yeah, they are going to be there ready and waiting, though. Lene is in position.
Yeah, the Colette is super standard before and after the update from a couple of weeks ago. As it pops in again to do that 13% damage. Does manage to stay alive as well. We'll continue to do even more damage here. This is not what we expected, as now Chaos and Leonard do manage to survive, do manage to take him down, but the damage has already been done, down to 69%. Skyrix has taken a huge amount of damage already, and you can see now Clash just inflicting a little bit of damage there, pushing onto the safe, but already another engagement from Jeton in that right lane doesn't survive, as Semantic just going straight for the safe, and so is Skyrix on that Colette.
They are just focusing onto the save, getting that damage down. Guille's going to try and do the same. He's going to try and toss out as many of those barley bombs as he can. But the problem is he is so exposed and squishy to some of these bruises if they can get on him. Semantic's trying to close the gap at the moment, but Clash are doing a great job at keeping them at bay here. The Colette charges down. You can see Chaos Semantic dodges out there. They are getting the damage down, though. This is pretty even between them at the moment because SK have been unable to close the gap, and now they're in there. And now there's nothing you can do. When the bruisers are on your safe this quick, this hard, this much, there's not a lot you can do about it. 54% to 1%. Can Clash come back from this? I'm not sure. They're going to give it a try, though.
Oh, 22%, even just a tickle onto Clash's safe will absolutely do it. But Skyrick's going to take him down. And Lenar's the only one there, but if it's a base trade, would he get it first? It's actually Clash. His safe, it gets destroyed. SK will win that first game and will be on match point. I can't believe it. But you could see, though, SK Gaming were trying to go for the base trade for such a long time, for at least a minute into that matchup. It was so obvious, but Clash had no choice. They were trying to defend well, but at the same time, you know, in terms of them being a little bit unaware on some occasions, especially with the ball pushing into that right lane, they were just pushed back every single time, and it was just heartbreaking for them.
Yeah, and they were just constant pressure, which was what was the problem for Clash, was that they were just having to go back. You can see Guille, really the difference there. You can see the damage down there. A lot of the time was Guille basically having to come back from the right channel to get back and help out the defense and go back. Maybe if it had gone in, no. Because if it had gone in, you know, it ended at 1%. So if it had not come back, they'd have lost it there and then. So there's so much you could read into that. More importantly, you know, SK brought that out. I bet they completely changed now. I bet they completely changed their comp. That's like one of those gimmick comps that they bring out just to screw with your mind, and they will totally switch it up here.
Do you know what? I'm going to have to agree with you 100%. I still can't believe they went for the base trade so early. They tried to force the situation to happen every time. So, yeah, sure, if one player gets around them, it don't matter because it means they can force two players up every single time. And they're just like, well, you know, we can't just keep this up every single time because it's a war of attrition. Because at the end of the day, they're going to be weaker and weaker. And at some point, they can have so much DPS, there's no way they can topple them at that point. So SK Gaming are up in this set. Is match points. Can Clash respond? And you're right, D-Man, you were absolutely spot on in terms of the compositions.
Yeah, I mean, they kept the Colette, but that's kind of a standard.
Yeah.
So, I mean, let's get it across. This is match point for SK now. The first match point they've had here. Clash have had 2 match points already gone away from them. Actually, it's probably more like 4 match points that have gone away from them so far. But as I say, the Barley's coming out now, the Colette in there, and of course the Rico. So the double Rico, but Jetten, we know, can be strong with that one. Will get Chaos down. At the moment, still nobody getting that damage down. They find the Ruffs pushing through the middle. Lenane not able to get a shot off. There's the super. Doesn't quite get it close enough, but he should be able to get a couple off here just to get those first few ticks on the safe.
Oh, and Skyrick's to the Colette as well just jumps on in to inflict even more damage. But look, as Lenan stuck in that left lane. They can all just push in here. Semantic, Jet, and Skyrick's all going to push on it. This should be it, really. There's going to be more than enough DPS now to finish up this safe. But they do body block a fair few of it. But let's be real, 1%, and that is going to be it. Again, a tickle on the safe is going to do it. And yeah, I'm not going to lie here, D-Man. They're going to have to keep Skyrick's on their side of the map for the next minute and 12 seconds whilst pushing their safe at the exact same time.
There we go.
Super. Safe is done. And SK Gaming with the reverse sweep onto Clash. Who would have called it, eh?
Wow, wow, wow. So, nobody now stands unbeaten at the top of the table. Everybody has suffered defeat. And the reverse sweep from SK, and honestly, here on Heist, the mind games just worked. That was brilliant, superb stuff. And you know, once you get the triple wipe, once you get the wipe out, you know that site for safe is pretty much done for. You know, they managed to just about survive in the 1%, but there's nothing you can do because the fact is, as soon as they got a super, didn't matter whether obviously the Rico coming up, whether it was going to be the Colette. Either way, there was nothing they could do about that one. So congratulations, SK, for the reverse sweep.
Yeah, congratulations once again. Commiserations to Clash. It was such a shame. If they just closed down that third set, it could have worked absolute wonders being top of the table. But never mind though, SK fantastic come up from them. What a great series. And don't forget, we still got 2 more series to go. So guys, do not go anywhere as we'll be back in just a few moments.
So I think that we can now start talking about the ESL Mobile Open and how you guys are feeling, right? Because during your ladder and going into the play-ins, you were actually knocked down into the lower bracket by SK Gaming, but then you dominated Na'Vi to claim your spot. Now, was that a crucial win to keep your confidence high as a team?
Yeah, the ESL Mobile has been really difficult because we need to play like all days in the ladder, and perhaps we win 10 times, and then a team win us, and we lose like 40 points, and we need to win again other 4 games. But apart from that, we have been playing and enjoying it, and then in the finals, it's true that SK Gaming is one of the best teams, and they win us one time, but I think that if they face us again in this league, I think we will win next time.
Nice. I like that. Quietly confident, but I mean, you've already touched on your record as well. Your record is 18-2, which is absolutely amazing. So did you find a rhythm during the ladder rounds? Because you said that you have to play so many matches all day. Was there a good rhythm between like each match?
Yeah, it's true that when we finish one match, we start looking for another, and in 2 minutes or 3 minutes, we have another. But it's like we need to stay a lot of time, and like one day we do a train, like 2 hours of train, and then we said, okay, let's finish the train with some ladder ESL. So each day we do a little, and it was nice.
So now that we're approaching the challenge season, some of the teams, obviously every team is really high caliber. Who would you like to beat the most?
I don't know, perhaps the more difficult right now could be SK Gaming or EXO, because EXO right now is really, really good. They have won other competitions, and they beat us in the last match that we faced them. So they are the most difficult opponents, but I think that if we prepare it and we do it well, we can win them. So I want to face them.
Yeah, what are your expectations for this tournament for AC Milan Clash? Do you think top 4? Do you think you can win the whole thing?
No, we can. If we prepare it and we play with our best level, we can win to every team. So I think that we will win this season.
Good. I like that kind of talk. So before I let you go, is there anything that you would like to say to your fans who have been supporting you through your journey in the ESL Mobile Open?
So thanks everyone that is watching and in the chat is always with us. Thanks for all of them, and we will win this season for them.
Thank you so much for joining me. Best of luck.
Thank you.
ESL Mobile Challenge is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the ESL Mobile Challenge. I'm Lee Demon Smith, and joining me is Ark for this one. And we're moving on. SK, what a comeback that was to start with against Clash. And they're up against EXO Free Agents now. I wouldn't want to play them after that.
Hey, I wouldn't want to either. I was saying before we came on live, like, you're almost better off, like, just kind of giving them the first few sets, because they actually perform better under pressure. SK right now looking so dominant, but can EXO Free Agents be them to beat down the new Titans, as it were? Whitey Cursed and Sun Bentley is a new addition to the roster, as Yoshi has left the team now, so really interesting to see how Sun is going to fare today. They've had a little bit less time to practice and stuff leading up to today, about a week and a half, really. So definitely that's going to be against them, but they do go back a long way. That's something to be mentioned, is that Cursed and Sun are very close, and Sun used to be on a team with Whitey about 2 years back with PSG Esports, so this unit will go back in terms of the history of the game, so they've got a lot of synergy in that respect.
Yeah, which is great to see, of course. See what's going to happen with them. If I'm not mistaken, they failed to qualify at the weekend, right? Didn't they?
Yeah.
So Free Agents, yeah. So definitely going to see whether there's a comeback story in that one. SK Gaming on the reverse side were dominant at the weekend and just come out the back of that reverse sweep. Skyrix, Jetten, and Semantic, we know what they're all about.
Yeah, and I don't see any signs of them slowing. I think we'll see very similar kind of aggression, very similar accuracy, and just methodical gameplay. I was watching the entirety of the last series, and I've got to say, they were performing so well and making great choices. I'm looking to see like how EXO are going to fare with this one. I want to see it be close, either way you look at it.
Okay, there's the maps and the bans coming through. So the Poco is banned out this time, along with the Bell, the Amber, and the M's also being banned out by SK, which means it's going to be into Sneaky Fields, the oh no, Purple Paradise, second map into Boom Canyon, Bot Drop, and then Dueling Beetles.
Say though, without the Gene ban there, I think that Purple Paradise may actually be a great map for EXO. I've seen them do great things on that one. I'm surprised because as Lethal said earlier, prior, very rightly so, we haven't really seen much Poco today, if any at all. So I'm surprised to see the ban based on that actually. But Poco, Bell, Amber, and Ems is going to open up the doors to Primo and others. So that's going to be a big factor here, I feel.
Do you think it's because they just saw that comp they brought with Kaboom Canyon? They were like, oh, they do love them bruisers. They do love them bruisers. Let's get rid of Poco just in case we can get it in there and stop that. But yeah, interesting. Okay. Okay, well, let's see what we got to bring to the table. Okay, so we're starting things off, obviously, onto Brawl Ball to start things off. As you did mention, the Gene obviously is available. Could be a strong pick here. Or, as we've seen before, SK do love those bruisers, and they have brought it to Brawl Ball many times with the big mighty Frank.
Yeah, Frank is definitely an option here. I think having Amber be a ban is quite smart with Sneaky Fields in mind. The majority of this map is very grass-friendly.
Bruiser friendly with those two bans. Yeah. That tells me that they wanted to go for the bruisers, but instead they are going to have that throw it in there. Is that a Nita? It is a Nita. Cool, blimey, I haven't seen Nita in a while.
Nita on the bottom left. Yeah, we saw a little glance of her earlier, but not that much. She kind of dropped out the meta a little bit, but coming back now since the respawning in doesn't favor the ammo, so taking care of Bruce, so when you're on the defense is really quite challenging and can take up a lot of those, and they're very valuable. Whitey's a big shock on the right hand side, playing as Spike with Kerbal. God, I feel like kind of strange saying Spike because it's so rare that we kind of see that particular brawler these days, but one that will favor the right hand side lane up against the Rosa. So I like the way that EXO are thinking this one through. Unfriendly Bushes just connects with Curse, but not really too much more than that. Skarx has pull though, and that will also break some of the bushes as well if he does connect with it. And there you go. Not really much of the bush, but definitely the takedown, and that's going to put some pressure on EXO.
Good splash damage as well. Some Bentley trying to get the damage down. Trying to get the ball at the moment. And there's the pull one. Semantic, nicely done there. So Bentley working out well. The second curse comes out. Let's see if they can try and push on the back of this one. The super comes out from the Barley to try and slow them down. Jetten doing enough to stop them in their tracks.
I actually think the curveball with Spike is working out pretty well. It stopped the healing of Semantic there to allow Sun to make a viable pull and not really pull in too much HP, because he would have probably not done too well on the defensive side if he had, but it is kind of working here at the moment. I'd say that EXO are probably more in the defensive, more so than SK right now. But the comp is working. That's a great call from Skyrex. My goodness me. I thought that had actually missed because it took so long to connect, so it must have been right at the cusp of the range. Yeah, SK are not going to capitalize too much on the positioning of that now, only just starting to sneak their way through. But Sun now having respawn's gonna have to pop Gadget here, and Semantic timing it really well against the wall to not go back too far in terms of distance. Jetson on the right hand side locking Whitey down. Yeah, the last call leaving Whitey with nowhere to go.
Absolutely nowhere. There's the break, and it's actually Sun Bentley. They just opened it up for them with that pull. I'm not too sure that's the greatest of moves. Skyrex will just complete the deal, and now they just need to get that ball across the line. 13 seconds and counting. Oh, the pass to Skyrex is a little bit whiff there. Curse should get in, and that is actually going to give the ball across to free agents. As they say that, the mighty Semantic walks in. The ball in the corner, and they're forced behind the line.
Sun used the Gadget to the lamp blowout, so I think he's got like one left now. That might prove costly because ultimately you want to keep them on defense. He kept it for the heals. Great pull as well. It's got to be said there from Sun to keep the pressure on. Bruce coming out now is going to be a key time to do it. Semantic has to take care of that.
Pass.
The pass through to Sun Bentley. Whitey needs his super really ideally in this situation. Curveball would be the ideal star power to earn it off the back of. This is the first time we've seen EXO so far at the map, and what a great time for it.
Looking to get the shot. Who's got the super? Sun Bentley wants to try and go for that shot, but he's got to get to the ball first. Now he looks for the opening. I went straight to Skyrex. Straight to Skyrex. Skyrex cleared it quickly, but that should be enough. Yeah, I don't think Bruce is going to help them out. He's going to get through.
I was like, oh, Bruce, go and score the final goal. I mean, that is really, really got to say a lot about EXO's ability to just hang on, because SK are definitely a team which will persist and try to make use of every available opportunity. And that was the perfect play. Overtime really did favor EXO, and definitely a lot of opportunities for SK to capitalize on, which they didn't seem able to do. I feel like the comp kind of worked out for me for EXO, and I was kind of sure of it at first, to be completely honest.
Yeah, and when you've got a Rosa, you can't. In overtime, you're already at a disadvantage, right? Obviously, because the fact is
exactly.
trying to benefit on the fact that all those walls in there, getting close, getting in their faces, and it almost paid off for them. I just feel like one little pass out the corner that actually missed getting to Semantic. It looked like it was a pass goal opportunity. It missed. It bounced off the box, and that was enough to sort of set them up. They were trying to get that quick goal before the overtime ticked in. So let's see what they bring to the table changing on this one. Just to remind you guys, in terms of bans, because it is obviously fresh in all our minds, Poco Bell, Amber, and Ems being banned out here. So we could certainly see maybe a Stu coming out. Obviously, certainly can work very well on here. Or even a Max, obviously some speedy brawler.
Yeah, you absolutely read my mind. The slow pace doesn't really suit SK, to be completely honest, in my opinion. Like those fast-paced plays are awesome range, but they're going to actually spike out themselves. And the Curse is essentially going to take the time to change to Brosa. But Primo, yeah, that is going to be a big factor here, and one that Whitey is not wasting any time to put out the back. A couple of missed punches there, but jumping in now. The shot from Sun should be there. Surprised we didn't see a lamp blowout Gadget there from Skyrex, but that is going to be a very fast goal for EXO.
Yeah, and this is read beautifully into SK. SK normally the ones with the mind games, but honestly, I feel that free agents have pulled an absolute blinder off. That pull not benefited. Doesn't get Skyrex down, but it does open up the goal. But now Jet's going to try and run this one over the line. Not a lot the Curse could do about this one. He's just going to walk it straight through, and that will be tied.
So Curse was going for super, I think, because he knew there was going to be nothing he was going to be able to do about it. So he has it now, but he's going to take care of this. Bruce Bear coming in on the right-hand side. Gadget Alpha as well from Jetton. Again, the Nita is going to be troublesome here, and the longer this goes on, the less it might favor EXO. And there's another shutdown of Whitey, who's desperately looking for a super at the moment. The damage will eventually earn it, but that is not going to be the trade that he would prefer, as now is going to be a lot of pressure back on this spawn for EXO. Curse going down as well as going to deflate it. Sun very quickly going down. He might have a gadget though. Oh, taken down so swiftly. And SK respond very aggressively.
Wow. They brought it out fast. I gotta be honest, I thought EXO Free Agents had absolutely stole the march and we're going to seal off the first set of that first goal, but that was a quick response from SK.
Yeah, as the time went on, they were just able to find their counters, and as soon as they kind of lost that aggressive position at the top of the map, it catered to a lot of things like the Nisa with the Bruce Bear and the spike supers on the floor as well for area denial. Whitey would have been able to potentially defend us with either a jump or a gadget, but SK were very, very savvy to that. They shut down very quickly and didn't give a single look in that respect.
So, okay, we're all square, one apiece. We going the distance all the way. Are we doing this? Are we doing this already? Are we going to go another 5-set, 3-2, all the way, all the sets played out in their max? It's a possibility. I wouldn't surprise it. It's how it worked out last week. Certainly on this same match day. So let's see how it can go at the moment. It's already running late. Good blimey, I just noticed it's 20-12 already. And we got another set to go after this one. Brilliant. All right, let's go. It's going to be Curse once again pushing in.
Jetson.
It is the double Nita setup. It is actually the full mirror match. And the ball's open at the moment. So they're just going to try and set this one up as Jetton disconnected there. I'm a little concerned. It looked like it.
That's a terrible time to disconnect as well, because ultimately this is going to be a really good opportunity for EXO to capitalize. And not going to show any mercy because, why would they?
Don't matter.
Yeah, Jetson knows that he can't defend, goes for the 3 consecutive shots to get close to a super, because that's going to be a saving grace if he can get early. But oh my goodness, that was a quick takedown there from EXO. And they've got to wrap this up quick, because ultimately, again, SK, the longer you leave them, the more dangerous they become. And this is a good start for EXO, but they've got to maintain it.
Absolutely. Now, with the goal advantage, you can see they're trying to set the pass up. Kirsty's going aggressive around the side there, straight in towards Jetton. Jetton gets picked off. Now they're down to a 2v3. Skyrix going to force them down, but Skyrix will get the one down on Kirst there. A real big pull could work out. Semantic will throw down his spikes and try and keep them at bay here. But Sunbent is back into play. Now Jetton on the respawn will come in, going aggressive, trying to push it through onto Sunbentley. But look at the pass, it's available for Whitey. Whitey's going to get the pass across. Oh, gets picked off by Skyrix and stops that attack dead.
Minute left remaining. SK will be looking to get a goal tied up. I think that disconnect's definitely troublesome now, looking back at things. Skyrix misses the pull as well. That's going to be less power. Cursus Bear on the left-hand side as well, just timing in for the respawn to put maximum pressure here onto SK. Sun is very weak, though. Yeah, surprised Curse wasted as long as he did, but he's trying to do the shutdown there. But look how quickly SK took care of that. Didn't really kind of serve to much avail here. And a difficult spot for EXO. They've got to get out of this.
Once again, the snipe comes through. Skyrix is looking for one of those big pulls. Whitey tries to put the pressure down. Semantic on the side will get him once again. Whitey goes down. The respawn, of course, coming back in for Curso. 30 seconds and counting. The ball in the corner. So they've got to come out strong. That pull may well have put paint to it. And I think free agents may well take this first game.
Great return pull from Skyrix. Those 15 seconds. Can they make something of this? I've got to imagine after that takedown that Skyrix can't be that far away from Super, and that could go a long, long way here. Sun does not have his. He will have his gadgets, though, for defensive purposes, but down he goes. Semantic didn't quite get the ball in time, but it should be enough for Skyrix. There it is! With 1 second on the clock, SK equalize.
Oh, my God. With 1 second to play... I mean, I thought we might get one of those horrible moments where it stops on the line again. We had that last week, actually. I'm pretty sure in this series as well. Oh, the super shot almost paying off there. But quick super response comes out quickly from Jet, and he manages to clear him off the line there. Sun Bentley trying to get the poke down, and he is actually making it work there. Not quite close enough for Jet, and Whitey will take him down.
Very, very tense. A little bit of miscommunication there, or just a lack of, oh my goodness me! The gap that Whitey found in that left-hand corner post. You need a microscope to look at that and see it. My goodness me.
Oof, on the respawn, super slow-mo once again, just sneaks it in. And honestly, I thought it was actually going to hit the post, but obviously the first goal came, Jetton did reconnect just in time, but this one gets the kill on Whitey. Skyrix, 1 second to go, puts it over the line. But look at this, keep your eyes peeled on that left-hand side where Semantic is. This respawn's going to come through. Whitey with a shot. Jetton, oh, he sidestepped to the right. He sidestepped slightly to the right, and that put him out of position.
I can't believe that Whitey found the gap, or just kind of anticipated that, the obvious place to put the ball would not be where Jetton was when he struck the ball, and that was the key there, really, was the kind of like the bluff, as it were. Very risky play, though. We've got to say, you don't often take shots on goal with 3 bodies around to defend it, but one that paid off, a risk that definitely paid off for EXO. They'll take the first set.
Absolutely. So, great start. Now, hopefully, Jet will be all good to go. There'll be no problems for that. But let's move on. Of course, we're going on to the next map, which will be... it's Purple Paradise.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, and I gotta say, I was watching in some of the replays between the breaks, and EXO do have a good amount of control, and that could be a dangerous thing. I mean, SK, I don't know whether they actually perform on this map better, but ultimately, they are still very, very dangerous, and especially because the lead is starting to advance in favor of EXO, and that's something that SK respond to so well. So this could be quite a balanced mode, I think. I think Gene with healing puffs is going to have to be a stable dart on both sides. Possibly Max might come into the mix here as well for a bit more of that kind of aggressive kind of assertiveness. Maybe even some stuff like Primo, but I think Primo was banned, wasn't he? Right? He revised the bans.
No, Primo was live.
No, Primo could be an option here. Yeah.
Pokebell, Amber Ems. Remember, Primo was played a moment ago.
Yeah.
So Pokebell. I mean, we're Bell banned. Generally, obviously, we're looking at. Nanny is available, obviously. It's Purple Paradise, right? So it's Nanny, it's Piper, and then something other. I think that's going to be the difference, really.
I've got to say as well, that is going to be quite interesting. I mean, Poco being banned is an important one. Bell being banned also. I think that Piper is decent, but again, since the spawn change-ups, I feel like it's a bit more risky to bring Piper in. So you just got to proceed with caution in that respect, because getting out of the spawn so tricky now. Not having that ammo straight off the bat. So I would say that would be a decent shout. I think Nanny, like you rightly say, would be a good shout here also.
Yeah, I mean, the Gene almost certainly is a strong possibility. Obviously, we know the Magic Hand can play a big part of it. We have seen Brock a few times also brought to the table on Purple Paradise as well last week, which I was hit and miss. I think we were both kind of on the fence about, but it kind of worked. I think that was more a case of because Bell was banned out, and that's the case again today. So yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, I mean, we have seen a little bit of brawlers like Brock. I just don't know whether it really is good enough under those pressurized circumstances as such. But yeah, I definitely feel like you've got to bring it here no matter what way you look at this, because ultimately staying alive and as units. I might see some roughs actually for the field promotion because of that reason, and just kind of keeping everyone alive. So important. If one person goes down, it really puts you back on the defensive very quickly, and that's why brawlers like Max are kind of interesting to consider here also. And being able to push back very quickly and respond is quite key.
So obviously we saw Jen disconnect, and yes, guys, I know it was Jet and Bot, but we still have to refer to it as the same name. Now it does mean that Jetnez basically he's gone. His internet's gone completely. It seems. I don't know how that works on a mobile. I guess you just lose signal, something goes down. Either way, it does mean that Pedro is stepping in, boys. Coach Pedro coming in hot. Let's see how that's going to play out for SK. So big change up there.
Okay, well, I mean, you got to adapt, I guess. I'm very keen to see Pedro. We have seen Pedro a few times in the past pick up the device, but I can't remember the last time I saw Pedro play against EXO free agents. So we'll have to see how he's able to hold up, and we're going to have to go into ultra critical mode, critique mode, I should say here. To see how his performance fares. Ultimately, you got a lot to live up to when you're the coach, and now we're going to be putting him right on the spot. I can't wait for this.
And it's the worst time to come in, right, on Purple Paradise. It's and no pressure, by the way. He's playing Gene as well, so it's going to be all on the Magic Hand. He's going to step in. He's like, guys, you've got to get the blue star first. Oh, bugger.
Okay, well, I think Pedro's probably got a decent role. I'm going to be watching for his stream pools. People coming in, does connect very early on with Sun Bentley. He did not have his super. And that's the thing, really, when you're playing Piper, you've got to have that super ready for that event to happen. And, Semantic actually survived because the peep was not in the air for long enough to be able to make the takedown. There is another takedown of Pedro there. So it's 5 stars each. Blue star still in favor of SK, however. So they have a little bit of an advantage, in that way. But definitely, I do not feel like this scoreline is going to stay the same. I think we're definitely going to see more takedowns. A lot of supers already on the map. There's one from Sun onto Pedro. The return to center does connect with Curse, but able to stay alive just about and get the peep out as well. Semantic's going to tank it.
Oof.
I think Curse just stayed alive. I think, yeah, he didn't get tanked. He hit it himself as well. So they both connected there. Everyone back in the mix now.
I feel like Sun Bentley is actually, you know what? I feel like EXO Fridge are kind of focusing Pedro. I'm just going to throw it out there because they're definitely, I've been watching Sun Bentley in a lot of those snipe shots. Now he's realized he's got to deal with Semantic. Semantic's pushing forward to try and work this one out. That's going to go onto the Nani and it connects. 10-5. SK really under the pressure.
Yeah, I mean, well, if you can spot a weak link in the eyes of EXO, I'm sure that's what they will probably see. Is it's fair to say that Pedro doesn't normally play on the team. You got to capitalize. It's a great pull from Pedro. What about this peep coming in, though? This is very dangerous. There's the turnaround. SK in the final seconds take the lead.
But they got him down. They managed to get him down. So Whitey tries to go for the pull. And you know what? It was Pedro, ladies and gentlemen, that was star player, pulled off the pull of the game. Big plays coming up from the coach.
I was unsure what way it was going to turn. There was a lot happening in those final seconds, but my goodness me, with my eyes on that scoreboard, I saw the gadget there being used from Whitey as well. It was not lamp blowout, which is kind of interesting to see. But yeah, this is the moment towards the end. That pull so importantly onto Sun, and then the peep that connects shortly after onto Curse. And that gave the first star lead, but this is the moment towards the end, which is so chaotic there. Oh, what a clutch ending for SK. And now if they can get one more game, they'll tie up the sets.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic stuff. Superb. So let's see how it clowns out once again here, as they will play it cautiously. Here's Pedro back up, already gone down. Oh, he's getting focused. Oh, he's down again. And it's already going to be EXO free agents with a good start. Where's that going? Oh, Bentley gets away. No, it doesn't. Skyrish does manage to catch him with it.
Yeah, connecting there with Curse, and there's going to allow a lot of pressure to be placed upon the EXO free agent spawn. A lot of pressure, a lot of shots being conceded there. Whitey coming in, who's going to be playing the Gene here to give the heals. I think the peep may not have connected there, actually. Pedro's very low there as well. Hold on. Pedro's not running... Wow, Pedro's running a Spirit Slap here, which is a very peculiar star power to run. No, he is not. It looked like he wasn't... I guess they were full health, that must be why. The peep does not connect. They're on the side of Skyrex, and there's the return to center, like, baited out by Whitey. It's the perfect person to do so. Good shot from Semantic, follow-ups as well, but there's the takedown on Sun to Pedro, and that's going to give EXO the lead.
So good at the focus fire. We're going to see once again the attempted YOLO grab. Oh, no. The peep. Unfortunately, while his team are doing it, okay, there's the grab. No, he missed this time. The hero play doesn't count. This time it looks like EXO free agents may well be able to carry this one through. Semantics going looking for it, try and go for the shot. Not going to happen. The force play this time is not going to happen. We're tied up once again.
Pedro clearly a very aggressive player. Let's see what can happen here, though. There could be a little bit of a turnaround here. He's quite low. Sun, hello? Question mark. Hello? Sun jumps just in time.
Ooh.
And that is a saving grace because there were 5 stars on his head. If he went down there, that would have been a very clutch ending. But as it stands, EXO will bring back a set there. Oh, okay.
Clutch finish coming through, yeah. So, well, we're tied once again. 1 apiece here. It does feel like the early game, he just needs to avoid the damage, obviously. We're talking max range battle and probably like the worst map to step into. I mean, let's face it, Pedro knows the game. He obviously knows it very well. But at the moment, he's up against some of the very best players Europe have to offer. And we're having fun with it as well. I think he will be as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's one of those things where, it's out of your control. I mean, if there's a cut out of your Wi-Fi, then you got to slip in. That's why it's good to have a full-man roster in that respect, just to be able to cover all eventualities. But yeah, I'm sure Pedro is definitely feeling the heat, no doubt about it. I think that, from what I've witnessed in his gameplay style, it's kind of interesting talking about a player that you've kind of never really seen too much of before, but he's a bit aggressive, I would say, possibly sometimes too much so, especially when you're playing the Gene role as the healer of the team. That's quite a key component to go down, and I think he's got to be able to be a little bit more passive in that respect, allow maybe Semantic and Skarx to take more of the leading role there. But this is a good start. They've got to confirm a couple of kills, but at the moment, a lot of heals coming in the favor of EXO FA.
A much better start, though. A much better start. But he's got to be careful, and that's exactly what he's doing. Just keep it down to Semantic and Scarix to try and get those snipe shots in. And he's just going to try and stay back, throw out some of that collateral damage to try and slap as many as he can. Let's see where the peep goes. Is it going to be able to find a target? It looks like he's going to be focusing on some Bentley. He's going to get away from this one, and it does find his target. Whitey goes down. Great work to start things off here. Scarix will eat himself a shot, so should be able to mitigate it. And there's going to be the peep coming through. Semantic just survives it. Oh! Tries to get away. It actually works out in their favor. SK with a 5-star lead.
Yeah, I think Curse has got to pop a return to sender and try to tank this. But at the same time, the longer it goes around, the more damage it does. And return to sender can only do so much here. It's going to try and find its way to wide. It does not connect this time around. A bit of a saving grace for EXO. But they've got to come back with some kills here at the moment, because at the moment, they've got nothing at all on the leaderboard. It's 5 stars to nothing. And I've got to say, maybe if they took the nanny a little bit further back, or just try to buy a bit more time, they'd be able to confirm some of these kills. But that is still not going to be enough. 5-star lead maintained by SK Gaming. Oh, Curse comes in just in time to tank it. Survives as well. Wow.
Yeah, very, very tight between the two. 9-4 and counted 20 seconds. He gets into crazy mode. Whitey gets focused down. Now it's going to be all on them. That's going to be the homemade recipe, I think, missing there. I just saw coming out, and Semantic now onto some Bentley. Pedro will get picked off. Semantic low. You can see the nanny trying to get the shots out. They're going to try and push for this one. 6 seconds and counting. 3, 2, 1. Not enough. Curse will get sniped out. Bentley goes down, and SK with Pedro will pick themselves up the set.
If SK wants to lose, Pedro can at least say that they won a set with him. He's got that to his title already. But yeah, that's a really great thing for SK, especially under the circumstances. So now, can they continue this on when the maps change and with more brawlers to kind of consider here? I wonder what role we're going to see Pedro kind of undertake in the next games and modes. But yeah, I felt like in that last game we didn't kind of like see enough utilization of the return to sender maybe from the nanny side. Or just a couple of those interactions where the SK Gaming side were just kind of having a lot more time in midair with Peep, and that can also lead to being therefore more damage. A lot of the time when we saw a lot of the connecting shots from EXO FA just kind of got right down to those final HP, but didn't actually confirm any of those kills.
Pedro going to find himself an in-demand player at this rate. We're moving on to Kaboom. We're moving on to Kaboom Canyon now. Heist, obviously, we just saw how strong on Hot Potato SK can be, bringing out the Brawler Ball. Now, you literally have your coach in the game with you to say, okay, this is the play we're going to do. SK very good at switching out those comps and changing and keeping people guessing, especially I feel on Heist.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I gotta say, it's pretty a good map, all things considered, because it's so open. But definitely, I think that Pedro's going to be in the ears of both Semantic and Scarix for sure. I would say that he'd probably suit the Crow role here myself. Just mainly because it's more control based. It's got quite a lot of range, and he does seem to like the aggressive stance as well when Crow can jump in and really capitalize on those sides of things. So, but definitely keen to see where his kind of like talents lie in Heist, and a lot of pressure for EXO as well, because ultimately, Jetton is the backbone of the team alongside both Scarix and Semantic. I mean, you don't want to be losing to the coach, to be completely honest.
Yeah, I gotta be honest, I don't think free agency will be happy about that. Just to remind you guys of the bans for free agency. It was Pokemon Bell and Amber and M's banned out by SK Gaming. And the fact that they did ban out certainly the M's is a focus for me, that they do want to bring out that Bruiser comp at some point.
M's is a great deterrent of it, yeah, absolutely, and one that we've seen kind of like fairly banned actually, because of just the fact that she's not like in a just OP kind of place. She's not crazy strong, but she is a great counter. With those kinds of brawlers that sit into that category tend to just kind of miss the mark, and the big, more dominating ones like the Primos and the Bells tend to take the lead. So yeah, I think that, you know, I don't know how it would fare on Kabim Canyon, though, to be completely honest. It might be like a long game kind of idea, with Siege coming up later, as well as in Hot Zone featuring Beatles. But yeah, Kabim Canyon is gonna be a tough one, really. I think that for me, Colette would be a great shout, but I just don't know whether, like, is Pedro's playstyle gonna kind of go with those long range brawlers, or is the you know, because they're quite hard to hit those shots. But we're gonna see B, Hyper, and also Crow from EXO, and we'll see Pedro coming in with the heal, so he's a more supportive role in this game.
Well, he started off getting YD down, so that's a great start from him. Immediately, we see the honey going down from Kirsten in the middle there to try and keep himself topped off. That's not going to work out. In goes Skyrix, gets that quick early damage down. And you can see Pedro doing just that, keeping Skyrix alive at the back there, only just. But they've already got that damage in.
I mean, he fits right in, actually, in his choices of brawler so far, having the healing puffs of Gene in Purple Paradise, and now the Byron heals going into Kabim Canyon. There's a lot of pressure that he just cannot deal with right now. That's going to allow Sun to get some shots. Curse connects really well with Semantic as well, putting him down to 280 HP before the heals come in from Pedro, and continuing to do so. Actually, there's a good takedown from Sun to Skyrex, and he won't get any value from his super then, and Sun able to continue tapping this safe. Despite that, though, you know, the scoreline's kind of quite close right now, with about 10% in it, so plenty of time still for SK to come back in this.
So just those couple of shots is what's turned this around as Pedro gets sniped down. Semantic back up there. He's going to go aggressive onto Whitey. Try and get Sun Bentley flushed out of that position. Skyrix desperately wants to get in on him, but can't do quite enough at the moment. Sun Bentley doing a fantastic job, along with Kirst on that B, just getting that extra pressure damage down. And you can see every time they step left, Whitey's in their face.
Yeah, and as these shots from Sun don't connect, the heals continue to come in from Pedro. And there's the jump in. Sun was able to jump nicely away from it. And the homemade recipe just to make sure to seal the deal. 81%. Oh, sorry, 81 HP. And he will pop as a result of that aggression in that. Let's see what happens now. As Skyrix has super here, which could be really, really crucial. But without taking the mid control first, SK can't really utilize the Colette. And that's the problem for them right now.
Yeah, and Skyrix, there's no follow-up, no follow-up damage there. Pedro taken low and picked and sniped down by Cursor. Skyrix tries to go in, it misses, and that is going to buy all the time that they needed here. Oh, Pedro gets the respawn just in time, but there's still no damage going down on the save. Skyrix is just going to run for it. He's just going to try and run down this right-hand side. I don't think he's going to have enough to get in there. Doesn't have the super. Pedro's going for it. He wants to get the shots off. The desperate damage coming through. Oh, they might be able to sneak this one through. Pedro getting the damage down, but that means they're also losing damage on the backside. And this time, EXO Free Agents will pick themselves up the first game in the set.
And they were playing so well because, you know, Byron and Colette is a really tricky combo to take down, but they were just asserting their authority in the middle part of the map. I mean, the Skyrix just really couldn't go in the way that he wanted to on the safer. So much of the damage that's dealt in Heist when you've got that brawler and that support network to combine with her comes from having that mid control. So, you know, EXO did really, really well to establish that, and even towards the end when SK went on the push and they left YD on the left-hand side, I believe it was super also, so I wouldn't be surprised if he did apply that to the safe. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what SK are going to do here, to be completely honest. They might just want to match the mirror comp idea. Yeah, if they're not making that comp work, then they're going to have to either play it better or kind of like match similar ideas, because I wouldn't deviate too much away from what we've already seen.
Yeah, I did. I just felt the B was causing them too many problems on that time around. Obviously the Piper as well, but that's a given. I just felt the B on the right-hand side was working wonderfully for EXO Free Agents here. And EXO Free Agents, of course, themselves coming into this one. You know, we haven't really talked about, obviously, Sun coming into this one. So, you know, obviously the limelight's been stolen away by Pedro coming in a little bit here. But we should talk about the fact is that he has put in a fantastic performance so far.
Yeah, he likes a lot of those long-range Piper kind of ideas, and he's been, you know, pretty consistent for the most part of hitting them. He's going to stay with that same brawler as well. And actually, Semantic's going to match it, and that kind of worries me, to be honest, because Semantic is a very dangerous Piper. Pedro as well going to swap over to the Sprout. That's going to go for a more control-based idea rather than the heals that weren't really working. So already Pedro picks up a takedown there of Sun Bentley and places a lot of pressure onto Whitey. Pedro continuing to connect as Skyrex as well. Going with the nanny is a really interesting thing. But look at that wall that actually shut down his own teammate, Pedro. You got to get out the communication more, mate.
I mean, it happens at times. It happens. Pedro going to come through, going to bomb out. I feel this actually suits Pedro probably better. This is like, you just lobbing him over. I think this is playing into the skill margin and actually just keep lobbing him into the mid. Just stop them taking control of there. And this is working out well. Semantic, who's got through the back? The B has managed to get around the back side. Skyrix also doing the same as well. And now it's going to be YD. So Semantic does a good job at clearing him out, but they haven't dealt with Skyrix. Skyrix is getting the damage down to the back here, and it's working better for Skyrix at the moment. YD's going to go down. He doesn't get a great deal done, and they just can't stop the nanny.
Yeah, and Sun's not the ideal person to really deal with that on his own. He's going to have to pinch it here with Whitey, and even Whitey is not the best person to take it down. Skarx has got himself into a really good spot. Sun needs to really try to break this wall, ideally, but without the shots to be able to gain that super in the first place, as Pedro's staying back on defense, it's going to be a slow time to really approach this, because Nani is so deadly at close range. Skarx can just stay here, and ultimately, whilst he's there, he's a problem to deal with.
Oh, and he's managed to get Whitey down. You can see Sun tried to clear out the coverage, but that's going to buy him more time to get shots off at the moment. And the time is starting to run out here. Semantic just waits, builds. Finally, they did manage to clear him out. Skarix, he's back again! He's back in there! That's not going to work out, though, but he's got damage down. But now they've managed to get the wipe. It's just Pedro to keep them at bay. And the problem is, he can just throw that growth down. The second they try and get too close, it's problems for Sunbentley. Sunbentley's trying to get around the side there. Whitey goes in, doesn't work out for him, and SK have absolutely pulled off a wonder game.
Honestly, the nanny pick for me was a really, really smart idea, because ultimately, you know, if EXO can't be controlled for the mid, then you've got to just go in with something which is going to automatically force them back. And Nanny is ideal for that. We haven't really seen her really necessarily used in this meta, or even like the last meta, to be fair. It's kind of like a more of like an NA kind of idea in North America, but it worked out perfectly for SK, especially under the conditions, under the circumstances. They put Pedro on control, bring everyone back by bringing in that particular brawler with the Warp Portal gadget, and it worked wonders.
And if you just notice that point, just at the start of the highlights, it was Pedro that landed the kill on, I believe it was YD, which bought the time for Skarix to actually get in on that right side. So he was the one that cleared it out, flushed it out, got back on the left side, put the growth down, and really great start from them. So I really like the adjustments there. So now let's look at it from EXO Free Agents' point of view. How are they going to now adjust into this?
I think the pipe is a risky one to have, especially now that SK have shown their hand with that one. They would normally mix things up quite a lot, but I kind of feel like they might just go in with that same idea again. And I don't think you can really kind of risk it and bring in the Piper twice just on the off chance that they don't swap. Because, you know, unless you really get your supers early and break those side lanes to really be able to utilize the range that you have to be able to take care of those situations on defense, Skarx is just going to do the same thing over again. And that bottom right hand side and left hand pocket, they are dangerous places. It means that you can't really just support your team. You've got to stay back to defend, and more often than not, you can't get the shots that you need to be able to defend it anyway.
Yeah, if you just joined us, ladies and gentlemen, obviously here in the ESL Mobile Challenge, we've had some fantastic games tonight. SK did take down Clash 3-2 in a reverse sweep game. Now, Jetten did play in that game, but at the moment has had a disconnect issue, so he's not able to play, which means Pedro is stepping in. Also news for EXO Free Agents is that Yoshi is no longer with them. So obviously we're seeing Sun stepping in here, who's been playing very well, as you mentioned before, has played a lot with Kirst in the past, so the synergy is certainly there. So obviously big changes for both teams tonight. Their first real official showings. Obviously Pedro is the coach for SK, so he knows the comps, that's for damn sure, and it's great to see he can execute them. And I guess, you know, as much as we love to make fun of it, you know, as a coach, you don't need to be a pro player. You don't need to be of that level. You need to have the analytical side of things, but it just turns out that he ain't bad.
Yeah, I mean, genuinely, it's, I mean, for a team like SK as well, you know, it's a real, you got to live up to the plate, you know, there's not many people that can, and I got to say, all things considered, I think he's doing pretty well in the circumstances. Sun is being slowed down really heavily by Pedro. He's going to go for the B pick now. I guess he's got his thumbs warmed up, and he's going to go with a brawler which really requires a lot of sniping capabilities, but already look how SK are dominant in this middle part of the area, and there's the peep coming in. Curse tanked that perfectly with the phase shifter there. Didn't take any damage as a result of that, but definitely needs to heal up. Juking wondrously, it's got to be said, to be able to do so as quickly as he did. But SK have got all the control from me right now.
Oh, I tell you what, he's popping off right now, absolutely making it work, and that safe is going down fast here. The setup of both Pedro and Semantic working. Wonder's got the honey down just to stop the YD charge. YD has to use that super. He gets sniped off. I gotta be honest, Pedro's gonna come out as the star player in this game for me, because he has delivered, landing shot after shot after shot. Finally, they've got to back up. They've got to realize the danger position they're in. We didn't even get a chance to talk about Max coming in here for Curse there. The peep comes in. Curse blocks that out, but the damage has already been done. 20, 16%. This may be over already.
Yeah, I'm not sure about the ball pick. Again, I wasn't too convinced on bringing the Piper in for a second time, because ultimately it's just going to make those defenses even harder for themselves. And I feel like they didn't really think that through, just in the event that we would see Nanny again, just in the event that we would see other adaptations from SK. And they're making the right decisions, at least as far as Heist is concerned right now. And we're already gone and past it. SK really did adapt well, and they're taking the lead now.
Yeah, 2-1, and now we're on to Siege. We're on to their back, their homegrown territory, and by all accounts, it's Pedro, the genius in the background, that comes up with the wonderful comps that they come out with for Siege. So let's see how he can execute this as we move on to bot drop. So really interested to see how this one's going to play out. Obviously, we were talking about SK. They had this crazy win streaks on Siege maps. For EXO free agents, they are going to be absolutely kicking themselves right now.
I mean, under the circumstances, you can't really ask for a much better thing to have, really. I mean, ultimately, not to take anything away from Pedro at all, but it's just not the norm. I mean, I'm sure in the background they're absolutely like playing together all the time and practicing and screwing, but in a tournament, when there's a lot of pressure on you and stuff, and you despite being at the very top of that leaderboard, there's that kind of element of cushioning for sure. They're not really kind of trying to climb their way up in that respect, but it's not what they were expecting going into things, so they're adapting as they go. Siege could go for or against EXO, and at the moment, this is a dangerous game mode to go into, to be completely honest, when you're down, because it can sometimes be as decidable over that first bolt. So I think that they've got to treat that first push very seriously and utilize having that mid control going into each of the rounds, because this could be costly, especially if they lose a game and then find themselves against the match point. This could be very costly for EXO.
Well, with it being Siege, I expect the double Sprout. The question is what comes with it. That's the thing. Obviously, Sprout was banned out in the SK Clash game, which is why we didn't get to see it there. That's why we saw Lou come out, in fact, which is obviously another possibility outside of Sprout. Anything to slow that bot down, but let's have a look. Game's about to get underway. Let's see what they do bring to the table. It's going to be the Piper Pam. I didn't quite catch what it was. It's a Crow for Curse, so that's what EXO free agents bring out. It's going to be a Crow, a Ruffs, and a Piper for SK.
Look how much SK just valued that first bolt, and the second one on the right-hand side from Pedro. Some will get one, but it's not going to be enough for a push here, and especially as Pedro can just take that bolt there. I got to say, I feel like this is going to be a good game for SK, because ultimately, Pedro doesn't have to take too much of an aggressive role. He can maybe focus on primarily the bolts and allow that aggression to come from Semantic and Skyrex, as now the bot comes in. It's level 3, and Sun and Piper I worry about also. I love Piper here, but on defense, you do not want to be playing her.
Yeah, it's a real problem. The bot's going to get through. Going to get a little bit of damage down the eye. Not too much, but doesn't matter. You can see it turns around. YD does manage to focus it there on the Piper with the Pam, sorry. And now Cursed pushed twice, actually, onto Pedro on the side here. Pedro now under pressure. Gets the backup he needs from Skyrex there, and it works out well. And I'll tell you what, complete bolt control for SK so far.
The Ruffs pick as well is smart, because it ultimately means that they can give the buff over to Pedro as a priority and then share it out between themselves. The sandbags as well, just going to be a real deterrent of that Piper pick from Sun. And I feel like they're going to have to think and reconsider that idea through in the next round. Look at these 3 bolts that are just sitting there that can't be collected because of how SK are dominating this. Pedro comes in, gets 2 visuals, Semantic with taps as well. Sun only escapes with 1, but they've still got to defend this. Wiley on 149 HP, and there's nothing that Sun can contribute on that right-hand side.
No, and that is going to be A great start for SK now with 25 seconds to try and collect enough bolts to try and equal up that 4. That's going to be 1 for Pedro, make that 2 for Skyrix now. And there's just the 1 more spawning now, which they're going to have to try and pick up to get that tie in there. Pedro's going for it, but he gets read well. Semantic will get himself 1, quickly gets in and out. But they should be able to see EXO free agents collecting this, and they are going to have the final bot.
And yeah, and that's, I mean, that's going to be GG's right here. I mean, if they don't defend this one, they're going to have to do it. Level 7 coming in. I mean, you know, ultimately EXO can, you know, commit to this push, but the damage is running in so quickly already. I don't know whether it's going to be enough. Having said that, everyone is still alive. Someone's going to break the mid here. If we have to tap from a distance, there's going to be enough damage, I think. Just about enough.
Got it.
Oh, there it is. Just about. I mean, the Piper pick was where that thrived on offense, but oh, risky plays, though, it's got to be said from EXO. They'll take it, but oh, that could have gone either way.
Yeah,
genuinely.
very, very tight. And you saw it as soon as they just slightly slipped on that control in the mid SK. That's what gave them the chance, because they very nearly got to a tie. I think it was at 4-3. And then I think Pedro was about to get the bolt and then just got picked off here. You see how close things were overall. And as you mentioned, all 3 were up. All 3 focus fired from the same direction. Look at YD, look at Curse, look at Sun Bentley. All 3 of them get around that corner, blow away that. And I think it's Sun Bentley there, yes. Just lands 1-2 shots. And that's just enough to get the Ike down. If there was just a step slightly to the side, it would have stopped that final shot.
Possibly some body blocking could have been done. It's hard to say, because ultimately the attention of SK was fully focused on the left-hand side. They weren't really kind of like noticing as much of what Sun was kind of doing on the bottom. But I don't know. I love Piper. I'm that guy in Power League that always plays Piper on bot drop, and like, you know, I just don't know. I think there's safer options here for EXO, and they are going to adapt and change. And I think that's the wise decision here. I think Gene will be a much better idea, and one that could actually definitely keep things rolling into a 5th and final set here.
Well, Pedro's continuing to stay a pain in their backside at the moment. YD's going to try and focus on him. Doesn't work out. That buys the time for Skyrix to get in his face. And you can see Pedro doing just that. Finally, some Bentley will take him down. And like you mentioned, the Gene slowly working out here. Now, Sun Bentley makes that changes, but it is going to be the first bolt. Going over, should be enough. Here comes the bot. Oh, and it's going to get cleared out. That's dangerous. SK is going to take a heck of a lot of damage here. They're just going to try and burn it down right now. 20%, this may be done. And we're going to be tying up the series once again at 2-2.
Oh, that was a dominant push. I guess SK were hoping to really, you know, capitalize and get the first push. Because again, like, Piper can do really, really well when you're in control, but look at this coming in. So much value there from Whitey, and then as soon as everyone was down, it was just Semantic, and what can you do there? I mean, the Pam turret is there as well, just in the eventuality of needing to tank. All that chaos, and it was just absolutely shredded. The Ike went down so quickly.
Fantastic stuff. So we go the distance. Hot Zone Dueling Beetles is the final map of their choice. Just to remind you guys, Poco, Bell, Amber, and Ems all banned out. Now, ordinarily, I've been talking about, you know, Surge coming out here and things that Jet will do, and maybe Jesse available, but this is a different game. This is different from what we just saw at SK versus Clash. You know, the reverse sweep that just came out from SK against Clash. In the play, obviously, playing with your coach in there, you know, the whole synergy has gone out the window effectively.
I think we may have lost your audio, G-Man. I was just checking to see whether it was me or not.
Lost you, mate. Have you muted yourself?
I don't see your green light. But like you rightly say, I mean, I don't know. For me, maybe Surge could be a decent option, actually. I mean, hope it's not me.
What are you doing, What are you doing to me? Well, you can hear us both. But I can't hear Ark because he's not pressing his button. That's why.
I'm going to assume I'm not hearing you. So yeah, I'm going to talk. I wasn't sure then if I was just talking over everything you were saying. So I think you're going to reset. Yeah, I mean, for me, I think that's Surge could be an idea here. Some Thoros Sprout would definitely be a good shout for dueling beetles for sure. Again, Amber being out of the mix here is going to make a big difference because she's pretty good in these situations. I think Stu as well actually could be a decent option for like Semantic to experiment with. We know that he can be very aggressive with that particular brawler, and maybe just kind of open up the map. That could be another idea as well. Ultimately, you know, doing that, it could make things a bit different. And SK are looking for any kind of edge right now. They're looking to really capitalize and kind of go out of their comfort zone a little bit to take EXO off their guard. So where else, guys? If you just joined the stream, no, D-Man is not just waiting for a space in me to speak. We're waiting to re-establish his audio on the back end side of things, but we get to see his face regardless. Look at that smile, so cute.
I'm back. I can hear you again. Woohoo! I'm back. It's all good. It's all good. I can hear you again. So yeah, I got a random disconnect in there somewhere, and I couldn't hear you, Ark. But I'm sure it was very insightful, and I have no clue what you said. So it's great. Anyway.
I was so worried that I was just talking over you, and that it was actually a fault on my side, on my connection. So it's good that it was kind of that way around. In fairness,
I bet you didn't call this though, did you? I bet you didn't call a Primo, a Mortis, and was that a Colette? I think I just saw back there.
There was the Mortis, I didn't call the Mortis or the BB actually. I called one out of the 6. That's good enough. The Stew. I called the Stew.
Okay, definitely switching things up. Okay, let's see what Pedro's gonna do. Come on, Pedro. Going in there. There's the Mortis. Didn't happen. Skyrix tries to close the danger. Not gonna work out. But this is, you know, I was talking before I got randomly disconnected. Was the fact that we could be seeing a Bruiser comp. It's almost a certain because SK like to bring the Bruiser comp out here on the hot zones.
Chat said that they could hear us both because it was obviously on our side, not on on the street side. So that'll be a fun VOD to review later. Let's see. It's good aggression out the gates from SK, but taken care of pretty nicely by EXO. Let's see if they can hold the controls. Pedro's just doing a really good job, actually, of just utilizing that corner. Goes in the aggressive, gets a takedown, and curses the last one. Pedro is king of the hill.
Yeah, no, we'll see. They've got a lot of zone to turn around here. 90% and counted already for EXO free agents. That should be in the bag. All 3 of them stood on it. And they will close this one out with YD coming in there. With a more orthodox approach, I would say, in there with the Stew with the 8-bit. Working wonders.
Yeah, I think that was definitely the way to go for me, really. Again, it's almost like difficult to remember that Primo is sometimes not banned. But it didn't really kind of work out for Pedro. We don't tend to see him, well, ever, but the actual brawler tends to be in the hands of Semantic when it is played. So that could be a consideration for SK if they want to continue playing that particular brawler. But one thing's for sure is that the EXO comp was definitely the more stable. I think that having Gene is always a good thing, and kind of interesting to have the 8-bit too. I mean, it's not one that we tend to see too much of, but with a bit of the map broken up, it can go a long way.
Yeah, so we'll see whether obviously SK turn this around, because at the moment it's match point, ladies and gentlemen, for EXO free agents, a win that they absolutely need right now in the league. Of course, they are playing Big after this one as well, and Big are currently sitting in 3rd place, a position that they're probably going to feel is theirs. They're Bigger on 5-0-3, and EXO free agents are 3-0-4. They're looking to get that revenge match. Remember, that went the distance as well, the big EXO free agents game. So a win over SK here, albeit with the coach playing for them, Pedro winning the hearts and minds of everyone out there. And big F's in chat for Jetten as well, who's obviously missing out on this one. I would say sitting watching at home, but if he's not got any connection, he's not watching anything. He's just screwing. He's probably going wild. I know what I'm like. I lost my internet for 20 minutes earlier on today, and I thought the world was going to end. Let's get the game on your screens.
Yeah, I'm keen to see whether we might even get to match point. Kurt's going to change to the Surge. I think it's actually kind of not a bad shout, as long as it gets early stacks. And yes, Skyrix going to go with Penny. Now, Kurtz was bad talking Penny in the chat earlier today, so I'm expecting a win and nothing less here from EXO free agents. I still think the Penny is not a bad shout. I kind of actually didn't want to mention it earlier because I felt like it would probably get the same amount of scrutiny as it got in the chat earlier today, where Reply Totem were using it. But there, Skyrix is just going to hunker down and allow then I think it's Semantic here to come in to help with supporting this. But as soon as Skyrix gets the turret down, it's going to give SK a bit of an advantage in terms of having just like a 4th man, effectively.
Yeah, interesting setup. But you can see EXO free agents are really trying to bully this one out here. Pedro trying to get around the side with that tick is going to try and bomb out the zone and get in there himself. He's got to try and be brave, though, to stand in there because here comes Whitey and Stu to chase him down. Some Bentley, they're just going to completely collapse around him. Tries to throw anything out he can in the end. Some Bentley's not having any of it. Throws out the magic hand, pulls him in there and gets control of the zone once again. Curse goes in deep on the Jesse for Semantic. Picks him off.
I don't know if that was a misclick from Skyrex there, but that was not a good turret placement. You really want to cherish that when you get them because Penny's not the greatest brawler when you don't have it. And I think that's going to be a really costly thing for SK Gaming now as the whole amount of control of the mid is with XOFA. This is going to have to be a huge turnaround now because there is and Curse is absolutely tapping the right-hand side. This one is going to be done and dusted. Exit free agents surely now are going to be taking a lovely little victory and they will be very, very pleased with a win over SK.
Absolutely fantastic win in the end there. Yes, granted, it was with the coach playing for SK Gaming, but a win's a win. And when you look at the score sheets, when you look back at the time, nobody gives a damn. It is all about the big W for EXO free agents.
Yeah, I think that it might have been different. It could have gone all the way to a match point, even if they've just made a few better decisions. I don't think that the Penny and Tick idea really worked at all well. They were going just for like a big controlling comp with turrets from Jesse and turrets from Penny, as well as Tick for a lot of area denial, but they just were not really utilizing a lot of those advantages that well. And as a result, yeah, there you have it. EXO will be really pleased with that because ultimately, like the leaderboards in that middle bracket part of the 4 teams that are on joint score now, that's going to be a big difference.
Yeah, and obviously in terms of scores overall, it means that obviously Clash will go back top. Because obviously in SK lose yet another game. But we're not done for the night just yet. We have one more game. It will be big up against EXO free agents. See you after the break.
ESL Mobile Challenge is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the ESL Mobile Challenge. I'm Lethal. Joining with me is Ark. We've only got one more match, just one. We've been all day and evening just trying to get all these games done and dusted, and what an exciting one it's going to be. We've had some absolute banger of matches leading up to this moment, and we've still got another one here as the final series of the day. It is going to be Big versus EXO. EXO really put up a fantastic fight against SK, like you rightly saw just now. But now they're playing against Big Clan here, Nadine and the lads, including Lars and Equark there. You know, some great players nonetheless. No sugar snort this time round, but I'm very interested to see how Big are going to come through in the second half of the season. As I spoke to a little bit with Nadine earlier on, he seems to be very excited with how this lineup's progressed overall and looking to see if they can reach their potential or their full potential in time of the final part of the season.
Yeah, Big were a little bit slow to the competition at the beginning, but had a great week last week with pickups over Tribe Gaming and also, over EXO FA. So EXO are definitely going to be having that in the back of their minds, and they're going to want to turn this around. But I really got to say, I like the way the Big are playing right now.
Yeah, let's be honest, mate, there's a lot of talent on this team, isn't there? And definitely when the got that snowball effect, you know, that's literally it. You know, stars align once again and everything's just all hunky-dory. But let's go back to the other side. I've spoken way too much about Big. Let's give EXO a little bit of credit as well. As you can see, Big Man Kirst in the front line, ready to do what he can with the rest of the guys on this team. We've just seen them take down SK. So they'll be feeling pretty good, you know, going up on the leaderboard in terms of standings as well. And another W to add to the name that will do absolute wonders here, Mark.
Yeah, I mean, last week they didn't get the win over SK. This week they have. So going into this match against Big, they're going to be feeling really good about the situation and definitely going to have a lot of positive, headspace in that respect. So that is going to potentially be something which goes against Big today, depending on what they've gone in terms of their ideas and brawler comps and their practicing leading up to today. They're going to have to pull one out of the bag for sure.
Certainly does indeed. Maps and bans. Let's have a little looky here, because we've got some assembly required to start off with, and we've got backyard bowl, gem fort, safe zone. And if we get that far, and let's be honest, it's not going to surprise me because we've seen it enough times today, and you know we can't complain in the slightest. It is going to be shooting star. And looking at the bans, we've got the Primo, we've got the Amber, and we do have the Poco and the Bell as well. So it's funny that earlier on I was like, no, we're not really getting many Poco bans, but we've actually got 2 in a row now.
Yeah, I know, and like I was watching as you said that also, and I completely agreed. I read it in the Twitch chat. I said I couldn't agree more. I'm surprised that we have not seen really any of Poco today, despite there not being a Poco ban. And then after that, we get the Poco ban start to come through, and it's kind of like, okay, possibly map dependent in that respect. But Bell and Primo, definitely 2 that we've seen recurring today. I think actually, the Bell. We've seen a little tiny bit about earlier, I think, with one of the SK games maybe, but for me, I've got to say, like, that's a key brawler to have out of the equation here. I think having Bell gone from the mix will be a very, very good call for both sides, really, to kind of focus on some of the other hard hitters.
Yeah, we've only seen snippets of Bell here and there, and not absolutely everywhere like we have done in the past, maybe because they're banned anyway. But time to pick your brains a little bit more, Ark. What's your favourite to come into this matchup? Because we've seen how EXO, they've been doing pretty damn well so far, but Big have also been looking very strong as well, especially their recent form. Yeah,
I mean, after the way that Big have been performing recently, this is a very, very close one. I'll put that out there straight off the bat. There was actually, I believe, it was also a loss from EXO to Big over the weekend as well. So this is a back and forth rivalry, and I gotta say, just considering like the fact that Big have won a couple of times against EXO FA, I feel like today might be the turning point. But again, it's difficult to say because ultimately with Sunbentley joining the roster at such short notice, the team haven't really had enough time to really kind of like, work together, scrim, work things through in terms of like who is going to work best where, and the communication as well comes along with those things. So in terms of their preparation time, a little bit still behind things, but I feel like in terms of the competition and where their heads must be at, especially off the back of a win against SK Gaming, despite Pedro being here, I think it's still going to be, a good victory. They've got to utilize and use to their advantage, right? Because ultimately points are points, and that can definitely be a powerful thing in the right minds.
Certainly is indeed. Like you said with EXO, is it a honeymoon period or, is it going to be the worst holiday of their lives coming into this matchup? We'll find out as Lars takes down YTE, Curse takes down Nadine, and a level 2 siege bot does go towards Big's side as EXO does manage to bag the first one. Big, gets a few bots here and there during that time, and Bentley does take down Lars straight afterwards, trying to defend as best as they can as Equok there does get taken down, survive for the best of his ability. Taken down, actually, this is 61%. A little bit surprising, but at the same time, they couldn't really defend that well because EXO have just been so aggressive in front, just going behind that bot. But so far, no, Big do have a slight bolt lead, but it's EXO with the map control.
Yeah, and control's key in Siege. Ultimately, Curse going to hang on to that one bolt, juking very nicely there, but got a bit caught out on the wall, I feel. There, Whitey going to use his super there just to make sure he scoops up that one on the ground. Lars will get a third on this right if he's able to hold on to it. There's two on the right-hand side, though, from Curse to be able to pick those ones up. And it's going to be another defense for Big. And Equok's going to be looking to get his pull here realistically because he'd like to get the bot free out of the way. And don't think he's going to be able to obtain this. This is going to be a difficult defense for Big. And I think Lars is definitely going to do a lot of work in terms of getting this bot taken down. But look at how many bodies are there and how much percentage is left. That is going to be a big, big push. And EXO are going to take the first game.
Wow, EXO are looking fresh, aren't they? Fresh as anything coming into that Siege game. I didn't expect that to start off with, considering what we saw from the circumstance of that last game. But they did pretty much the same to SK as well, put up a really good fight in this mode in particular. But this is exactly what we wanted to see. Now, I said it about the honeymoon or the grace period, whatever you want to call it, with EXO. But it looks like the honeymoon's going well. They've had a nice trip so far.
Yeah, it definitely seems that way for sure. I mean, the confidence and just, again, the time that they are spending now to kind of make up for lost time effectively having Sun starts to be showing a little bit more now for me. And that's going to be a really important thing. I think that, I don't know whether Ems is the best brawler for me on this particular map. Can struggle sometimes in some instances, really, especially if there's no real tank to counter. Still a really, really great choice, but on the defensive can be a little bit tricky. So I think that's, I think EXO there for me had the better comp going in. And if they can make this next game as quickly, then we might be going home faster than we think today.
Yeah, well, it's already quite late. It's pretty much chucking out time anyway. But you know what? We might as well go to another 5 sets at this point. We might as well in this fight because EXO, they are a fantastic team. Don't get me wrong. This is not the start I expected, considering Big have been working so hard. And like I said as well, they are very, very individually talented coming into this. But no, let's see what's fine. Let's see if Big can, respond better here, considering the circumstances of that last game. We've seen it before. As Nadine now just pushing into the centre with Equok there in that left lane. YD trying to get behind him with Stu. He's actually done a fair amount of damage. So even if he gets taken down, hopefully the others will get cleaned up as they will. Curse managed to get the first one. Nadine gets taken down straight afterwards. And now it's all Lars left on his Larry down the south side.
Yeah, I'm going to mention as well, Equok joined the roster for Big as well, so they've had little time to play together, I imagine, as well, but under very different circumstances. There's a slowdown there from the Barley Sticky Syrup mix of gadgets, and definitely doing a ton of work, and no bodies behind it in terms of weight, so it's just going to simply be a couple of punches to the Ike there. 8% damage is all it'll be for that push, but that mid-control all under Big's hands right now, and I think this is a much better comp, and there's the effectiveness of that gene pull going in. Lars with the flying hook as well to get that establishment over the mid and connecting really well with Sun and Curse, and then followed up by Nadine and Equok. So I like the way that Big have adapted here. It's looking like it's going to be a much better game for them so far. Early days perhaps, but ultimately already you're seeing a big, big difference.
Oh, Lars has just been staying alive for so long. May get cleaned up here by YD. Finally does. It wasn't that he overstayed his welcome, but just his survival rate in that right lane was just ridiculous to say the least. But Big now need to try and defend the best of their ability once again as the Siege bot's taking a huge amount of damage, but doesn't mean the Ike is in there. As you can see, Curse is also very weak from that last engagement. Going to look to push on up and let it take a little bit more damage when necessary, but it needs to wait to regroup if they can, as all three members of Big are looking to see if they can continue to pile on the pressure. And look at the percentage difference in terms of deficit, 29%. Not really too much in it here. It just depends on how big this next bot is going to be and who's going to be able to cushion the blow and who's actually going to be able to grab that bot for themselves.
It could be a tie at this rate. Whitey's got one in his pocket there. It's going to extend a little bit potentially here. I think it's going to be very, very close. Even when you look at it, it's going to be a push. It's actually going to be a push for Big. And that is not good news at all for EXO right now. They're already behind, and there's no way they can bring this one back now.
They certainly can't indeed. I'm not going to lie to you. What a way to retaliate, considering how clean of a start they had in that first game for EXO. Just absolute madness. And it's very hard to respond like that, but they adapted so quickly. And this is what I was talking about last time.
Yeah, I called the Emps being the product to change as well. Like, I just felt like it wasn't really providing a lot of value, and can be really difficult to utilize the middle of the map, really. And I think it's a smart call, really, just to kind of like have a similar matching idea. I think the Carl worked out really well. I think Lars was playing that really nicely, just to kind of have that additional maneuverability alongside the Stu and alongside brawlers like Gene, who can really, pull in a brawler who's in mid bank of a bolt and then shut it down and keep it for themselves. So I just felt like the comp that they were running was better.
Yeah, it was much better. When it comes to comps, it's very difficult in your mindset just to go in knowing that you've got a 40-30% percentile win rate with the comp you've got. It's very difficult to kind of process that, especially on a game mode like Siege. But going into this last one now, we'll see if EXO can now readapt after how Big Match had changed things up. The slaying ability was a lot better. They valued death a lot more as well. There's a lot of little things here and there outside of the brawler picks which made such a huge difference in comparison to that first game.
Yeah, exactly. And the question now is, are they going to try something a bit outlandish? EXO could go in with something like a bit more tanky, perhaps, or perhaps I think for me, there's probably better to stay with it. But I at the moment, Big are not going to change up. Yeah, they're going to bring the Carl. That's actually not a bad idea. I did think that Lars was possibly doing more in terms of banking of the bolts here. So why do we be looking to utilize that flying hook equally as much? He's going to leave that bolt there for just a little bit of time. Probably to try and base it out for Lars, perhaps there, but either way, it's definitely going to be a big push to start off things, and already EXO on the back foot for a defense.
Certainly is indeed. I just realised I've been saying value death. Why would you value your death? You value your life more than anything else. I think I've been saying that all evening, but they're going to try and defend Bizbot the best of their ability. It's only the first one, so not really too much to take in here, but Cursed, Bentley and YD, all three of them just on the behind that bot to try and do that extra damage, but down to 55%. That's a fantastic start, and they managed to keep map control, but look at the damage they've taken. Only YD has taken a small amount on that right lane, but then again, Curse has to back away from Nadine. Both on very similar HP, but Nadine tried to get a cheeky shot off. Not too sure if Curse would have actually been able to survive that, really, but Equark and Lars is now pushing on up. Nadine is trying to do the same, does take down Bentley. YD picks up the bolt and manages to recover, but Curse is going to be extra careful, but Nadine makes sure he doesn't get away, does it cleaned up, but it will be the bot on the side of EXO for the second one.
Yeah, really important push, and I've got a feeling that EXO are going to try and commit to this one, especially that takedown of Equark is in play. Let's see what happens here. Lars' low goes down, Dean going down as well. This is going to be EXO able to fully commit on the second push, and surely the damage is going to be enough to make this one count, and they will take the first set.
A replica of the first game, really, just a few adjustments here and there, and that was it. That was quick adaptation. That was rapid in comparison, what Big was able to comprehend. But like I said, Big made a good comeback. But I think between these two, especially, like, if this could go to a best of 11 games in this set, I think it would have gone back and forth all the way. Is neither team really, was the trendsetter. So both teams were the trendsetters in different games. But it's very difficult to comprehend what would have happened in the future games, which is a little bit of a shame really to witness. But EXO very good on seed. Definitely got to keep an eye on them in the future with that game mode, just in particular to see how they do against other teams in the ESL Mobile Challenge. But going to the second set now, so Big are behind already to start things off. They've had a little bit of a break, but EXO just had a well of a time against SK in that last series 3-2. So we're looking pretty good in terms of their momentum shift going into this, and they're looking to try and close the night out with another W if they can.
And I've got to say, the way that they were adapting, and when they did make those adaptations, it worked out better for them. So definitely they're showing good signs for me of being able to assess their own performance in real time. And also, we saw a lot of time kind of Big following their ideas, and definitely, like you say, I think that's the perfect way to describe it, is the different teams being the trendsetter in that first set, but a very important set for EXO to establish early on. I don't think that Big will be taking that very lightly. I think they're going to be responding to this now, going to backyard and thinking this one through, because again, this is a grudge match. This is a back and forth that we've seen between these two teams, and it would feel fitting that it would go another way this week, but this is still only the first set. Everything can happen in Backyard Bowl. It's a very different map, very different kind of game mode as well, and Big are very aggressive, and this is a chance for them to show that aggressiveness.
Certainly, like Big are probably thinking that last set, how dare you win the first set? It's our turn now, and then they can win Backyard Bowl. But like I said, it can be a bit of a doozy sometimes. It can go one way or another. Sometimes some of the games can go really quick, sometimes they go quite prolonged. It depends on circumstances of the compositions. But now we're going to find out exactly if Big can try and respond after that last set. As EXO has gone off to a fantastic start in that last set, and they want to try and come out with 2 Ws if they can from these last couple of series, because of course it's going to be monumental for them in terms of the leaderboard and the standings. So they were 3 and 4, and of course they will go 5 and 4 at the end, which is going to give them a much better chance to qualify for the ESL Mobile Challenge finals, where you've got a place in the top 4 by the end of next week. But so far, it's been quite quiet at the moment. Just a bit of a stalemate situation. One's trying to out-damage the other here and there, just waiting to see if they get the opportunity. But Nadine's going to make a real vital push here. Could this be the game changer, as Lars does take down Cursed, using that 8-bit to the best of his ability, but sadly he wasn't able to. But still though, still pretty even, still pretty Stevens here, and neither team's really got a huge advantage. But as I say that, EXO have pushed on up, Cursed has taken down the Equok there, and now Lars has been taken down as well.
Yeah, I really like Kurt's use of the gadget there to really quickly get back in. That cheat cartridge, just able to just skip over the wall, especially when you've got no speed. It's a great way of coming back into the map fast. I worry a little bit about the 8-bit just simply going to overtime, so I think EXO are going to want to tie this up very much before that. And already this is a great chance looking to do so. And look at this, everyone wipes out. Whitey will just wait the timer out, because ultimately you never know when those seconds might come back around as insurance for later on. And that'll be the first goal score for EXO FA.
No, I actually love to see it, really, Danny. Right, love to see it every single time without fail. 50 seconds left. Big still trying to capitalise from behind, you could say, with 45 seconds left remaining, but that's not going to happen as YDE does take down Nadine, just making matters bad to worse. YDE still pushing up again. He's been so aggressive, but he's been overextending at the perfect times here, Ark.
Yeah, I mean, it's a balance, isn't it? You got to make sure that you're defensive when you need to be, but also aggressive when you need to be also. And with 20 seconds left, I've got to think that if Lars can get a super shot over to Equok here, but yeah, Sun shot that idea down very, very quickly. I don't see how Big are going to be able to get out of this without some takedowns, and ultimately they're not able to apply the pressure because of the lack of HP, and down goes Lars there on the right-hand side. Dean as well, surely about to do the same. This is a good start in Brawl Ball, and yeah, Curse's Pint would express that same idea.
He's all right. He's all right. He can look after himself. He's a big lad with that ball. He should be perfectly fine in the bottom right-hand corner. But this is the thing, you see, if I didn't really need to do anything particular right at the very end, as long as they keep trading, that's fine. But of course, Big didn't want that. Any 2-for-1s or 3-for-2s or 2-throws, whether they can take any kind of advantage, they would have been fine. But EXO will take trades for days, especially in that situation with the time limit running out. But all I can say is that YD did some fantastic plays, overextending on numerous occasions with the awareness of Big, but there's only very little times he saw these openings, but exploited it every single time without fail. So great stuff from him, and you know, we see him do it from time and time again against numerous different teams, and it never gets old because it's just always a pleasure to watch nonetheless. So let's see if EXO can continue on and try and win the set out.
Yeah, I think the 8-bit for them worked really well, actually. I was surprised, and I knew it was going to have to be one of those players that you need to really make work in the early stages, because we saw earlier on in some of those series where you know, it was really targeted, and that damage booster getting that out of the way to really, you know, take the support out of the brawler, because ultimately the speed is such a good use of his maneuverability. I think B here is a really good brawler that could be considered here by Big if they wanted to try to pack a bit more punch in their shots, or just something with a bit more DPS. I think Piper's a bit too risky for me. I think that ultimately, you know, yeah, Belle would have been great had she not been banned. So I think that, you know, the long range brawlers here could be, I mean, that was working very well for Curse. I think Carl would be an idea. I just don't think it really has enough oomph behind it myself. In the current meta, we're seeing kind of Stu for more like, Carl for more control-based game modes rather than aggressive ones. We saw Max as well play quite a bit earlier in Brawl Ball, giving some speed as well. Again, if you just joined the stream, Nani, Belle, Sprout, and Primo were the bans, so we didn't see any of those brawlers. But yeah, 8-bit is going to be matched actually by Lars, and I mean, I think it's gonna. I mean, it's the mirror comp, so you can't really go wrong. But I feel like that could be a big downfall here because they just kind of seem to keep mirroring the matchup that we're seeing from EXO. And if there's patterns occurring that we're noticing ourselves, then that could be something that EXO could start to use in their favor. Either way, this is going to come down to who plays it better. So let's see what happens.
See what happens indeed, but look at this. EXO really on the aggressive here. Lars does take down Bentley though, but Nadine is just trying to survive for dear life behind those crates. But why do you finish him off? No, he will not. Not yet, but Equok and Lars managed to keep him alive. Nadine is still alive. That is absolutely ridiculous. And Lars still took down Cursed in the process. But let's be real, nothing really has actually changed in terms of the objective efficiency. Maybe a little bit more map control as they're trying to push up, but EXO have the structures behind them to re-peak if necessary or if required to do a few attacks here and there to get a little bit of an advantage in terms of HP. Nadine now will take a lot here, but Cursed is trying to fight back in that little duel in the top left, and it looks like Nadine will win that engagement, turns around, does a 180, takes down Bentley and scores. What more? Well, what more do you want really from this guy?
Yeah, it was played so well. I mean, ultimately, Dean was causing a lot of problems for Curse because of the additional speed and the slow maneuverability of 8-bit. So I think they're big at making good decisions and focusing on the right people for their comp. And there's a good pull there from Equok, connecting there with Whitey. Dean for the pickup also. And with a 3 versus 2, I feel like Big have really got to capitalize on getting this turret taken down. But a good pull from somebody will stop that idea fast in its tracks. Pressure is definitely still on EXO, but this is a good chance for them to break them. And look at how good Dean is tapping these shots as Stu, and that is a big, big thorn in the side of EXO.
I was just about to say that, Nadine, that was absolutely filthy what he was up to just then. A lot of his shenanigans got into such a good way, and you could see as well, you know, in terms of that, like, Nadine's prioritising that every single time without fail, not just trying to outslay his opponents in any way. As Equok actually takes down Curse, that's going to be a fantastic start here, as now they're going to try and get that damage boost to now try and finish off Bentley if they can, but Bentley's just going to get around the corner. Curse is going to join with the rest of the pack. YDE continues to extend and be able to make matters worse. 15 seconds left. Not looking too good here, as it looks like. But they could be able to try and push on up. But remember, Big is the one with the goal. We'll be able to push in if they can. 5 seconds left. It looks like Lars does take down Curse. Bentley takes an Equok. Only a couple of seconds left. YDE does clean him up. But it doesn't change the fact that Big actually won that game. That was ridiculous.
It was almost a different story. I can see the thought process with, like, you know, Curse had a super. I knew he was going to throw over the wall. It just wasn't quite methodical enough at the end of the day to make the goal happen off the back of it. And, you know, Big did justice on the comp. And I think that that's going to be definitely something that EXO free agents are going to have to consider in this next matchup. Because, you know, Big do seem to be kind of like following their lead. I think they'll probably stay with this comp now. And that could be potentially where, you know, EXO free agents could, you know, come out with something different, as we saw that happening in Siege. I don't know. One thing's for sure is that at the moment, you know, Big are looking very, very good with that kind of Stu aggression that we're seeing. So trying to counter that could be a good shout. It's a very difficult one to call really on this particular map because it's so open, and a lot of you know, really good brawlers are going to be very difficult against a lot of these. So I don't know. It might be another mirror matchup yet again, in which case I think that EXO free agents will have to play it very differently.
I would love to know the damage done by Nadine just in that one game alone, because it was just absolute madness. It was disgusting, some of the stuff he was doing, but I like that. So it's fine. It's not a problem. But Nadine will be able to keep up the pressure once again. Is easily one of the biggest damage dealers in that last game, and it was just remarkable work. And, you know, like I said before, just a pleasure to witness, as now we're going to see if it can continue to pile on the pressure like he did in that last game. But Lars and Equok as well, just been some, you know, just incredible support for Nadine, and also just being able to bait and switch with their teammates when necessary. And YD is pushing all the way forward, overextending once again, and it looks like it's going to continue to pile on the pressures. Nadine trying to stay on the best he can. Equok, poor guy, last one left standing in the bottom right, but it doesn't matter as YDE will get sandwiched in the goal line. Cursed and now Bentley are just trying to stick together and just back off for now.
Yeah, Sun could have pulled that really there, Lars. I think it's just maybe a little bit concerned about the additional speed from the plugged-in star power, maybe. But ultimately, that was a great opportunity to break open the mid, and that would have put an additional layer of pressure onto Big if they can really keep this advance on the goal there. But they just left it, and that could be a difficult thing there. The pull will not connect from Equok, and it will actually connect with the gadget. So a chance here for EXO free agents that they can push through this ball. For somebody does not have pull, and now he does. He's got to do it. Now he does make the pull. But there is a really, really quick cheat cartridge. Lars was expecting it and did come back, but Sun find the gap, he can! My goodness me, a very, very narrow margin, but Sun threaded the needle.
Sly Devils managed to sneak that in. That was just ridiculous. And now you can see there Bentley, YD, and Curse just trying to recover a little bit from that first engagement on kickoff. Lars now on the front line. But then again, I said that Nadim was actually a lot further in front, but YD does manage to clean that up and do have the numbers advantage. And now Equok and Lars, what is their game plan? What are they going to do here? Lars trying to do as much damage as he can to try and keep them at bay. But at the same time, Equok wants both now on equal HP, so not really too much they can do. But Nadine has rejoined with the rest of the pack, just making sure to get that ball onto their side as much as possible. But now the push is going to come in, and rightly so as well. They need to get this next goal in the next 20 seconds as Nadine's pushing on that right side. Equals left on 105 HP. Lars is going to try and back him up if he can, which he has done, but sadly for him, he was in the crossfire, will get taken down, and now it's going to be the numbers game. YD takes down Nadine, Curse takes down Lars, and that is going to be it. The set for EXO, and now they're up 2-0 in the series.
I mean, they had to keep composure. They had the lead, so ultimately it made sense just to kind of like play the defensive game towards the end. And I mean, that round, you can see that Curse spinning and start walking and pitting. I mean, they were happy about the win. They were behind. Well, they were behind, but they were definitely under pressure when the comp was matched by Big. But the second time, they played it much better. And yeah, it was a different story for sure. That was a great goal from Sun. There's so little maneuvering there, really, to find the gap. You see it.
There were so many plays in that which just filthy beyond belief. It was just remarkable. Yeah. But guess what? We might have, well, we're guaranteed another set, but is it going to go to 5? Do you know what? I wouldn't say it's questionable or debatable. I think the potential was absolutely there from what we've seen so far. Like, Big have taken down to the wire every single time, but it's just EXO again being able to readapt and be able to bring that flair once more. And, you know, it's not happened the first time today. It's happened on so many occasions I can't even count with my fingers and toes. It's been mad indeed. So we are going to go to set 3. It is going to be Gem 4, and we're going to do a bit of gem grab. And it does go to set 4 and set 5, depending on how well Big play in these next couple of sets. It will go to safe zone and highest, and it will be shooting star for bouncy. So look forward to see how Big can, could bring a potential reverse sweep here. It is pretty late, but I'm sure that's not going to phase him in the slightest. It's a game of hours after all, so shouldn't be a problem. So yeah, let's see what Big can do here to bring this back.
Yeah, I think they're going to have to go in with different stance. I think this is where I feel like it could go against them, because Big are really aggressive, and the way that these maps are kind of like coming out, it's like you kind of need more control-based ideas, and they're not really kind of adapting to that too much. They're just kind of adapting more to what EXO free agents are choosing. And I think that you kind of have to go into Gem 4, you got to kind of go in with that control-based idea, I think, but combining it with some of that aggression. I think they've got to have a Tara on the lane side. That's like a must for me. They might want to consider a Sprout in the mid here, which I think works very well, but can have its problems when it comes to defending. Ems wouldn't be a bad shout either, and they did bring that out in Siege, so one of them, they'll bring that back into the mix. Other broader ideas, I mean, there's definitely brawlers that I'm getting off the top of my head, but I think the bands off the top of my head were Amber, right? Amber would have been a good one here for sure. No, Amber actually is not banned, I think. Oh no, hold on. Amber, Bell, Poco, and El Primo. Yeah,
I think she was.
Getting late, guys. It's getting late. Yeah, so Amber would have been a good shout. Amber would have been obviously Bell would be a perfect lane, but that's no surprise that she's banned. But I think either way they look at it, they're going to have a bit more control, a bit more support for each other, more communication as well to be able to help each other in those moments of peril.
What do you reckon, though, Art? Do you reckon it's going to be 3-0? Do you reckon we'll get out before chucking out time, or do you reckon it's going to go all the way?
I don't know. At the moment, I think EXO are on a bit of a roll. I think that, Stu could also be a good shout here as well. We haven't really seen any of the games played so far without Stu. So, yeah, I think that EXO free agents are going to be feeling pretty good about it. I think they've been spinning at the end of every game. And that, does take its toll on teams sometimes. They can interpret it to be a negative way, or it can be a positive way as well. But ultimately, EXO free agents are rubbing it in a little bit.
Yeah, they certainly are. Like, let's be real, EXO on the best honeymoon they've ever had. Like, it's absolute madness. Like, they're absolutely loving life. We'll see what happens next week, though, or tomorrow, in case things change. But from what we've seen so far, is if they've already hit, at this point in terms of skill plateau, like, imagine what we're going to do after, a lot more practice. It's going to be ridiculous to say the least, and very exciting to see. But of course, it does depend on the other teams they play against as well, and how well they adapt. But now, If you're just joining us, this is the last match of the day. EXO are currently up 2-0 in the series in this best of 5. We are going to set number 3, where EXO are going to try their absolute damnedest to try and clean out this series 3-0. But Big, you know, we've seen a lot of potential from them so far, but we'll have to see. But what's not going to help is YDE getting in that opening kill on Nadine.
Do you know it's been a long day when you forget about Jean as one of the brawlers you're likely to see? Yeah, it's kind of one of those things where you just kind of like expect it. It's like it's almost like it's not one that comes straight to mind because it's just such a go-to idea, really. And already you can see 7 gems in the hands of EXO. One with YD, so that would be an ideal person really for Big to focus on to really just chip one off there. And it could be an ideal person to take down in the event of a gem countdown also. Curse going in with a spawn from EUR gets taken down quickly by Lars. Who is running, I think he was running Healing Shade there. I couldn't really kind of see, but I'm kind of curious to see what the star powers will be. But one more gem is all that EXO need. Why do you look at this positioning here? Really kind of in a weird positioning. Gems are split, but the countdown is there. EXO wasting no time at all, and Lars so low force back.
Oh, he needs to stay alive, but you can see just keeping him back with the range. It's very, very tough. But let's have a look, though. 5 seconds left. They need to make this initial pushes. Nadine's going to push him from the right lane. Lars is pushed over in the centre as well. Equal up, but looks like YD does take Lars down in the process, and they will not be able to take down EXO before that countdown's finished. So that is already going to be the first match point now for EXO.
And a really quick one of that. I mean, though, again... it was just over so quickly. There was not really any moments there for me when Big had like mid-control and were kind of making opportunities happen. And more often than not, I think everyone from EXO was more or less on their feet. You know, and that's going to be something they're going to have to consider. They're going to have to really overtake this mid and start to lock down these sides. It's a map, you know, in Gen 4 where you can really do that and utilize the map to your advantage to use those fences and lock everything down is one of the reasons why I quite like Sprout. But we don't really see any of that from Big right now. They look to be kind of like, you know, almost throwing the game right now.
Yeah, it's a little bit strange because I didn't catch a lot of the last series against SK. Of course, snippets here and there, but obviously this is the first time properly witnessing how EXO have changed just as a whole with a new mem on the squad. And it's just, I can't believe the difference we've seen in terms of like how good we are. They were really good anyway beforehand, don't get me wrong, but it seems like, you know, with a bit more practice, like they've still got like, say for example, you know, they've got a couple weeks of practice on them if they do qualify for the ESL Mobile Challenge Finals. Then, you know, imagine what they can do in 2 weeks' time when they're doing all the, you know, this much damage now. That's just absurd.
Yeah, exactly that. It's a scary thing to think about, isn't it? Like in a couple of weeks' time when they've had that.
Nightmares.
Yeah, it's going to be, it's going to go a long, long way. And they go back in their history as players and, They've had like a lot of teams that they've played on together in the past, but ultimately over time, and it has been a lot of time between those teams really for them all really. So over time, that's gonna go in their favor for sure.
Yes, and it will do indeed. As now the engagements are coming into the centre. It's just absolute madness. Nadine does take down Bentley, though, and YD is looking to take down Lars, which he does. Curse is staying alive as well. Nadine will collect those 2 gems just due to the fact of just keeping the other 2 opponents at bay. And YD is just going to be sliding in there to the centre, doing a fair amount of damage onto Equal. But Nadine still trying to see if he can keep him away as well, but needs to back away from the centre, which is just a little bit of a shame for him. But the main thing is they do have 4 gems, so a lot better objective efficiency compared to that last game already. But how are they going to get those other gems back? As Cursed with a good start for EXO takes down Lars. A couple of gems are just running into the centre, but all 3 of them are going to play the numbers game here and see if they can take him down before Lars managed to rejoin with the rest of the pack. And it looks like he will rejoin, but just a little bit too late.
Lars got super there, starting to be cautious, and somehow the super missed. I was so sure that was going to connect there. Wyatt did fantastically well, but now Sun on the heavy pressure pops out a lamp gadget just to get additional health on the way. Wyatt gets taken down by Lars, and surely Lars will be far away from the super now, and he's going to need to obtain it because there's countdown already inbound for EXO free agents.
Oh, I love this. Oh, I thought we were going to go all the way down to the bomb without getting noticed, but they're not going to take the risk anymore. But at the same time, they're not really too sure, but let's be real, it doesn't matter. The pool comes in. Lars is the last one left standing. And there we have it. EXO managed to win that quite comfortably, 3-0, and very well played by EXO. Not just this series, but the last series as well. Remarkable stuff from them.
huge day for EXO free agents, absolutely huge, and especially because last week we did see them lose to Big, so they had to go in and do their prep and plan things through. But the takedown of SK Gaming was just like the cake, I guess. This was the cherry on top, and they will absolutely be loving the points off the back of these victories today.
They certainly will. They'll be loving life, you know. I can definitely expect. I think I did say they were going 3 and 4 at one stage. So that's going to be completely different now in comparison. Yeah, they were. So they'll be going 5 and 4 now. They may actually be in the top 4, but we'll confirm that when we see the updated leaderboard later on. So we'll sort of confirm that with you guys at home as well. But what a day we've had. We've had some absolutely cracking games for what we've seen. And, you know, some great examples as well. We saw SK versus Clash earlier on. Definitely one for the ages. It always goes down to the wire no matter what the situation. But SK made a fantastic reverse sweep considering they were 2-0 down in the series, and Clash were looking really, really solid nonetheless. And we had a few others as well, in particular, for example, when we had EXO versus SK Gaming. We've just had some incredible matches all day long, and it's just been absolutely remarkable.
Yeah, everyone's built their A game, you know, and we've seen some huge story developments happening today. You know, Clash taking their first loss, SK with the reverse sweep, Pedro coming in for SK, but not quite cutting it, but doing a far better job than I thought he would. In all fairness, I wrote to him on Twitter saying the same thing. I was quite impressed with actually how well he was able to fit in. I think that's, you know, as well, huge day for EXO free agents. Again, because that part of the leaderboards is quite clumped, and I think that is a really important victory over Big, because they are neck and neck at the moment.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie, the standings were extremely tight beforehand, but now it's just ridiculous now. I think now it's got to a point it's very well spread out. Things are starting to align a little bit more, and we're getting a slightly clearer idea on what could occur in the next few play days, so look forward to see that. But yeah, you're right though, you know, Clash taking their first loss, and considering the start they had against SK, that was a little bit of a shocker.
Yeah, it was so exciting to watch them play, and I kind of had it in the back of my mind. I was thinking, like, SK are dangerous when they're down, you know, like, and they were up against match point. I think that many people thought it was all over, and I was thinking, I don't know, I've seen them do this plenty of times, and I'm kind of worried actually for Clash. But I mean, looking at the updated leaderboards at the moment, I mean, Clash is still out on the front on 24 points, SK on 21 in second. That's the 3-team tie on third. Well, not tie because of the set difference, but EXO Pre are in third with 15, Big on 15, Reply Totem on 15 as well, below them. And then you've got Nobody on 9, Tribe Gaming on 9, and Navi on that 0. And yeah, I felt for Navi today, that loss is going to be another thing in the back of their minds that they're going to have a bit of difficulty shaking going into the next games.
Yeah, it's a real shame. Like, Navi, the way they played in some of their matches, it doesn't, the 0 and 7 doesn't reflect what they can do here, and I think they know that as well more than anything. They're just gonna have to, you know, take their strides. Their you know, the chances of actually making it to the top 4 is very unlikely now. It's more of a pride thing here more than anything else, or maybe trying to ruin it for someone else, you know. It depends on the circumstance of how you see it. But yeah, when you come out from, like, I think, was it 0-7, 0-8 now, yeah, it's a tall order. You're gonna have to, even if you win every single series, I don't think you know they'll be able to make it. But yeah, it's just a sad thing really. But it's like I said, I don't think their win percentage actually reflects how they performed.
Yeah, I think you're right. Absolutely there. I think that, you know, they had a really good start going into things, and then as soon as we got into the challenge stages, it just didn't really kind of like seem to work for them. Like, they just couldn't find their starting point, their flow, and struggled as a result. I think the Tribes Gaming forfeit today as well could prove kind of costly in the way that things are shaping up for sure. At the moment, Reply Totem as well. I mean, I've seen them just kind of like be a consistent performer for the most part. And, like, you know, they kind of have a little bit of difficulty against some of the stronger teams, but they actually give them, some of them a bigger run for their money than others. Again, like SK and Clash do tend to find it to be a bit of a challenge for them despite today's result. But you know, there's definitely some big teams, and I'm looking forward to seeing how the leaderboards continue to evolve as the weeks go on.
Yeah, we've still got 3 more play days. We've still got tomorrow, don't get me wrong. We've still got 2 more next week. Still plenty of matches. And then the week after that, we've got the challenge finals as well. So we've got so many games. It's just, you know, absolutely absurd. But yeah, I look forward to seeing the update as well, because like I said, it gives the other teams a little bit more of a chance, or a bit of room now, to try and catch up to SK and to try and catch up to Clash as well. But I can't really see it happening. I can see them just gatekeeping it now to the end of the ESL Mobile Challenges. And I said it to D-Man earlier, it's just the fact that I don't think it really matters between the two of them who's going to get first seed, because no matter who's to come third or fourth, it's so mixed up at this point, but it's pretty much pick your poison, isn't it? So it doesn't really matter. Like, you might actually come first, and whoever is fourth, you'd rather play against someone who's third, but it's like, well, tough, you're going to be stuffed by them. It's, it's just your unlucky day for you. You actually place better, but you get a much harder team. But yeah, we'll find out at a later date when that happens on Play Day 8 next Wednesday, I believe. But let's have a look at the standings. They have been updated, and we're going to have a little check through to see exactly what happened. So Clash, don't get me wrong, they do get their first loss, but they stand up on the top on the mountain with SK Gaming only slightly behind them. But let's have a look at the other placements with the other teams. EXO and Big in the qualifying phase so far. Reply Totem slightly behind, and also a Noble Elite, but as you can see there, Na'Vi are down at the bottom, 0-9. Very unlikely they'll have any chance of qualifying now. Pretty much impossible, but it's going to be looking very close, because you've got to remember, Totem is a big team, and they've been getting better and better as the weeks have gone by, and they're really hitting their stride here. So if they beat EXO or Big, or maybe have a lot more consistency across the board against the other teams, then they could slide in there.
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of, my eye on Noble Elite, 3-5, they played one less game, so like, I've got to feel like, some of the things that they're doing right now are kind of weird and wacky. It could go either way for them, but I like the way that Big are performing. Reply Totem again as well, like you rightly say, definitely on the up. So I feel like there's 6 teams. I don't know how much that forfeit from Tribe Gaming State is going to make them pay. I think from memory they had some big matches in the early weeks, so that could go in their favor when things come back around. But I guess that's the thing to consider also, is like, the match that they have played and who they've still got left to play could definitely make a huge impact. So every win counts.
Certainly can do indeed. At least we see a little bit more, organisation, a little bit more structure now, because before, last week, it was just an absolute mess. But this time around, we can get a bit of an idea, a bit of a picture now of exactly what could happen leading up to the final play days. But final thoughts before we go.
Just that I really like the way that things are shaping up. We're starting to kind of like gravitate away from some of these go-to common stories that AC Milan Clash are just going to win because they've never lost, and all these other things that and that makes me excited. I mean, at that top of the leaderboard, maybe it doesn't affect things the most, but I like the way that to me shows a reflection upon the whole story as it goes, because you just never know what's going to happen. I think that's with these roster changes also, that you can't take anything for granted. Every week's different, and that's what I love about this competition.
That's why I love your reflection as well. It's all good. But that's literally all we got time for you today. Thanks to Ark, thanks to D-Man, I'm sure he's been watching his last series as well. And don't forget to thank the production at ESL, and not only that, you guys, the viewers at home. But don't forget, we are back same time, same place tomorrow. So make sure you come by and say hello and join us for Play Day number 6. But until then, we'll see you same time tomorrow.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the wait's up. That's how we know when we level up. Hey, that's how we know when we level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up. Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. All we know is ball to empty out the mouth. The chosen one they call, I take my fan with me. Know about it if you tell, know you're breaking codes. Want your credibility and all fall like dominoes. Can you really take a stance? All I wanna know. Need me real ones when it's time to go. Step it in, elevator. Listen to all the haters. That's all we know when we level up. Yeah, that's all we know when we level up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up. I found out I'm not alone, 'cause I'm just like you. There's no failing when we fight. We're not afraid to. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up.